Listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Yo. What's going on? It's your boy Trigger Mike. All right, got a new time now. How y'all doing this evening? I never come on at night by myself. This is a really weird feeling, but I'm used to saying good morning. I guess I'll say good evening. I haven't even eaten dinner yet, so I got to get used to this. My wife said dinner's ready. I was like, oops, I'm not. Got to do the show. But what's up? What's up to everybody? Greetings and thanks to you for coming to the Trigger Mike show at the new time, which is evenings. So you will see me on evenings as I work out some new stuff. Y'all know I went back into the corporate world to do something. Day one, I might be thinking that was a mistake. Day one. People lie in interviews, y'all. They do. But no, I'm going to clean stuff up there. You know, my days are going to be full again, but we're going to make it do what it do. You know, I'm trying to be a hardworking man out here, fill up every single hour I have with productive work to become the man I'm supposed to be. Remember, manhood is not a destination. It's a journey. All right. I'm trying to leave y'all with gems every time I touch this mic. All right. So greetings and thanks to everybody that came through tonight for the Trigger Mike show. We got more people pouring in. I'm sending the link out to all the homies. There are way more people that can come on and have a good time with us at night than can in the daytime. So a lot more people are camming up, coming through to the show. Put the link in my Facebook. You're going to see a bunch of people tonight. So thank y'all for rocking with me. I know a bunch of people are streaming right now. Y'all could be anywhere, but you're here on the Lapeef Network. Shout out to all our viewers nationwide and international. I know we have viewers over in the UK, New Zealand, Australia, Greece, Poland, all these other places. So Europe in general, we got people in Africa, Nigeria, Ghana. So thanks to everybody who is watching this internationally right now. We appreciate your patronage and always coming through. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Hit that like button right now. All right. So y'all come in to the stream all the time and y'all stream for free. Okay. Y'all stream for free. So the least you can do for your boy, Trigger Mike, is hit that like button. And if you have not subscribed to the channel yet, hit that subscription button to subscribe to the best network on YouTube. The Lapeef Network is the best network on YouTube, has been putting out consistent hit shows for you, doing the hard work that needs to be done to get the message out and give you substantive, meaningful conversation. So show your love by hitting that like button, subscribing if you have not, and also join the network and get the perks if you can. I also want you to hit that bell for notifications so you know just when every show on the Lapeef Network is coming up. I see some of my people in the chat. I'll get with y'all in just 1 second. Also, shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. 30% off plus a free gift. The link is in the description down below. Link is in the description. We just had Mother's Day. How was y'all Mother's Day? How was your Mother's Day? I know I got a lot of moms in the chat. We talk about a lot of parent stuff, but how was your Mother's Day? All the mothers, they had a lovely Mother's Day. And all the fellas, if you did something special for your mother, for your wife, for those of you in the chat that still like your baby mama, tell me what you did for her. Did you do something for her, for all the women in your life? A few of y'all got a few baby mamas. Let me hit up my man JP, see what he did for all his baby mamas. I saw a post a while ago from Future where he sent out a tweet to each of his individual baby mothers. Never in my life. That's wild. Never in my life would I view my life like that. He not even doing it the right way. They either supposed to be, you supposed to be married to them and they all in your house, all right? Or they in their individual houses, but you married to them. This dude just got random women out here. Jesus, help him. But that's crazy. Support the show. So make sure you support the Trigger Mike show. We got a new time. We here in the evenings. I'm working days now, doing what I do best out here. But, you know, either way, we still going to rock out on the Lapeef Network regardless. We even got new show ideas coming up for you. You know, I'm trying to run those past the big man. As you can see, we got to mature. We're trying to, you know, take the network in a mature direction. So we got hotness coming for you. We brainstorming some new heat for you. So never worry about that. So you got different shows that'll be coming up on different days. I'm trying to brainstorm something, you know, like a question show to see if we can do, you know, diversify some of the stuff that we do here on the Trigger Mike show. I didn't even know I had fans till I looked at my request box on Instagram. Damn. So y'all be giving me hella ideas. I do read. Y'all drop stuff in there like literally every few minutes. So I do read those, and y'all are giving me some great content, some great ideas for some shows. So that whenever I'm free on the weekend and it's not around work time, you might be getting some version of a Trigger Mike show. You know, I got to run past the big guy. But yeah, all of that is being brainstormed right now. So you don't y'all worry about that. If you want to support this show and you are a loyal patron to the Trigger Mike show, please support us by Super Chat if you can. It's always welcome. If you are watching this after the broadcast is over, please support by Super Thanks. So after the broadcast is over, you can say, hey, I like what you were talking about. I like what the panelists were talking about, and I want to show my support. You may do so by the form of Super Thanks, and we appreciate that. So let's see who we got. Who do we have in the chat? Buffalo Mind, what's going on? Haven't seen that name before. Welcome. If you aren't new, my apologies, but either way, welcome. 455 bench presser. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Today was crazy. Today was my first day. They dropped a boatload of stuff on my head. You know, it's a lot of training, a lot of that going on, but you know, we're gonna work it out. No problem. And I'm gonna be honest, once I die down that workload, because this is a remote job, and in addition to teaching a class, I'll be working it well into the wee hours of the morning. So at some point, I'm gonna put my work hours in the afternoon, and I'm gonna come back and do the show in the morning if I could swing that. Just got to give it a little bit of time, though. All right. So appreciate you for coming through, though. MS Best, always faithful, always in the building. Appreciate you coming through. Ty Smith, what's going on? Bermuda. Oh, snap. Bermuda in the building. That's what's up. Jill's Chocolate Boutique, thank you for coming through. Isaiah Jr., what's going on? You should do a review and Q&A. We'll think about it. I got to figure out what to review. It's a lot of ratchet stuff out here. Trying to get some mature stuff going. Yo, what's going on, Vincent? Savarius, what's up? What's going on? Black Beauty, how you doing? Welcome. All right. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through. So I want to talk about your boy. Your boy been out here messing up. Your boy been out here messing up. I really couldn't wait. Oh, Milton. I know. What are they saying? Talk to us, Milton. What are they saying about Ja Morant in Memphis right now? Is that where he out there cutting up? What's going on, Taylor for Wealth? Salute to you. All right, man. What are they talking about with Ja Morant? I know y'all have seen it. Y'all have heard the madness, and I got a few things to say. Because I said something yesterday I got to clear up on the whole situation dealing with Ja Morant. But the link, I'm about to drop the link, and y'all come up and chat with me if you will. Make sure you're on cam, and I will bring you up once I verify that it's you. All right, so let me drop the link so y'all can come up. Oh, I agree with you. That's actually one of the questions. I agree with you, Jordan. I agree with you. So yeah, y'all come up. The link is dropped so y'all can come up and chat with your boy. But anyway, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Today we are talking about a few topics. All right. So I want to talk about the John Morant situation first. This kid is messing up, man. He spat in a lot of our faces. He spat in a lot of our faces. And I've spent the better part of 2 days working through my opinion on this. All right. And while I was working through the opinion on this, I realized these type of topics will make me be cool on my own people for a while. I didn't like what I was hearing. I did not like what I was hearing on this. We will defend such BS at every turn and create a way to do it. I was hearing such BS on this. But since everybody has heard every kind of topic or every kind of opinion on this, I want to give an opinion I have not heard. So first you deal with the shock of the revelation. John Morant got caught on cam again, flashing a firearm. What's wrong with that dude? We've heard everybody's opinion on that already, okay? We don't need to beat that dead horse. But I'm going to give you an opinion now that I've stewed on it, now that I've sat with it and thought about it. I want to talk about John Morant's daddy. T. Morant, bring your ass to the front of the congregation, sir. I want to talk to John Morant's daddy. Now, some of y'all are saying, put in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you believe this is 100% John Morant's fault. If John Morant takes sole accountability for all his actions and all of that, put a 1 in the chat. I know that he ultimately is responsible for what happens to him. But remember, we are not talking about a 50%er. We are not talking about a 10%er. We are talking about someone in the realm of $190-something million guaranteed from an NBA contract and up to, I believe, $250 million total earnings, including the NBA contract with endorsements, with Nike, no less. And we know what they're capable of doing by giving share to the players on their sneaker, on their signature sneaker. Some people wear Nike sneakers and get paid. But when you have a signature shoe, i.e. Jordan, LeBron, Kyrie, KD, John Morant, those names I just named, you were in those group of names of people who got offered a signature shoe. All of that is in jeopardy now. Now, naturally, I'm about accountability. This is John Morant's fault. Would you catch Trigger Mike acting like John Morant? No, you would not. But on this particular topic, I stress the importance of dads. I see you in the back, and I'll bring you up in just a moment. I want to express the importance of dads and what I think is going on here. This is why I would want to talk to his father. John Morant grew up in a 2-parent household. For all we know, and for what most people have put together, he is not a thug. He's trying very hard to be one. He is not a thug. He's trying hard to be one. And I want to talk to his father because we've seen some of these fathers in the way they behave and how they're trying to live the lives with their son. And the one thing I picked up about T. Morant is that he feels as if this is his time too. He's all at the games, all in the front row. And the one thing that shows me in the interactions you've seen between them, the whole thing with Shannon Sharp, is that his son is providing such a life for him. And this is interesting to note. This is why I wanted to talk about this. His son is providing a life for him. But when your son becomes your benefactor, you can no longer tell him what to do. Some parents feel that way. I've watched that happen. I have watched that exact situation happen. When your son becomes your benefactor, you can't really parent the way you used to. That's why I want his dad to come to the front of the congregation. I will never accept anything from my son if there is an undertone of, I'm going to do this so I can say what I want to you. I would rather keep my power to influence, be a positive influence in the life of my children than to drive a damn Ferrari On God, I mean that. I feel like when you look at his dad, he's hypnotized by the money too. You can't do that. We talk about this all the time. Children acquiescing. I'm sorry, parents acquiescing to their children in a way, being too lenient, too passive. And right now, I'm telling you, I know it's Ja Morant's fault, but I want to talk to his dad too. Because right now, me as a father, this is turn up mode. Anything my son bought for me is getting dropped at his front door and he bringing his ass outside. I don't care what he got going on. I don't care how many women he got in the house. He will get disgraced. And this is the point I want to make to y'all. Ja Morant is not just Ja Morant. He does not get to do what he wants to do. I would remind him, if I was T. Morant, Ja Morant's father, I would remind him that he is my son first, that he's his granddaddy's grandson second. We gave you this name and you misrepresenting our name. Nobody's holding him accountable for that. I promise you. I promise you nobody's holding him accountable for that. Because ain't no way you're going to be out here destroying my family name with all this representation you got, with all this fame that you have and notoriety, and you out here destroying our family name. You're 23 years old. Take control from that boy. He don't know what the hell he doing. Reset, rewind. So let me let y'all up. Just give me a thumbs up, Kasim, and we'll talk about it. What's going on, sir? First time on the Trigger Mike show. I haven't seen you. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, man? What's up? What's up? I've been a avid listener and supporter for a grip now,
I
and
appreciate it.
I'm really particular about the panels and stuff that I go on. I'm a little bit older, so we probably around the same age, so it's the maturity factor that I really gravitate to, not less so the nonsense. But I think the important point that you made was the fact that you know since his son is really the breadwinner and making all the money, his dad can't really check him like that no more. And I remember my next door neighbor when I was growing up, in Jersey, it was the same type of dynamic. My next door neighbor Brian, he happened to play ball, right? He played ball internationally, and he was doing all kind of crazy stuff as well. He was in the drugs and all the rest of that, and sending money back home to mom and dad. And it got to the point where they was out there fighting. And I remember Brian beating up his father, talking about I'm the man now. You can't check me. I run this. And then for me seeing that, by seeing his dad sitting on the curb, with his hands in his face, and his wife is rubbing his back, saying like, I don't know what you're gonna do now, and then he would go and him and his mom would get in the car and they would go drive, So I think a lot of it has to do with that, where we fail our children by not really being there and being that example of what they truly need and what they truly looking for. I'm old school. When I was growing up, like, I'm a 70s baby, the whole village raised a child.
Yep.
You couldn't go out there and act any old kind of way, because if you act any old kind of way, the lady that lived three doors down, she would give you a whooping.
Yep.
Then she would say, I'm going to tell your mama and your grandmother when she get home, when your mama and your grandmother got home, you got a whooping,
Yep.
right? So there was always accountability. And it got to the point where it's like, how you represent your family means a lot. Because my mom and dad used to tell me, like, no, Kasi, you're not going out the house looking any old kind of way. When you leave out the house, you represent us, because we don't want to make sure, we don't want anybody to think that we don't love you.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as the penalty is involved, I think he needs to be suspended for a season.
Yep.
I think he needs to be suspended for a season. I think he also needs to have a fine. He maybe needs to do some community work, somewhere working with the kids or working with some kind of programs, some kind of guns and things like that. He needs to have some of his pay donated to some of these charities that are against guns and gun violence. And I think he really needs to kind of to do that by himself and to wallow into that. I think that's the only way that this young man is going to learn. Now, his father obviously has to take some kind of accountability in that by, you know, getting his grounding right, getting his respect back as a father. And that's the one thing, as you said, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose that respect as a father. He does need to be go out taken outside in the front of the yard, and they just go toe to toe, you know. But I think those are the steps that needs to happen for this man to turn his life around. He's still young.
I'm trolling somebody in the chat who really wants me to blame single mothers for the destruction of John Morant. So I'm just going to do it in the chat. This is all, he came from a 2-parent household, and this is still a single mom's fault. Okay? Asia and FemK, while y'all talking shit in the chat. All right, but no, I agree with everything you said. So listen, that whole thing, that dynamic, I'm telling you, so it really bolsters it and reinforces it because I know that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
When you gave that story, I've seen such things happen where the second, it doesn't even have to be a massive NBA contract. It doesn't have to be a professional sports contract. I've seen people get jobs
Yep.
and just regular jobs, move out of their parents' house and start tripping.
Mm-hmm.
And it may not be always be due to the upbringing, but what I'm saying is, in my culture, you ain't grown enough. You ain't ever grown enough to start talking to your parents crazy. We
No.
have a respect issue, an authority issue, and a compliance issue in America in general, but in the Black community specifically. It's almost as if he knows exactly what he's doing. He knew he was on live with the gun. He wants to show. It's like, what in you is so defiant that you want to show the world that you don't give a fuck about nothing. I don't understand like what fuse or what screw is loose sometimes where and someone tries to tell you about yourself. Like I said, if his dad decides to jump up now that it's happened twice and say something and be more aggressive, I'm just wondering what the response is going to be. Is he going to be like, you know what, Dad, you right? Or get the hell out of my face, Dad, I'm a millionaire. What do you think?
I honestly think that he's going to tell his dad, like, to get out of my face. It's my life. I'm going to do what I want to do. And a lot of that, I think, has to do with he's searching for something. He's searching for significance, right? He was in private schools. He always wanted to be the cool kid, but he never was. Right. So he had some talents. He was good at basketball and things like that, but he was never part of like the cool kids crew. You know, the ones that had all the women, that had all the girls, you know, they probably did little wheelers. So they always had all of this, the lifestyle appealed to him, but he could never be part of that crew because that crew wouldn't accept him. Right. So now here it is. He's got the money, the resources. Now he's got the notoriety and the fame. Now he can be like, okay, now I got all of these things. Will y'all let me in? You know, and right now it's not working out good for him at all.
AP, what's going on? Opening thoughts. John Moran is a fool. What do you think on the whole situation, bro?
So, understanding South Carolina a little bit, and that part of South Carolina, I understand that they're prideful and nothing is really easy, except for he had 2 parents. One of them had a really good paying job, and the other one was a barber who elected, talking about his dad, who was a barber, who elected to quit basketball and become a barber in order to focus on Ja. But understanding the type of personality that comes from that part of South Carolina, I don't want to say I get it, but I kind of do. The issue is, though, and this is where I agreed with your opening statement, a lot of it falls on the dad. Like, what is he? I look at it a little differently. I don't think he's necessarily submissive to his son, but what did he do in those early years to cultivate him to be a better version of himself? Because I believe that's what all parents should do. But I saw a clip and I found it kind of funny. There's a clip of the mom saying that Ja got his basketball skills from her. that she's the one that groomed him. That I find it to be a bigger problem in the household with him growing up than necessarily where they're from. It tells me more about about the dad than what's happening now. But he's kind of with that part of South Carolina. They're prideful and they're a bit rugged. So when the NBA says, "Yo, you can't do this," his mind says, "Whitey is trying to tell me what to do, and I'm not going to do that." Not understanding that, I don't think he fully grasps the idea that his actions affect all of them. They no longer live in that part of South Carolina. They're now in a nice, beautiful suburb of Memphis. They're not in Memphis even. But what I did notice though is that his younger sister, is very similar to him in that aggressive kind of way. Hopefully she decides to make different decisions when she gets older. But my opening statement is I think it all stems from his childhood, not having that kind of money. They did okay, but not having the kind of money that he has now. And that pride, you're not going to tell me what to do. I'm going to do whatever it is that I want to do.
So you actually just reminded me of something. I forgot that T. Morant played ball. And we've seen this now a few times. LeVar Ball, he's his own type of crazy. He even, now that I see who his middle son got pregnant, he slipped up in his own special way. Oh my goodness. I was like, this woman is now a part of your family. One of the women, the ghettoest loving hip hop people that ever lived, is now in your family. Good freaking job.
Yep.
But so that actually makes the most sense ever. Trucker Yell, I see you in the back. Cam up real quick so I know it's you. That makes the most sense because now you can really understand he's trying to live the life he never lived through his son. Now, like he literally doesn't want to say anything to him because he felt like that should have been his life. That makes it like just clicks now. That's why he's in front at all the games and trying to point at people, talking to stars like he know him. Sometimes there were times I thought that was his agent, not lying to him.
Well, did you hear what he said to Shannon Sharp?
Yeah, all of that.
I really think all of that's. I just think that is where they are from. I really believe that it's terrible to be completely honest, but.
All right, Trucker,
how y'all doing,
far
fellas?
from the tree.
Hey, what's up,
How y'all
man?
doing? What's going on? So, I did some research on John Morant, right? Because there was a like a heated conversation last night on Fight Club about calling John Morant a thug and this, that, and the third, right?
Yeah.
So I went back, did my research, and Practical brought up a situation where, because he lives in Memphis, that there are things going on in Memphis that with John Morant and his crew that they trying to cover, that they covering up, they're not really speaking on, right? So I think AP, he was talking about the situation with the sister, correct? Did you know that John Morant came up to the girls' high school because there was I guess there was another female or whatever, and I guess she was like heckling the sister, right? And the mama called John Morant up to the school. He comes up to the high school with a few people. They surround this little girl, heckles her, breaks the girl's phone. Lawsuit. Did you and hold up? There's another situation, the finish line situation, right? The mom, I guess the guy didn't give good service to the mom at finish line.
Yeah.
So she calls John Morant up to the calls John Morant up to finish line at the mall. He comes up there with 9 people, acting a plumb fool with his pistol and all. He trying to get these people out of the store. The security is. He beating on the door talking about, I'm going to beat your A. And then the security guard got mean mugged by John Morant and said, I'll see you when you get off of work. Yo, there's a few stories. You know, Anton said something earlier about he don't even think it's the friends. It just might be John Morant. And I'm kind of starting to think it might be John Morant on this part. I'm starting to think because it's like, yo, you got all these people around you and you out here acting a plumb fool. You acting like you act like you from these streets. And then the dad is no better because y'all celebrate, bro. The situation with the friend pointing the laser, that was actually a true thing. I actually went and doubled down on it. I read it at first. All this kept saying was they didn't have enough evidence, but the friends are literally still banned. So why would they literally still ban these people? And that's just not at one. That's not just at one stadium. It's also happened at the Denver stadium where John Morant actually admitted he was drunk playing basketball, right? And on top of that, the situation in Denver and Indiana, they chose not to press charges. They could have literally pressed charges on them. They chose not to do it.
You know, that was the team.
So
that was the team's lawyer.
Yeah. So they chose not to do it, even though they could have.
Do you know why? Do you know why I think the team got involved? Because somebody brought up a good point. You know, he brought that gun in on the team's plane.
Yeah.
So they had to get involved before they were liable for that. Mm-hmm. I know that was the team's lawyer. I thought about that I was like, oh, wait, they fly into the city. That means he brought that gun. He wasn't in Memphis. He brought that gun on the team's transport. So you know how many laws they probably broke?
So if you don't, I just want to interject real quick, Trucker Yell. If what you say is true, then what Trigger said earlier is even more true. Why is she calling John Morant when she's married to T? When his dad and mom are still in fact married, why in the world is the mom calling her son to come up and handle some foolishness at a damn basketball game?
Exactly. And nobody's talking about this because again, it's like they're trying to cover, you know, like rich suburban kids when they do stuff like the kid that actually deleted 4 people in Colorado. Yo, they let that dude off. He went to Cabo the next day, even though he was court ordered not to go nowhere. They didn't do anything. They used it as an excuse. It's a cover-up. It's the same thing they're doing with John Morant. It's like a spoiled kid. He doing this because he know ain't nobody gonna do anything. I mean, look at the situation, yo. If that's your son is just the NBA alone, he $163 million. That's not even including the endorsements. Okay? Mm-hmm. My son making that type of money, yo, I'm dragging you off the court.
Yep.
You getting smacked up. Yep. There was no way in the hell you going like, yo, first off, you representing this family. That's the most important thing.
No,
right?
You've convinced me now. They don't give a damn about their family, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
let's take that off the table. The Morant name, they don't give a damn about their name. So we gonna take that part off the table.
Yeah, yes, because it don't make no sense. It's like, yo, your son and his friends. I watched a video of his friends literally on the court like it's a high school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Trying
to jump up to fight a dude on a court. And the dad is sitting there drinking and celebrating like a freaking idiot. Mm. He ain't doing nothing. And it amazes me. Like like how do you, what kind of father can you be to sit there and watch your son become the dude become the dude who everybody in the hood know got the talent to make it, but he ended up becoming a drunk
And
at the
then
corner.
the worst part though, Trucker, and I'm gonna get this. We're gonna get this next question started after this. The worst part is that when you make your son that visible, so anybody, so when I grew up in the hood, I wasn't even old enough to remember it, right? Ebbsfield, Brooklyn, New York, the hood, okay? Where the actual Ebbsfield Stadium used to be. They built a little project right there or whatever. Still there to this day, old as fuck. But damn, what was I gonna say? When I grew up around the hood the rest of my life, right? So they tear down a part of the hood, they build some homes, but you're still surrounded by the hood. So that's how I grew up. And the one thing I knew from growing up around, just basically in the hood, it's the hood. If you're surrounded by the hood, it's the hood. Going to school with, in the hood and all of that, is the spirit of jealousy is alive. If that person who's made it and the person who got something, if you have access to that person on the street, that's why people leave the hood and don't look back. That's actually what you're supposed to do. People could say all they want to. If you come back to certain parts of the hood around certain people in the hood and wonder why something happened to you, your legs got broke, your stuff got taken, your car got jacked, it's because some people cannot handle the fact that you're doing better than them. That spirit, that poverty breeds this spirit of jealousy to where you're coming back just to do good for your people. But it's something in them cannot handle the fact that you're doing better than them. And then they do something against you. So as a father, I would not let anybody have that much access to my son. That brings me to the next question. We're going to start with Kasim. If Ja Morant was your son, what's your next move?
You ask me?
John.
No, Kasim.
No.
Kasim.
If,
Did I say your name right?
Yeah. If John Morant was my son, my next move would be to have a serious one-on-one. We would go somewhere isolated, away from the press, away from the spotlight, away from all of the noise that's going on right now. And we would just probably be there for like a week, talking about really getting to the heart of our relationship, really having those one-to-one, heart-to-heart relationships, asking like, hey, how could I have been a better father to you? What are some of the things that I did as a child that you wish I would have done more? What are some of the ways that we could have communicated in order to make it be better? Where did I go wrong as a father? Where have I failed you as a father? And just really start from there, to really listen to what he has to say, take it in wholeheartedly, and just be upfront, be transparent, and be honest. I think that's where you have to start. You have to pretty much tear everything down and start from truth, and start from essence, and accountability. And once you have that base, that foundation, then you can get to understand one another, to figure out what I did wrong as a father and how my actions contributed to what type of man that he became and what he grew up with. And then he can have an opportunity, to say some things, about himself, and how he could have been, better towards me, how he could have respected me more, and how he could have done things more. And I think once we come to that commonality of what we've done wrong, then we start the path to reconcile. Then we say, hey, like, you know what, this is gonna be ground zero. All of our communications is going to be honest and transparent and open and upfront. I don't want you to pull no punches with me, and I'm not gonna pull no punches, with you, because I'm your dad. It's gonna be me and you forever. So I think that's where I would start. I would start from there.
All right. AP, if Ja Morant was your son, what's your next move?
See, I'm terrible with hypotheticals because I don't think we would have ever gotten this far. The first conversation we would have had when we were fishing around, trying to check where we would end up in the draft, if we would go back to college the next year. When we would have that conversation and we figured out that we were a first round, and I'm saying we were a first round draft pick, we're about to have a conversation about what that actually means. A real conversation about what that looks like, how his life would change. Second, let's just assume he decided to be a jackass, and in the first time he decided to hold up a gun on Instagram. That's when we have that, yo, do you remember the conversation that we had before you got drafted? Do you remember that conversation? And I kind of agree with Kasim on this. Is we're about to take a trip, but it's not going to be a pleasant trip for him. It's going to be one of those where we resort back to old school disciplinarian style. Mr. Gangbanger, Mr. Tough, I didn't raise you this way, but this is the way you want to be. Let's go ahead and throw them hands real quick.
Oh man,
this is what that life. This is what that life looks like. This is why I quit playing basketball. This is why we focused on you. And you're going to take all of the opportunities that we have given you and squandered it. I'm about to beat your ass because we gave you these opportunities. I went to barber school, let your mom finish college so we could put you in the best position to win.
Yep.
Then I don't think we would have had this second incident, because after the second incident, I don't see me taking any gifts from my kid. Like it's hard for me to picture that. But after the second incident, since I run my house, hey yo, Jaws mama, sister, it's time to move back home. He's gonna have to be out here and be a man by himself.
Yep.
And if he falls, he has to fall. We're not gonna be a safety net. We're not gonna catch him. And of course, that's gonna be a fight with you and Ma. I get it. But if you run your house the way you're supposed to, y'all gonna move y'all ass back home and watch him on TV, and he's gonna have to figure out how to get back in the good graces, how to get back and see his little sister play ball. Because that's the way that needs to be handled. We're gonna cut you off until you figure it out, or you don't and you fall flat. And Mr. Charles in the chat, I assure you, my kid is not whooping my ass. I just want to go on record and say that.
I don't know why they try to underestimate people, the older folks. Like, ain't nobody ready for that old school ass whooping. I learned the hard way.
And look, you gotta understand too, kids don't fight their parents the same. Like all of these videos we see on Instagram, my brother actually said it best. My brother is 6'5". I'm only 6 foot. I'm bigger. I'm way bigger than him though. But I forgot, he said something, and my brother just jokingly said it, but he was serious. He said, I don't know, I'm the little brother. I don't think I could ever really beat his ass. And then, his wife kind of looked over like, what do you mean? You bigger than him? He's like, nah. He's like, that's my big brother. For some reason, like, my swing won't be swinging. You see what I'm saying? He's like, there is an internal like, till this day, like I'm talking about, Nigerians are real intense in the way we talk. And I still talk, and I'm the eldest. So it's like a third parent type of thing. I yell at my brother. He's a grown man, and I will get in his face like a coach and yell. That he still does this kind of shit, like, all right, chill. So what he really meant is like there will always be like a hierarchy,
yeah,
a respect type of thing. So he's like, he basically didn't want to use the word fear, but he like, look, I'm scared of my brother a little bit. That's still my big brother. If he swell up on me, I'm gonna pee a little bit.
So this is like that scene from what's that movie, Grown Ups, with Shaq and the dude, and he jumped at Shaq, and Shaq down there jumped through the police car.
Yeah,
is it like that type of situation?
I get it, because that's the same dynamic with me and my dad. My dad, I'm 37. My dad will still be like, yeah, in my face. I'm a grown at with my own kids. And I'll be like, all right, damn, daddy, like, are you disappointed? My bad. Shit. So I get it. I get that 100. Trucker. So if John Morant was your son, what's your next move?
Do the same thing my dad did to me. Put his ass to a glass table. Straight like that. Yeah, my dad is straight old school. Yeah, he put me through I would do the same thing. Put on the, we're gonna have to take that trip like AP said, and we're gonna have to throw them gloves on. And I'm gonna have to treat you like a nigga on the streets. I'm gonna show you what it's really like. Because there's a difference when somebody just, your friend and they just slap box and the crowd can't really do nothing. No, I'm gonna treat you exactly the way you treat these people out here while you acting the fool, being a bully, showing off because your mama calling you up and all this other stuff and bullying. I'm gonna show you what it's really like.
Damn.
And it's gonna be a life changing ass whooping too. But the main thing for the complete all season, yo, he gone. He y'all can't get in contact with him. It's over. No more internet. No more nothing. When basketball season start, that's the only time you're gonna see him. That's the only time you're gonna see him because this social internet stuff that it's not okay for him, man. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. Especially the fact now that I'm kind of looking into all the stuff that Practical was talking about, and there's a lot of stuff that's being covered up that's going on in Memphis that he's doing, and the dad is right there also not doing nothing. So yeah, life changing ass whooping.
I just want to make a quick point.
Yep.
I think one of the major differences from the gentleman here on this panel and what I kind of see from Ja Morant's dad is we would have already garnered the respect of father in our home from our kid. I don't believe that. I think John looks at him more like a homie and not like Pop.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem.
That's exactly.
I agree.
And that's what you look at all the games. That's exactly what.
I have something to say here in regards to these fights that we would have. We bring them out there. Would part of that aggression be the things that we did wrong? Do we see some of ourselves or some of our faults in that anger towards him, or would it just be strictly just dumped on them, right? For
Like,
about what they did and not how we contributed to that,
so that's why I wanted to make
That's
the
strictly
point.
on him.
That's why I wanted to make the point just a moment ago. Is we would have already garnered the respect of being Pop, being dad. So I don't think that any of us could really have our kid behaving the way Ja Morant is currently behaving. I don't think that that would have been addressed a long time ago, and I don't think that would be who he is. So the reason for the ass whooping is because we already know that that's not how he was raised. He's acting out in some way, and we've already had the first conversation because keep in mind, this is technically the third really public incident. So we've already had a conversation with him, right? What else is there left to say? You want to act like you on the street? Me personally, I was from the street. I'm going to show you what it looked like. Right. And it's not going to be in front of cameras. It's not going to be where people can see it. It's going to be where under the guise of like a fishing trip for father and son. And I'm going to beat the damn brakes off of him.
You know what? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rilla. Go ahead.
What's up?
No.
Oh, that was
I was saying, I was saying that, I mean, what would you rather happen? You beat the brakes off of me, giving that life-changing ass whooping, or you getting a phone call in the middle of the night saying, yo, your son he's getting ready to go to prison, or he's already been deleted. Because that's the two options. That's pretty much what
I don't think that's what Kasim's saying though, Trucker, respectfully. I understand what Kasim is saying. If I can I jump in just really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man. You can do it.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So I'm gonna let you gentlemen get back to cooking. But what Kasim is talking about is the generation. So I'm Generation X. I'll be 49 in August, right? What Kasim is talking about is the generation that administered corporal punishment to us excessively, because a lot of times they took out their frustration on us.
Yeah.
It wasn't about, you effed up. It was, you effed up and I effed up. So I'm gonna F you up to take out my frustration. So I understand what you're saying, because I learned that a long time ago. So let me say this. I'm all for beat these kids' ass. I'm all for it. Beat these. Did you hear what I said, bro? Beat these kids' ass. And my stepdad, I said this before on multiple platforms. My stepdad, God bless him, love this man, honor this man, salute this man for what he did and the role that he took, marrying my mama, right? That man is the only man to this day. Him and my grandma, well, my grandma never said this, but he definitely did. When he was about to whoop us, he would tell us, this gonna hurt me more than it hurt
More
you.
than it does you. Yeah.
And he's the only person that administered corporal punishment, and I believe him. Right? When he said that, I believe him, right? So again, beat these kids' ass. Now, Trigger Trig, to your question, if Ja Morant was my son, I think shout out to TAP, man, and shout out to you, Trucker. Yeah, I be seeing y'all motivating in the space, man. Y'all, I'm little like a skittle these days, but y'all do what y'all do, man. Listen, beat these kids' ass. If Ja Morant, you want to thug out? See, people love to point out, oh yeah, he Ja Morant grew up in a 2-parent household. Yeah. So you mean I sacrificed, Trigger? You know this. We sacrifice so much to build for our seeds, to provide, like you build on top of what I left for you, and you finna go out here and act like you really thugging? You Theo Huxtable, Eddie Winslow ass nigga. Now I'm finna beat your ass. You really is Theo Huxtable. See, this is what I tell people when they get to talk about Migos, right? And they think Migos was these gangsters and selling all this dope in Atlanta. What do they tell you? Straight out North Atlanta. There is no North Atlanta. North Atlanta is Gwinnett County. Where Migos is from, Quavo was the star of the football team. This is why I be like, yo, you niggas need to go back and watch CB4. Go back and watch CB4. Who said that? Trucker know what time it is.
I forgot.
Hey, Trucker.
Yeah, CB4.
Trucker.
Yo.
Hey.
Yes.
MC. I'm not talking about the Gusto Charlie Murphy character. MC Gusto, Chris Rock character. What was his real name? Albert. Albert.
Oh man.
You start looking at some of these rappers' bios, and they tell you, because I keep it real. No, a lot of them come from 2-parent household. You're really a nice, well-mannered man, young man.
Your real name's Clarence.
Right.
Yeah.
You can go back to 8 Mile, right? But you want to sit. That's why I'm with TAP on this. Yeah, you want to thug it out after I've provided the opportunity. Now, here's the problem with T. Trigger Trig.
Yeah.
T out here with these hoes too, man.
Oh, I mean,
yes.
Yeah, he with these hoes too.
Yeah.
Now, hey, let me ask you this, Trigger Trig. Hey, let me ask. I hear you, Truck. I'm trying to cut you out because I'm gonna dip off in a second. Trigger Trig, what would have happened if they let Shannon Sharp go? Wait, they didn't hold him back. They didn't.
You see how quick they squashed it though.
Now, hey, Trigger Trig, one more question. I promise you I'm gonna pipe down, bro. I'll stay up here for a second longer, but I'm gonna pipe down. Does not that situation remind you of being in the educational system where the mama come up to the school? Now the son that did wrong. Now here come the sassy ass mama up to the school to tell you about how you don't do that and say that to her back. Did not T. Morant and Shannon Sharp altercation remind you of that?
Sure enough.
Yep.
No, it does. Think about it. Now Shannon's jaw jacking and slacking on the sideline, but he know what it is. It's an athlete. He's an athlete. And he wasn't even going at it with Ja Morant at that time. He was, I forget who he was jaw jacking at. Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
And then here come the fake thug. This is what I'm saying. Gangstalicious. My rhymes too vicious. Eat MCs all day. Delicious. face ass.
I gotta buy that movie. I gotta buy that movie. That'd be the funniest movie.
Go ahead.
So accurate though.
Let me say this for John Moran, bro, because this is like we joking around for real. This is sad, man. This is sad, bro. Like nobody even likes to see it. Forget racism, forget all that stuff people be talking. Like, oh, he's a black man with it. No. Nobody likes to see a fall from grace like this. Dude is 23?
23, yeah.
23 years old. All of this on the line. Like, look, I'm from VA. We watched this happen to Iverson. This is the speed at which this is going. And my father knows Iverson. I've met Iverson on numerous occasions. Okay, I even worked for his mama for a little bit. Even some of the dudes around Iverson try to protect him. You see what I'm saying? Like, will come around you like, hey, what you want? Oh, okay, that's Tony's son. Let him through. Like, you know, but they trying to protect him, right? I don't think that Ja Morant has that going for himself. But that's one
trick. When I was in Atlanta, right? I can't say Mike Vick had something similar. Because when Mike Vick came through, it was a big deal, which is why he allowed himself to get caught up in what he got caught up in, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at, this is who I think about, right? When you think about a Kevin Garnett, okay, look at his situation when he went from and I get it, this is before he got to the NBA, but you never hear smut on Kevin Garnett name after he went through that situation in South Carolina. When he went through that situation and they accused him what they accused him of, he came up here to Chicago and balled out at Farragut. When he got to the league, G, he could have easily, and even if you think about Derrick Rose, Pooh, man, hey, Pooh is a god here in Chicago, bro. Pooh is like Stephon Marbury in Chicago, okay? They would not allow him to get it. You ain't never heard nothing, no smut on these cats' name. So I don't, listen, I'm trying to, I know you said earlier, like, we joking. I am, but I'm so serious with this because, nigga, you worth $231 million almost guaranteed. And you out here wanting to thug and with the top down and show out your, like, off a rap song, G. After you just got spanked, we talking 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Yeah, look, so I know what you're saying. I know you shining the light on T. Morant. Go ahead, my bad,
let's
bro.
be real. They were supposed to suspend him for longer, but the playoffs were around the corner. So
yeah, I believe that too.
They were supposed to suspend him for longer. But let me finish my dialogue about what I would do if this man was my son. So I'm not gonna disagree with y'all fellas, but I'm gonna also say that man, a 23-year-old millionaire, a beating ain't gonna do a damn thing for young blood, man. I think he too far gone. If he is already at this point, beating ain't gonna do nothing for him. But I'm gonna disgrace the hell out of this boy. I'm gonna disgrace him. And the reason why I feel like something like that needs to be implemented into his life is because when you're making certain moves with such impunity, he don't even like. You supposed to be like, chill, put the gun down. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you don't even see him trying to do that. He's just carrying on as if he doesn't care about the consequences. So now, remember I told you, it's not even about you anymore and your behavior. You screwing with my family name. This has real life implications for everybody with our name. Your sister will get heckled because of your behavior. Your mom and I are getting questioned about our parenting skill. I'm going to disgrace the hell out of this boy. You can't always fix the behavior of the child or whom is now a man. But I can not be in favor of it. I can reject it out of my life and the life of everybody you hold dear that I'm in charge of. I'm going to let them know very clearly. Like, look, Ja, you know I don't agree. I'm your dad. I'm here for you. But I'm excommunicating you from everybody you love because this is not the direction we're going. I'm disgracing the hell out of that boy. Your mama ain't available, don't call her. Your sister ain't available, don't call her. Do not call me unless you're ready to give me an honest to God interventional speech about how this shit will never happen again. Until then, you got no family. I'm talking about when I see something like this, this is severe. Some people don't think this is severe. This is pretty severe to me. I'm going scorched earth on that. That's really what I got to say about it.
Trigger Mike, on that aspect, do you not think that he'll just turn his back away from you and then go back to his enablers, go back to his homies? That's gonna hype him up even more, and then he
Yep.
gets even more entrenched in that group.
So
Because that's the only place
unfortunately,
when he leaves your house, that's the only place he got to go.
yes,
That's the only place he got to go where he know his fam, as long as he still got some dollars in his pocket, right?
yeah,
He can't go back to
1,000.
to his
Yep.
dudes broke as hell.
Yep.
As
yeah.
long as he got some dollars in his pocket, he gonna go back to his homies and they gonna bring him in. And you probably ain't gonna never see him again.
Do you know why? Do you know why, Kasim? I'm still gonna do it. You know why I'm gonna do it? Clearly, an NBA suspension, a fine, and your endorsements pausing. They suspended you last time. They taking it this time. We know that. So now all of that wasn't enough, and the threat of that wasn't enough to make you stop. So now you got to do that thing where, with tears in your eyes, you got to close the front door of your house. You know how people do to their 16-year-old when they kicking them out? They'd be like, "What we have done as a group, the community, we've enabled you. We've enabled you.
Hey,
We've
Trigger
already
Trigg.
had the warning.
Trigger
Like,
Trigg.
look, fool him. Hold on. You know how the saying go: fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
You cannot let this go down a third time. I mean, you can't even be involved in it. You can't condone it. You can't be passive about it. He got to get the bare knuckle face punch of life the second time. That's my opinion.
Here's my question, Trigger Trigg. You Yoruba Igbo.
Yoruba.
Okay. Yeah, you gonna beat your child ass. Yeah,
Oh,
you gonna
yeah,
beat his
yeah.
ass. Yeah, you gonna
Most
you gonna
definitely.
yeah,
But-
you gonna skull drag him.
Right. I was like,
And
most
here
definitely.
and right. And then but here's the thing with Ja Morant, man. Life is finna teach him. Adam Silver finna teach him. The
Yep.
people that have to pay for those seats that fills the arena that he plays in. Listen, we watch the games on TV, bro. We watch it, right? You know the complexion of the people that actually pay for those
Mhm.
seats. They do not like what they seeing, bro. It's a bad product.
Mhm.
So T Morant don't get it, and Ja don't get it, and they gonna learn today. Period. Now, again, if he my seed, yeah, we in the backyard. Yeah, actually, we ain't even in the backyard. We in the middle of the street because I want to show all these other little niggas too. To be honest, I want these other little niggas.
I agree.
Yeah, I want these other little niggas on the block too to see what it looked like when the dad beat their son ass. There's a lot of little. Listen, I'm at the crib. A lot of cats here at the crib. They see the mamas doing whatever. But I'm gonna tell you something, and then I'm gonna drop off. Real talk, Trigger Trick.
Yep.
One of my guys that I grew up with. Please give me grace on this because I got to share his story, and I keep telling him he got to get his story out.
Yep.
One of my guys that I grew up on the block with, right? He was Theo Huxtable, 2-parent household, but you know, gangs in Chicago is what it is. And his daddy showed him. You remember what's that movie with Robert De Niro, Colangelo, The Bronx Tale? You remember how much Colangelo despised his dad because he drove the bus, but he wanted to congregate with the gangsters. That's how my homeboy was. He had a dad that was hard working, and he went against all of that. You know what that shit did for him, Trigger Trigg? Landed him 20 years in Illinois prison.
Damn.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Damn.
Landed him 20 years in that motherfucker. Now, I'm proud of him because he got out. He's doing his thing. He got out when we turned 35. So for the last 14 years, man, he been killing the game, doing what he do. But a lot of these shorties, as my grandma would say, a lot of these shorties don't think fat meat greasy. Your ass don't think fat meat greasy, right?
Yep.
Until that shit hit you.
I think it's more to do with like it's a validation thing. It's like
man, fuck that validation. I know what you about to say.
That's a natural
40 million out of my
in the
40 million out of your pocket.
I'm not excusing it. No,
ain't no validation that's worth it.
Based on validation, I can explain what Ja Morant is chasing because we know he's not chasing the money. We know he's not chasing clout and fame. We know he's not chasing women necessarily because them coming with it. The only thing he chasing is some street cred shit.
Yeah.
And that's some cultural shit, bro. We got to grapple with that.
But Famo, that's on our watch. Listen, that shit is on. Listen,
no, 100%.
That shit is on our watch.
Clearly, Ja Morant, he walking around the goddamn games with cups of Hennessy and shit. We see how Ja Morant.
Oh, that part I did.
Well, hold on. Did you also know that Ja Morant do mess with the hoes, including the video of him literally painting the whole strip club floor with thousands of dollars.
Well, that's my point, bro.
No, we saw that in Colorado.
We know Ja Morant is not chasing hoes. He's getting hoes. He's a superstar. Hoes. I see them fangirling over him all day. He's not chasing hoes. He's waving guns constantly for a clear-cut reason, for fucking street cred validation. Because in the black community, amongst black men, a couple of men have already said things like, "Man, I know that street culture shit. I got my street cred." And I show them what it really is. That shit is really, that's why our boys from 2-parent households running the gangs and shit. They can have validation from the household and all that shit. And our culture, we don't like talking about it. It is actually, street cred is a very, very important aspect of black manhood. And it's antithetical to professionalism and all type of, and a lot of the shit that black men generally do. But it is a cultural aspect. We see it every day. That's the only logical thing. Best way analogy I could put in Chicago, really, you be on Ed Anderson's show. He made the best analogy for it. Y'all know the fucking Avengers, the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know how Thanos was collecting all the stones, right? He was trying to get all the stones so he could he could have the ultimate power type shit.
Yeah.
Nigga, think about in the black community, the zeitgeist black man is dealing with is that as a black man to gain respect, you got to collect these stones. All throughout, they all hard to attain. One of them is the money stone. One of them is the clout stone. One of them the swag stone.
Oh shit!
And one of them though is the street cred stone. Most niggas, a lot of niggas, I know some niggas only acquire the street cred stone, but they and they got a level of respect based on going to the county and shit. All they prison stories and shit. They street history. They can go amongst black doctors and shit and try to act like they got some type of understanding of the world based on their acquiring the street cred stone. Ja Morant has acquired 4 of all the stones to be able to snap respect amongst his community into existence. He's chasing the last one, the street cred stone. He got the money, he got the bitches, he got the fame, he got everything else. He's a superstar basketball player. He needs the last stone, but that last stone will fuck his whole life up. That's the irony of being a black man chasing respect in the black community because our culture is fucked up, and it's definitely Ja Morant daddy fault. He don't know how to, and a lot of black men don't know how to handle this shit because we don't account for that street cred stone. You wonder why your son steady listening to NBA YoungBoy and steady on that street shit. He understand the girls like the niggas with the street cred stone. I can have not the education stone or even the money stone. In the black community, the money stone don't get your ass all the respect. The street cred though, get a lot of it. And that's what y'all chasing. So
let me tell you what the real niggas is looking at Ja Morant as. I'm fucking fool. We got a great understanding that it's not a bragging right to be in the street show. Like, yo, we trying to survive and get out this motherfucker. We still got memories. We got memories and even body smells that we can't never get rid of at all. You know what I'm saying? Some people inside here,
now, bro. We know it's romantic. We romanticize that shit now, bro.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
The lowest culture has penetrated all the classes in Black America. You got educated. You got college bitches and college niggas trying to be tough.
Right.
You got Ja Morant trying to be tough. He went to college. You got 2-parent household.
You know the best way of teaching them is when they put them in a real life scenario. That's the only way you can and that's the only way that a dude like Ja Morant And people that sit
No,
here
fuck
and
yeah.
put no, hold on, because ain't none. There's nothing. I mean, I'm just saying, it's either you gonna learn the hard way, or you can listen to somebody and yo, listen. You
No, I
don't
think
want to see the things,
learning the hard way now. He's finna lose all his
Yeah,
endorsements.
right?
he finna lose
So
all that
that's what I'm
shit. Hey,
saying.
hey,
Compromising
Trucker,
himself
yeah.
completely.
Hey, let me tell you what I did for my boys when they came to and I'm gonna drop down after this Trick or Trick. I don't want to monopolize your show. But listen, let me say this and I'm gonna drop down. Hey, Trucker, yeah, when my boys came to visit me, right? And I'm in Chicago, right? And I took them in Hyde Park, which is relatively safe, right? Hyde Park is relatively safe. Hey man, they so country and green bean with it, and they ain't like trying to thug and none of that other stuff. Man, they so country and green bean with it. I had to tell them, I said, stop look, because in Chicago, you can't if you grew up in like an inner city or something like that, you can't even make eye contact with niggas a lot of times.
Oh, I already
Yeah, no,
know.
definitely
You
not.
know
I
what I'm saying?
already know.
You
I'm in
gotta
high
be able
I
to
school.
already
You
do
know,
better
bro.
give that
Yeah,
head
yeah.
nod.
Why he
yeah,
looking at
if
me
you
like
do,
that? It's a
you're
compliment
right.
right there.
Yeah, you got to get a head nod and acknowledge their presence, but like you can't be looking like no, and I'm saying that because they were younger then, but they was looking like food, and I'm having to school them. So I
Right.
wouldn't the what I would subject my son to in terms of real world consequences is I'm finna beat your ass. That's what's finna happen.
I
That's
agree.
the real world consequence. I ain't finna feed you to the wolves because you ain't ready for
Yeah.
that type of pressure. If I took my boys down there on 63rd and Houston, if I had them walking through 63rd and King Drive or Cottage Grove, or if I took them over there on the west side, yeah, it's over for them, right? And I'm gonna tell you real talk right now. All that goofy shit Ja Morant do, even in Memphis, man. Hey, if them Memphis cats really wanted to get at Ja Morant, man, it would be a rizap for him.
But see, look,
Well,
y'all. I don't think
but see,
the,
that's
You
the
know
I
what
don't
though?
difference,
think.
That's a
bro.
good point.
Wait, let
It
me
would
say this and I'm
probably
gonna drop off, family. Theo, listen, because I'm finna drill this on you niggas, man.
No, hold on.
Theo
Before you say that,
Hustable
really though, but
Thugs and
I think you
Eddie
missing the
Winslow
point.
Gangsters. Go ahead.
I think because when your shorties hear you say that, bro, you can't go to 63rd. You will be me. A young boy that makes him say, all right, bet I need to get. I don't. You're not gonna scare him out of the street shit. You basically making it. When we say these things, like man, I used to be on the streets. I know this street shit. I know all the
Right,
street.
right.
We damn near indirectly glorify it to them. We damn near.
No, I
They
understand what
end
you're
up.
saying with
They
that
end
too.
up wanting to go. They don't want to be me on 63rd. So they end up trying to go acquire, go
Oh shit,
link
no,
up
no,
with the
no, no.
BDs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
They
shit,
want to go.
no. Oh
They
hell
want
no.
to learn it. So we got to address that fact that, and it's a product of us. Too many of our communities are actually hoods and some street shit.
Facts.
But
All of
we
it's based around fatherless. No, fatherless.
exactly it is.
Yeah,
It
okay.
is.
So
And
I
even the
agree with you
father's
with
there,
that
like John
because
Morant's father's there, but he's on some
Hell,
hood
I
shit
don't.
himself.
hey,
He
I'm
damn
gonna
near
I'm gonna
street.
I
tell
don't
you.
even. I
nigga.
don't even think it's a lesser fathers. I just think it's a lot of weak ass fathers and weak
Nah,
ass
it's
I
mothers
it's
think
that
it's
it's
got a weak
absent.
ass
It's absent.
foundation.
it's
Nah. It's
cultural.
absent fathers because I'm
It's
gonna say this.
cultural, bro.
And I agree. And I would just say this though, honestly, man. I don't know no shorty that's because I do agree with you in the sense they do like when I was growing up, it wasn't gangs seeking you out. You actually was seeking out gangs, and most times
Exactly, bro.
it was for protection.
Because you
These
wasn't trying to
shorties,
be fooled, like you just said.
yeah.
Your daddy tell you, nigga, you go out there on 63rd, you're gonna be fooled. You think to yourself, nah, I ain't no bitch ass little, I ain't no bitch, so
Well,
I
some
ain't
of
gonna
them,
be fooled.
yeah.
And most of us get acquainted with the streets like
Well,
that. I'm
mine's
from
is from
Chicago too,
Georgia,
bro.
so
I know
mine's
exactly
is
how
from
it go
Georgia. They
down.
wasn't raised there, so they don't know. They country bumpkins.
Right. And
Mine's
on
is
top of
country
that,
bumpkins.
some parents don't even know where the Shark Tank their kids are swimming in, and they get acclimated to this street
That's a
shit.
fact. Yeah,
And
that's a
it's a
fact.
culture thing. You got kids in the suburbs trying to get acclimated to the street shit. Because
Yeah.
this shit
Yeah,
You
is
know what?
literally
and it never
I,
works
I
out.
would say this though, but I would say the streets and the culture is Jod's family. The streets and the culture is his family. And I
Mm.
think one of the ways that he can possibly turn around a lot faster is if the streets and the culture punishes him. Like, yeah, his dad can give him a good old school beat down,
Shit.
but guess what?
Damn.
The street, he gonna walk right back over there to the streets They gonna bandage his wounds. They're gonna give him some stuff, make him feel all good, make him feel better, and welcome him with open arms, right? And he's not gonna change that much. If he happens to go over to the streets after that beatdown, and the streets say, "Nah, fam, we good over here. Go back to where you belong." Then that's when his wake up call is
Wait,
going to
They
be.
never
Kasim,
do
I gotta
that.
push back,
That's-
Kasim.
He the rich one. They never do that to the
No,
rich
no, no,
one.
no, 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 no,
Listen,
no, no, no.
it's-
I
Yeah,
gotta
they
push
do.
back. Wait. I gotta push back a little bit. Just give me grace real quick. Hey, Kasim, yo, R&B is supposed to be about sexy, flexy niggas, right? Chris Brown is a super blood right now. You can't tell Chris Brown he ain't the hardest blood that ever walked the
This is why I
motherfucker.
say
This
culture.
dude slapped the dude that threw his birthday party.
Come on, fam.
And what are all these
Soldier
guys got
Boy.
in common?
Hey, look. Hey, Famo. Soldier Boy. Hey, compassionate and callous. I like that, man. Pause. But I'm saying I like that title, that name.
Appreciate it, bro.
That's dope, bro. Real talk though. Soldier Boy, motherfucker from born in Chicago, so he talks about that, but was in Mississippi. But we know you from, your dances and Super Soak and the glasses and the the hit and the R&B. Hey man, where'd you become this super blood?
Oh, don't forget, he almost got his ass whooped.
I
by
just
Super
explained.
I saw that.
Explained,
Hey, truck and yell. Relax.
Didn't I just explain?
Yeah, but the
black
streets,
community, they're trying to
they still
acquire the
embrace them
street
now.
nigga stone.
No, they
You
don't.
need the
No, they
street nigga
eat off
stone.
of them. No,
Yeah,
no,
they
no, no.
eat
They
off
don't
of him,
embrace
bro.
them. They eat off of these goof ass niggas, man. It's same with John Morant. They finna eat off these goof ass niggas, and when hey, when that 231 million run dry, and your ass sitting back there in the Memphis corner on I-57 with your barbecue. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
right. You're right. It's going.
Right.
We already
Just,
They
you
gone.
just proved my point. Just
You
like
seen
I
this-
said, once the streets turn their back on him, then he gonna go back to his family.
No, but listen, the streets cannot be a rite of
That's the way
passage
that
in the
motherfucker
black
shit work.
community. That's the
That's a
problem.
fact.
Culturally,
That's a
we's
fact.
talking about this shit like the streets is a rite of passage that he gonna go get molded in the cauldron of
Correct.
fire,
Yep.
and then come back out a different hell. That's the problem. It's cultural. We think John Morant's gonna fuck around and play with the streets long enough. He's gonna end up in some shit.
It's not cultural. It's not cultural. It's stupidity.
It's cultural.
Is
bro.
that
Y'all just
Did I say it right?
y'all just named he just named Chris Brown. Chris Brown don't need to be street to get no money.
Passport bro, Mr. Charles supposed to be next. Go ahead, y'all.
All right.
Okay. Can you hear me clear?
And then Mike.
Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
we
hear
hear
you.
you.
Okay. What you got to be careful as fathers with sons is being so physically hard on your child, because you don't want to lose them. Kind of like how I guess since the whole world is at them and everybody beating them up on social media, you don't want to kind of give them that impression like you're kind of against him when you're trying to fight him like a regular random guy on the street. Now I understand discipline is different from abuse, but you don't want to be fighting them like I said, like a random guy on the street.
Yeah.
Now, if I was like I said, if John Morant was my son, we got to go through a whole overhaul. We got to cut your hair. We got to get rid of these tattoos. We got to change your name from John Morant to Jonathan Morant. We're going back to, like I said, we starting from scratch. We doing charity work. We're going to Africa. We're picking some countries where we giving back. We have to change the name, or we have to go day by day to try to change everything, to try to get everything back wholesome. So that's what I would do if I was if John Morant was my son.
Look, bro, you've already lost him at this point. So you talking about you're gonna lose him. You're losing him already to this bullshit. So if something drastic isn't done, if something big isn't done, he will be lost forever to this shit.
I agree. Yeah.
Well,
if you would, like, I understand what you're saying, which is why I think it goes back to prior to these last three incidents. I think where his parents screwed up was well before where he's at now.
Exactly.
But this grown ass man is 23 years old. He gonna take this ass whooping because that's where we are. Like, that is the point we're at currently. So he gonna get this
but
old fashioned street street ass whooping, and just like Trigger
See,
Mike said, if that don't straighten him up, he's gonna be dead to us until he
ain't
turns
that
around anyway.
ain't
but
that
but
kind of
but, but
ironic that you whooping my ass after you raised me to be a fuck up?
Yeah. Good point.
exactly because like I said, it's like you beating his ass is like almost like you trying to cover for the mistakes as you kind of
did.
letting him
Exactly.
become an uncontrollable beast. Now,
So-
what Mike said, what Mike said, hold on, wait 1 second. What Mike said would be with excommunicating him. Trust me, that's gonna hurt him more because if he can't talk to permission to his mom, his sister, his dad,
I agree.
that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt more on the inside because you beating his ass is gonna be done with a surface level wound, and he's 23, he's a millionaire, so he can kind of find somebody to fill your void as a father. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you can't slap him up. You can slap him up once or twice. But as far as like beating him down to the ground and pummeling him like that, I don't think that's really gonna get too far for the most part.
If this is
So
John Morant,
this is my thing.
I prefaced all of that though. Prior to saying any of that is, I don't think any of the men on this panel would have allowed it to get to where it is.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Like
yes.
so,
yes. You're
so
right.
I'm trying. So what I'm trying to do, and it's very difficult, which is why I also said it's difficult to do hypotheticals. I'm trying to put myself, understanding how I've already raised him, put myself now in a situation where he's going against the way I know he was raised. I don't personally think that his dad is all man. I think he's a little bit of bitch. If I'm gonna keep it 100.
Yeah. His parents enabled him to be the monster who he is.
Yeah, no, he's a bad example. Yeah.
So it's difficult to say what is your next move when I don't think that, and I'd say all 8 of us. I don't think that there's any one of us that we would be at this point.
No,
You're
I'd rather
right.
I'd rather have been proactive than reactive.
He's already enculturated at this point. I mean, we already know he's 23 years old. He's got his personality. He's got what, and obviously that's a product of how you raise them. It's the fruit that tree is bared, and his father is obviously the. So obviously going into not trying to hypotheticalize what we would do in that position, but look just as an analysis of what he's doing. He's an African American young man coming from African American culture. He's clearly got some affinity for the streets, which we clearly see is a pattern throughout the Black community and even amongst Black celebrities. Like bro noted, Chris Brown. Chris Brown has no reason to be a blood at all. He can make money. He can make money and be famous and be Chris Brown without being a blood. It's clearly something and we see in every generation. Y'all are older than me. Y'all had niggas crash out when they didn't have to. They could have did something completely different, but for some reason the streets was calling niggas because it's cultural. Not like Killer Mike said. He's Nigerian descent. You first generation.
You keep calling me Killer Mike. You did it on my show,
hey, bro.
Killer Mike.
I don't got that type of money, bro.
Not Killer Mike, bro. Trigger Mike. But Trigger Mike Nigerian. Like a couple of brothers on the panel is of African descent. And they got a certain culture. The street shit ain't necessarily an aspect of what generates masculine respect in their culture. In our culture, we have to admit it is part of our culture. It has always been. We've always had a street element, which at this point has overwhelmed all of the classes, I would argue, within this Black community, the African American community, including the people like John Morant, who come from 2-parent household, went to private schools, college, did everything opposite. He's not a street kid, but he's grown up to be a 23-year-old waving guns constantly. So to explain that's what needs analysis. And I think it's a cultural thing, which we have to exercise out of the culture. We got to admit we have a romanticized process with the street.
I have to disagree with you. The reason why I have to disagree is this, right?
You breaking up, bro.
Yeah, you're working hard, fam.
Breaking up.
Well, let me get a point in why he's figuring out his service. But at least one thing we all know. If John Morant ever hits rock bottom, he's gonna have nobody except family to turn back to. And that's when I guess you'll pretty much will see what everybody, or at least what everybody been trying to tell him all this time.
I don't think so. I think his family. I'm sorry. I think his family is the problem. I think
It's the
they're a
family.
problem
Family
too
is the problem.
because
Family is the problem.
because think about it. I expressed just two scenarios where every single time a mom don't like something, the first person she called is John Morant, and when he
That is
come
a
up
bitch.
there, and when he comes up there, he acts a fool with the rest of the people. I expressed that he came up to a high school, that his sister was playing volleyball at the time, right? Circled a young little individual girl, took the phone, you know what I'm saying? All of them, bullying
Yeah,
the
yeah,
chick,
I heard you said it.
and broke her phone, right?
Yeah,
Right.
no, T.
So
Morant is
that's
a street nigga. T. Morant is his dad, and he didn't go to college and shit.
now T
He did.
Morant
He
is
did.
first off.
He went to
T
Claflin.
Morant is just a weak dude. I don't
He
listen.
played ball.
There
at
is no
Claflin.
excuse for it.
Did he graduate?
I have
There's
no
no
idea,
excuse
but he
for it.
played ball.
No, he
Right.
left. No,
He
he
well,
left.
he
He
played
left
ball or whatever,
college.
but
He left college and went straight to barber school because his what would have been his baby mama is his wife, but was pregnant with Ja, and he needed to make money. And
Yeah, so
that's what it
he
came
come from
down
humble
to.
he come from humble beginnings. Ja probably look up to his father and grew up like y'all saying Clarence and all that shit, and that shit get to him, and he want his street cred stone. That's what it come down to it. Niggas don't
No,
want to sit around being called Clarence.
that
Niggas,
street, that shit is so true. That street
Yeah,
cred
man.
stone has claimed more lives
what?
and destroyed more futures. No,
I,
that
I,
street cred. Listen. I'm gonna say it. That street cred stone, or trying to acquire it, is literally responsible for most people's first charge.
No bullshit, bro.
You want it so
Yeah, real
bad
talk.
that you don't even understand. You don't even have situational awareness. And the worst part about it is that when you said that, it took me back to. This is why you got to understand God is real, bro. This is how you got to understand it. I don't know how I have no felonies. Some of the dudes I used to hang around. I told you I grew up around the hood. Mike Leak know where I'm from. All the people around me was hood dudes. So they would literally they'd take you to the trouble or bring the trouble to you.
Yep.
And there's
Yep.
no
Yeah.
way.
Yep.
Look, let me tell you, I knew I was getting charged, bro. Only one in my crew with a car. Right? Hey, what you doing?
Oh,
They
snap.
set me up. They was like, bro, you trying to go ball? Damn, where was this? You trying to go ball out Churchland? No, we was gonna go jump a dude. I had no freaking clue.
Right. You the
Bloody
getaway
them.
driver.
Bloody them on the court. And look, I didn't even get off scot-free because boys trying to jump on your homeboy, then you gotta fight the dude trying to jump on your
Right.
homeboy. Bloody them. And then all of a sudden you see people just looking as they get away in my red ass Mitsubishi Eclipse. Like they can't identify that goddamn car.
first off, you already exposed yourself.
No, the
You in a
street cred stone
Mitsubishi
is real,
Eclipse.
bro.
So you
Yeah,
already
man. Come on, man. You definitely need Chevy, Mike.
Dog, I was sitting in a room like, the cops gonna come for me. They're not gonna. I can't snitch my homeboys out.
So when you like so Trigger, when you ask the question, why would somebody in Ja Morant's position do something like this? You can explain it. He's trying to acquire respect from his community, and then you ask, okay, what type of community is this that actually requires a man to have a level of street credit and street experience to really be regarded as a full-fledged, respectable man through and through at all rankings of the Black community? That's the issue, and we got to ask ourselves as a community, goddamn. So are we actually? Is it a rite of passage? Do our boys perceive it as a rite of passage to get on to acquire street knowledge?
Of course they do. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna get Mike in here. You know what it's actually a part of? Do you know what it's a part of? It is a part of the culture of anti-intellectualism in the Black community. Because you'll get joked on for reading on the bus. You know that. You'll get joked on for doing your homework. As a Black dude, that you'll get joked on.
But
So
if you shoot somebody at the basketball game, you will be the most
So if
respected
you
nigga
know,
on campus.
it is human nature to want to be accepted by your peers. These are your peers. So you're
Maslow
going to look
hierarchy of
for
needs.
you're going to look for the quickest way to get accepted by this group of peers. And then there's the people that want acceptance, and then there's the people who actually want to be left alone.
Yes.
So either way, it all goes bad. I have to do something wrong to get people to get off my case. There are literally people who went and slapped and did something aggressive just so everybody could give them that, he slapped you. Just so you wouldn't be the person that got slapped.
It's a validation sink. Black males in the black community, there's a validation deficit because there's a validation sink because we don't have enough masculine authority putting together frameworks that would build real rite of passages and real confidence building, real validation for young Black boys. So they're thirsty for it. They're doing everything they can for it. They can come from all type of privilege, but they still they want some validation. Like you said, it's a natural thing. Every boy in every community does it, of every race. Black people don't really have a framework for Black males and Black boys. So the Black boys join gangs. They do natural shit to get validation. And this shit, but it's out of control at this point because it's not really moderated by Black men, the grown Black men. It's a bunch of single mamas raising a bunch of young boys that don't have enough validation, and they running and trying to get validation anywhere they can. And they running in the streets.
You beat me to my next question because I was going to ask you, does that go back to parenting then?
It does 100%.
That validation, seeking the validation outside of what was instilled in you. Does that go back to the way you were parented?
And I think 70+% of Black households are headed by Black women. That's a problem because the Black boys don't grow up in enough masculine frameworks to build the confidence and the validation at home, so they wouldn't have to run in the streets and do that.
It's so natural too. It's so natural. You have no man to look up to, therefore you go find and validate. It's like the simplest.
And
1 + 1 = 2 situation I've ever seen.
And even if a man is in the house, even if a man is in the house, case in point, like Ja's situation, if his wife is running it, then he doesn't have any real sense of masculinity because he sees his dad getting ran.
That is
that is
right. Let's get Mike Lincoln there. What's going on, Mike? What are your thoughts on that?
Man, I just been sitting here listening to everybody. Some of the thoughts that all y'all have had. I've had some of those thoughts. Just like, well, if he was my son, should I put my hands on him? And then I started to think about, when Ja first kind of like came on the scene and, he was going through this. And then when he started behaving the way he was behaving after he got drafted, as far as what he's been getting, I always think, one, I don't think this behavior just evolved. I'm wondering when he was in college, how was he behaving when he was in college? Of course, he was at a school where the spotlight won't necessarily on him, but when it came draft, he started stepping up, and the cameras was on him. I'm always wondering, at what point or how long has this particular type of behavior, as far as whatever he's been doing, and I think about like in high school, right? Usually a lot of the guys that were talented that I played with, that started, they were in the street, they were acting up, but due to their talent, it afforded them to get a scholarship or to start or be popular and stuff like that. And I think about like Ja, I feel like because of his talent, he was lucky enough to where it allowed him to, get into college. And then I'm like, well, did they cover up or coddle his behavior in college too? Just because of he was the best player on the team. So now when we get to the NBA, it's like, I'm wondering, why is this agent, if he has this PR team, or if the, Grizzly has this PR team, why are they being so passive about some form of discipline with him? Because it's like, if he not playing, then it's possibly like, well, he's the one that's filling the seats. He's the one that's coming.
He's a franchise player,
the one that's bringing the money to, to the whole franchise. So I'm like, is it from a business perspective? I'm like, if I'm his dad, I'm trying to figure out, I'm going to the agent, if I got to get on a press conference for them to interview me, my goal is how can I hit my son's pockets in a way where he doesn't tank, but it's to a point where he really got to be like, I'm about to lose everything, because it's like, we see how his dad act. We see how he on the sideline. He act like he grew up with his son. Like
exactly.
Like his father literally acts like a young 20-year-old. I mean, at least that's how it appears. And my whole thing is, because I'm a media guy, so I'm trying to take it to the point where how can I, from a PR perspective,
they can't spin it
where it's going to be like,
get rid of the trans.
Oh,
they can't spin it, bro. They
Get
can't
rid-
spin it.
hold on,
Every
get-
time he's got
get
caught,
rid of-
it's been on his personal time on social media. And no matter how many PR meetings we have, and this is real life, you can have agents, fathers, bodyguards, everything. But if you hop on your own phone, or your best friend that hops on his phone, and y'all got waving guns, and he posted, you just not ain't no PR specialist gonna be able to do nothing about it.
I'm not trying to spin it. Hold on, I'm not trying to spin it where we're trying to make him look positive. That's not what I'm saying. I'm going to the companies and saying, if y'all don't pull the trigger, he gonna keep acting like this.
So you basically saying you're gonna go to Nike and tell them to pull your son's contract?
They already cutting them off. They already cut them off though.
They already cut him. Gatorade cut him off too.
I think John
we gotta put some barriers in place.
John Morant,
I ain't saying
John Morant,
but we gonna need to do something.
Ain't nothing you can do. John Morant probably been suffering from this shit since he was in private school. It came out on this panel a couple times. We have a clear contempt, and we make a little jokes and shit about young black boys who ain't from the streets. We say, nigga, you ain't cut from that. You ain't ready for that. You ain't like when John Morant started waving the gun the first time, I saw unlimited little social media shit poking at him, saying, nigga, you was private school. You ain't born in the hood. You ain't really a gangbanger. That's not having the effect of making him not want to be a gangbanger. That's like basically calling him a bitch. Mm-hmm. And what he's doing, while he's doing it a second time, he's trying to prove he's not a bitch.
Yeah,
he's trying to prove I went to middle Catholic school, I went to private school, I went to college, I got a daddy, and niggas was making fun of him having a daddy, bro. This is where we're at. Niggas was really
that's the black community.
Having a daddy.
Make my head hurt,
that's the black community, man.
Exactly. That's why I keep going back to culture. It's not about what is that like.
What solution do you have? What's your
my solution is
you got to reinvent himself.
Not fuck himself. If I had control over anything, I mean, all this is hypothetical. I would yoke his daddy up. This all come from his daddy. His daddy hasn't filled these voids. His daddy has obviously done what most black fathers do, especially the ones that come from the streets. They tell their sons, nigga, you ain't finna be in the streets. I know all about it. They low-key glorifying it while they come low-key thinking they telling their son they not finna be in it. And they telling them you're not put out for it. I was born, nigga, I was starving. Nigga, you got all this shit. Look at you. And the son is like, okay, my rite of passage is to prove my father I can survive on 63rd in Chicago. So I'm finna listen to drill shit. That's what it's a cultural thing. So I would yoke up, fuck yoking up John Morant. He ain't gonna be able to do nothing. Black men gonna have to at some point draw a line in the sand. We're gonna have to establish because we don't control our community. That's the fact. That's the reality.
But that's being proactive.
That's our problem.
That's being proactive.
Hold on. Okay. I got to push back, man, because
push back for what exactly?
On the whole
yo, Mike.
Because your father's working out hard, man.
Hey, go out.
What's a left, yeah? What's a you? What's a you?
No,
you sound like an alien.
The reality is black men don't.
Father, what does that look like?
It looks like black men taking control of the black community because we don't.
You know what that I've pondered on that for a minute. Do you know what that actually? You know what that actually looks like though?
It look like
Callus. You know what that looks like?
What's up?
I realized that when black men want to take control of the black community, they simply just take control of their household. because that's really all we are entitled. Like that's really all we can
That's where it
do.
starts. That's
Because
where it starts.
every dude, listen, every dude, the same way I say, y'all heard me say on this program, every man that has tried to please his wife or make his wife happy has failed.
Yeah.
Every man who has tried to save the community has failed.
Absolutely.
Because what you realize is that each man is responsible for the care of his own household. That then creates a family, which then creates a community.
So Trigger, when I say black men need to take back to community, I'm not saying that just in a vague. I'm saying in the sense of amongst black men, we need to codify some standards and standard operating procedures and agreements.
So my ultimate point was that there are two types of black people now.
Mm-hmm.
There are black people and there are niggas.
Mm-hmm.
The black people
facts.
No, Trigger. No, let me rephrase it. It's a black male community, and then there's a single mama community,
and they're niggas. They're all
that community and a single mama community. You pick, so we need to start picking sides. John Morant looking like he on the Ty Morant look like he on this single mama side of the community where niggas don't have no structure or order.
Yeah,
his daddy walking around on the sidelines with Hennessy. I'm telling you,
now what I
that
will
shit
say
is unacceptable.
Now what I will say, if the two types of black people were an economy of sorts, the niggas got more market share than we do on the
oh man,
how people perceive black people to be. They have way too much market.
But the reality
is, and because of because
in the middle class though, so it's not, they don't have. I mean, middle class black men are the actual majority amongst the males.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. Perceptually, optics wise, our branding is terrible. Like NBA, we got a bunch of street cats as our on the forefront. That's why I said culturally, black men
meeting with Joe Biden.
Right. Amongst black men, we're gonna have
don't bring him up, man.
We're gonna have to take control of our cultural dynamics. And John Morant is just a symptom of us not taking control of that.
I need more. I really want to hear more detail about like what does it look like to yoke up his father? Like what does that look like? Like
being
proactive. You gotta be proactive.
Get in on it. Here's what I think about here's what I think about it. So I think Callis is touching on a true point right here. T. Morant is looking at all he's glorified of being because his son got into the NBA. So now you're a dad. You're like up there with the LeVar Ball. Good job, sir. You stayed on him. But all we're looking at with T. Morant is one type of discipline. You made sure you had a son that was disciplined enough to become a pro ball player, but did not discipline him enough in the ways that matter for him to stay a pro ball player. So now what he needs to feel, the same way he got the admiration from getting his son to the NBA, he needs to feel the complete hellfire from everybody to say, you're a bad freaking father in all the ways that matter. So I feel like, some dads, like even I usually say this about women, but I can see it with some men too. Nobody wants to be undesirable in a way. Nobody wants to be the black sheep. You tell me I'm a bad father. That's literally my only insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
It's my only. I don't have personal insecurity. I'm married. I'm not out here trying to fuck a bunch of hoes. I don't have personal insecurity. Call me a bad father. I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose it. Right. So we gotta let them know that. We gotta let them feel that type of heat.
I agree.
Oh, we can't.
And do you feel from him feeling that type of heat, he would try to go forward and make some correction and talking to his son because he's now getting the negative backlash?
Not only would he talk to his son, what he has to do, because clearly what you can see with the dad, like go back and look at the videos. I used to think he was just a supportive dad. Supportive dads don't need to sit courtside every game. He's trying to live the life he never had because he was supposed to go to the league himself.
Exactly.
So you can easily see he's enabling his son's behavior.
He's living vicariously through his son, like literally. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but majority of the discipline that T. Morant should have did, he had to be proactive on John Morant along the way. Now he's trying to be reactive, but John Morant's already himself. John Morant's fully himself now, so it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work compared to him being proactive in starting early compared to starting now.
In the black male community, I'll say we would have to. One thing I'll say, one of the rules is we will hold children accountable. We will hold fathers accountable for the actions of their children. And Ja Morant is 23. He's only 23. He's quite young, and he had his father his whole life. So if black men had a community of control over it, we would directly hold T. Morant responsible for his son steady fumbling the bag like this publicly and fucking up the family name. We should hold him and shame him, and indirectly he would have to get Ja in order.
It wouldn't even, if we were doing it correctly, we wouldn't even need to shame him because nobody wants to be the black sheep. Nobody wants to have the child that's always screwing up. Like, you know, it goes without saying.
Would y'all have enough discipline and enough respect for his father to even listen to him?
I think he would.
Right?
I think
first of all, the question is his father even instilling the right path and the right direction and obedience to the MBPA rules?
Clearly
is he even doing it? Like, is this father even invested in and living like you got some class as a black man and a black athlete? We don't even know that. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think his father really gives a damn. I mean, think about it, man.
I was going to say that.
If you look at how his father behaved himself whenever he had to face up against Shannon Sharp, that's an embarrassment. Me as an athlete, a professional athlete, that's an embarrassment to me. But the dynamics of the relationship in the household suggest that maybe his father is affiliated in the foolery. I mean, for a father to be in your life, we're talking about a father in the household raising you. If the father is in the household raising him correctly, that suggests that his behavior would replicate that. You get what I'm saying?
Precisely.
His behavior is replicating what his father instilled into him. The behaviors his father pushed on him. So we can't sit here and say that he's deviating. I've never seen a kid deviate from his father that raised him in a household like that. His father hasn't had something to do with his behavior. Yep. And when I saw with him and Shannon Sharp, it seemed like his father was in the streets too.
Exactly.
So what can you expect? And we can't keep putting this blame on black community like the black community had Usher, Ja Morant, his father, or his success into the world.
That's what I'm talking about. It's not a black community. It's not a black culture.
We don't have a
community though.
We don't have a black community on that type of level where we can take accountability for the behaviors of how people are today. We don't have a society. We don't have a structure. We can't really point to a black community and say, okay, this is how we're supposed to operate. You know, these are the guidelines. These are the pillars that we created on how we should move and behave. We don't have that right now. So how can we sit here and expect a Ja Morant to have some type of decency to represent our culture when we don't even push a standard out? You know what I'm saying? We don't have a standard to go look at and say this is how we should
I agree with you, Bruiser, which is why I said initially, we need to codify a standard, and that needed to be done by the men. But it's hard to do when our women are in the way, because they are in the way. They've been in the way for a long time.
How are they in the way?
No, I think if we all band together,
they're in the way.
Right? I think if all the men band together first, and we're all on the same wavelength, we all have the same value system, we all have the same way of working, and we get that solidified first, and then we move forward as a front together, I think it's going to be hard for those women to try to pierce through that.
Okay, well, pushback. If we did band together, we would run into immediately policy issues. Policy is not in black men's corner.
And what policies are those?
Family court policies, education policy. We have a lot of policies that that do not benefit us at all. We have even the ones directed towards the black community now are largely benefiting the women, and they're led and spearheaded by a lot of times women at the academic level, at the political level. So we would run into policy issues, even if we all banded together like the Avengers
and change our behavior. I don't think so. I think some of these policies, why they're enacting, is mainly some of our behavior. Some of them knuckleheads out there, the way that they behave and the way they enact happened to some of those. So, like I said, if we all
policy was against black men in the 60s when black people were married at a higher rate than white people. So policy has always been an issue. So it's not our behavior that causes the policy that's not in the best interest of black men.
So
and
what
boys.
is it safe to say that the lack of knowledge and awareness of the laws and policies has a strong is a strong benefactor, strong common denominator?
Apparently black men have very little knowledge of policy. Black men. Black women have a
Who's
knowledge
responsible
of
for the knowledge, our knowledge? Who's responsible for me and you going out here to marry and deal with these women? Who's responsible for us to know the law and be aware of the policies before we get ourselves into
hypothetically
situations?
families would rear children that would be knowledgeable and become educated to know that. And we don't have, obviously we can't start from today and then start asking questions.
So basically what you're saying, that a 21-year-old, 22, 23-year-old man is his parents is just responsible for him to learn the law.
If a 22-year-old man like Ja Morant doesn't know, because nothing he's doing is illegal in Ja Morant's case. He's waving guns around. But if he doesn't have sense enough to know that that's not good for his image, that is his parents' fault.
Is he
okay? So, but how long can we carry the blame as a young man? How long can a young man carry the blame and point the finger at his parents before he actually wakes up and read to show himself approved to learn?
100%. So a man should self-actualize, and he can't point fingers forever.
The sad thing about it is we've reached a point in society in technology and evolution and the things that we have resources for learning. We had an all-time high on being educated, and it seemed like we know less than our fathers and our grandfathers knew before, when they had to actually go to the library to read up on stuff.
It's correlated.
We have things instantly in front of our face, and we're still oblivious to how the laws are and the policies.
Bruiser, I have something. Bruiser, if you finish, I have something to add. Go ahead, Bruiser. When you finish, I have something to add.
No, go ahead, man. I don't want to. I never want to keep it like I'm long-winded and trying to lecture. I'm in for all the input and interruptions. Go ahead.
Let me put it this way, right? When we were little kids growing up in Nigeria, which I know a lot of families here have done, we were taught by our dad about rules and regulation, laws of the land. But we were also taught morals. Morals are not written. Morals is something that is transferred from a father to a son. They taught us that. There are things that I couldn't do as a child. I couldn't go into somebody's store and steal, even when I'm hungry. You know why? Because my dad taught me that is immoral, and there are consequences for those actions. And I yield to that. That guided me from the age of who knows to my age today, that there are things I shouldn't do. When I was his age, I didn't do those things. I came to the United States when I was 22, alone, nobody, no family, no friends. Within a year of that, I was homeless. I was homeless for 2 weeks. Did I walk into a store and steal? No, I didn't. Because you know what? I know it was immoral. I went to Chipotle and then I asked them that I only had $7. Can they give me food? They said, well, the $7 is not enough for food. I walked out. But did I steal from somewhere? No, because I knew it was immoral. His age, he's supposed to be held responsible. His dad has to be accused for bad parenting, but he has to suffer the consequence of that.
You made a good point. Basically, what you're saying is that men have to be initiated to mature, that maturity doesn't come naturally to men. Throughout all our stages in life, we're being told what to do, what not to do. If we aren't told anything of like that, and we just had our own rudders, we would naturally mature. So you're right.
But most African American boys are not being raised by fathers.
So hold on.
Can see how that is incompatible, right?
I just want to jump in here real quick. I'm truthfully sick and tired of hearing men complain about women and blame shit on women. At the end of the day, it is up to us and our own decision and our decision making if we want things to move in a positive way in the way we want them to go.
That's not real life, bro.
That is real life. And I know it's real. Wait, hold on. No. Can I finish?
Finish up, baby. Yep.
Shit, I kind of lost my train of thought. But over and over again, we see
this is what you were saying. You said. No, I'm trying to refresh his memory. You said that we shouldn't be blaming women for the shit that we do. That is, yeah.
Right.
Personal
Thank you.
responsibility.
So either we are leaders or we are not.
We're not the leaders of the black community. We don't have any authority in the black
No.
community.
He's not saying community. He's saying you're the leader for your own
If you
decision
let him speak, he's not going to lose his thoughts.
Yeah. Finish up. Go ahead, AP.
I lead my own decisions. I make my own decisions. I choose. It is completely up to me on if I decide to poke down some random chick without a condom and make her a baby mama, or if I decide that I'm going to properly vet her as best I can, get my family to vet her as best they can, get her family to vet me as best they can, so that when we say I do,
right,
and then we make a child, that is solely on me. That is not on anyone else. And that is the way it is supposed to work. That is the way it's supposed to work. As long as we continue to blame women.
Respectfully, bro. Trigger, can I say this real quick? Real quick. Respectfully, bro. That's an oversimplification. No one is just a leader in a vacuum of their self. You are informed by your culture. So stop. We can't preach this out for our way through with this hyper individualistic. No, you're not. You're informed by your culture, and you make all those decisions you mapped out, who you date, how you vet them by your culture. So let's not play like everybody's an individual and they all need to strap up their boots and make this shit up on their own.
What is that? What was that black culture before 1975? What was the black culture before 1975?
It was family.
Because
it was family.
It was family. It was family. The product of it was all the civil rights legislation and all the revolutionary shit we did. So we saw what was the product.
I keep disagreeing with you. Real quick before you go in, Ethan. Appreciate what you just said, AP. Basically, what you just exposed here. That black men are the only ones that can't adapt to the times and technology and society and know how to move and navigate. Women done figured it out. They done came together and figure out how to elevate themselves and to a higher level.
How they do that, Bruce?
What you know? Hold on, real quick. Let me just finish this point. Men are still down here trying to figure out how to make things the way they was 20, 30 years ago.
Not at all, man.
And this man just simply told you the key to how to navigate through here.
Hold on, y'all.
By taking responsibility for your own decisions as a man. There's a reason why a man is able to go out here and make discernment. We have the ability as males to make discernment without the covering of another man. A woman don't have that. We do. We can do it.
Well, you're just repeating the oversimplification.
Let me say,
you can call it whatever you want it, but at the same time, you're whenever, like AP said, the decisions you make, you're gonna be responsible for it. When you make the fucked up decision, you're gonna have to serve the time for it. When you make a good decision, you're gonna be praised for it. It's all gonna be on you at the end of the day.
Let me say this.
When a woman makes a decision, she has safety nets and all these things in life. We don't have those things, so we got to operate a little bit differently.
Yeah, I'm not sold because remember I told you there are two black communities in general, okay? And when it comes to the black men that are doing what they're supposed to do, not only are we doing just fine. So it not only is it an oversimplification, it's really offensive to the black men that are doing what they're supposed to do.
Exactly.
They are the best fathers in America. We are rather the best fathers in America, the most involved, everything. So we got to understand who we're talking about and generalize it appropriately because you have to separate it. Now, when we say black men need to get up, pull ourselves by the bootstrap, all of this, you're talking about a gynocracy. We have the women not only have to be blamed, they can't be blamed on our side. You can't blame my wife, can't blame Bruce's wife because they under our covering. That's when you come for us. If this shit gets fucked up on our watch, you come for us. These women are making decisions outside of the influence of any man. In fact, they made sure the man was not there when they made the decision. This is why it's kind of weird when people say, oh, well, men need to step up. Step up where? Step up and go knock on a door where you're not invited to see your own children. You going to jail. Step up where? You see what I'm saying? Like,
I can explain that. Step up.
We're
and I just had
2 or 3 generations deep of them pushing men out so they can make sole decisions for themselves.
See, here's where y'all missing it. Children don't.
Like, men have nothing to do with that. Over here, we straight.
But we straight over here. The children, even outside of marriage, and particularly outside of marriage, these kids don't happen first. I mean, these kids happen first before all of this complaining. And the thing about it is sexual discipline. Black men are not sexual. We're being dominant right now. Today's society, men are being submissive to women as far as sex.
But Bruiser, hold on.
We don't require anything. We don't require them to be a wife. We don't require them to help us build wealth. We don't require none of these things. If you take 100 men, if you take 100 women and you put them in a room and you take all of their clothes off, and then you take 100 men and say, "Hey, look, young man, 50% of these women ain't shit worth shit. 20% of them is scammers, and 30% of them is probably gonna just use you, abuse you, and walk out of it. But you can go in there and have sex. I guess how many of those 100 men are gonna walk in that room and have sex?
99. All of them.
Because that's nature, Bruiser. So
it ain't got nothing to listen. It doesn't matter. But see, the thing is, when you say whenever you pull, hold on real quick. When you pull the nature card, you're demoting our species down to the same level as animals who can't make a decision on whether they want to listen. So who can't make a decision or the determination whether they want to stay within their nature. Or we're the only species on the world that can deviate from our nature and say, hey, look, that's not gonna go in for the best health. A lion can't decide that he want to fucking fast. Or can't eat. We can do that.
Let's not go off the rails. Let's not go off the rails.
But I'm just saying. You implanted nature into my conversation, into the conversation. So I had to.
You stated a false premise. You going off on the rails on a false premise. You basically making the premise that men are responsible for reproduction. Men are not responsible for reproduction in any society. Only in the Black community you notice you don't really hear that discussion anywhere else. That men are actually the reason why women are being pregnant. And the animal, and by nature, Briffel's law states that the female of every species is in charge of reproduction. She makes or breaks whether or not she will be becoming pregnant and the next generation will be born. It's never the male. So why are we speaking?
So you're saying that a male don't have anything to do with reproduction? I'm just trying.
What we're saying, no,
he didn't say that.
It's a very hard thing. because we keep doing this.
How many women can get pregnant if a man says, "Hey, look, I don't want to have sex"?
That's what he said. I had it very clear. That's what he said.
Like
he said that
we're the only group of men that do this on Earth. This is why.
Exactly.
So remember, it's actually a natural law of reproduction. It's stupidity for men to try to overcorrect men into chastity. Here's why. Every man on this panel, just like you said, that 100 girl group. Exactly. All of us are generals. We take all of our sons to an island. 10 of our sons and say, these are 10 women. You're going to be good to them. You're going to work. You're going to build homes for them. It only takes one to fuck it up. Only one. You got to have 100% success rate, perfection. Only one to impregnate all 10 of those girls. And the whole thing is fucked. So every time society has tried that, we be like, damn, they don't even have control. These boys don't control birth. So let's go to the girls and say, you're worth more. Don't let anybody into your box unless you get commitment first. Your self-worth is everything. Everything you actually want, because you're not tricking them. You're giving them advice. What do women want from men? Commitment, marriage, to be taken care of, and that he will take care of the children she has with him for the entirety of his life. Every single woman wants the same thing. So we go to them telling them how to do it.
Every society is organized that way because of
every society except Black men.
Only Black America makes this weird flip-flop that men are in charge, and that when women are pregnant, everybody says, damn, why you get her pregnant, bro? Like no other society does that. Hence I
don't think that's correct. No. It's not in the Black community.
Don't do that in Nigeria, bro.
In Nigeria we do. No, in Nigeria we do that. What you just said right now, we do it in Nigeria, but in America,
don't hold the women accountable for getting pregnant in Nigeria. Y'all don't hold the women.
We do hold them accountable for open.
How can you hold a woman accountable that don't even practice accountability?
She's a human being, bro. She's not a child.
But in America,
how do you hold a woman accountable who don't practice accountability?
Hold on, Bruiser. Because we don't ever want to make it sound like there's no accountability for them. Of course, men always have the ultimate accountability. But the issue, ultimate. But the issue is that if we're going to use, let me use the word sin because I can't. Oh, let's just say wrongdoing. The wrongdoing for a man stops after the sex is being committed. Then, so he's done at that point.
That's right.
He has no say so after anything. After
especially
that,
in the
then the birth of the child is unilaterally one person's decision. and
I don't disagree
thing
with
to
any of
make.
that
So
far.
you say, okay, who has the actual access to make this shit happen? The woman.
At a policy level.
This is one thing we're trying to teach girls in general. You have more at stake than a man does. Your body. Can women die giving birth?
Yeah.
Have y'all ever seen a man die in a delivery room from a woman giving birth? You have not. So when we look at this logically as who has more at stake, who, even if she don't want the baby, who's likely to get custody and vitriol from the entire community?
Trigger,
The
not just what she
woman.
has, not what she just has at stake, but what she has policy and authority. We know this. They have authority over reproduction legally in America.
Yes.
So with authority comes responsibility.
Absolutely.
You cannot have the authority over reproduction legally, not just socially, but legally, and then men are responsible for them. That can't be. That doesn't exist. That's not logical.
And here's let me just say this part, AP, because we always do this false thing as if we need to control all men. Remember, the men are the virgins, the women aren't. So women are choosing the same dudes to do this with. Most men under the age of 35 do not even have children at all. But somehow women have twice, in Black community, the women have twice as many by that age.
Are these women forcing
same irresponsible dick?
Are these women forcing that 20% or that small percentage of men? Are these women forcing those men to have sex without protection?
What I'm saying is,
how are you looking at
we
the minority?
We can't legislate, correct?
Hey, I didn't look at the minority. He brought the minority in here. I didn't bring that stat into it.
But your observation is asking a question.
That wasn't my observation. I just asked a question based off what he was saying.
We need to police the 20% that all the women want.
I didn't ask, did he need to police him? I was just asking him a simple question. The men that's actually impregnating women today, are women forcing them? Are women?
You're still on the false premise of saying
I'm just asking a simple question.
You know what? I'm gonna actually
are women forcing these men to take their rubbers off?
I'm gonna actually answer that and say yes.
How can a woman force a man, a dominant?
The women. So I will say a good amount of women. So this is actually important to note because this is something we accept a lot of the time as men, and none of it. Remember, the wrongdoing is wrongdoing, no matter who's at fault. But we behave like every unprotected sexual encounter is the man's fault, when I can guarantee you 50% of all unprotected sexual encounters were initiated by the woman.
Hey, look, for the record, let me just say this. The reason why I haven't brought up women so much or pointed the finger at women, because I respect the fact that there's not a woman here on this panel to defend herself. And what I try to do is I try to establish a base of understanding between the men who are here to be able to see if we can find a solution between each other. Because
we're men.
Because we don't have women out of respect for women. We don't have women out here to answer for themselves. But I can answer for me. And it's never been a case. I'm 37 years, about to be 37. There's never been a case where a woman said, you got to take that condom off and not bend to her will. There's no way. Even if I bend to her will and her request, I still have the decision to take my condom off.
I love this conversation because one of the things we try to do in the civilized world is we forget that we're animals first. All right.
Yep.
So, I'm making a point here. Do y'all realize condoms aren't natural? They're not natural at all. And the funniest thing about this is why people actually try to outlaw sex is they're not really worried about the sex between individuals. They understand the animalistic nature of sex. Women release oxytocin when you're having sex with them. This is where they're going to coerce you or proposition you to take the condom off. Women don't understand that they're chemically compromised when they're having sex with a dude that they really like. And the reason they're doing that is in order to have dominion over you that other women don't have. They want you to take it all, so they chemically want to have your baby.
It's a mating strategy.
So the animalistic nature of what is going on is what is happening. We're trying to legislate and correct natural behavior. This is why some parents say don't engage in the sex at all. And a man who's 15 minutes deep stroking and she's like, take that shit off. I want to feel it all. Literally 97% of men gonna be like, well,
he's gonna do it. He's gonna go.
It's a stupid idea.
Natural.
And it's a stupid idea to try to, like you said, police men, discourage men from sex.
So we give man a pass off of making a decision that could dismantle his entire life.
Because of nature.
No, we're not
We
giving
would
them.
I'm
men a
telling
pass.
you, we live in a
No.
society today where it doesn't honor that. It doesn't. It doesn't benefit you to opt out or cop out to it. Oh, my natural instinct.
Of course.
You can't use it anymore
In
today. I'm
this
sorry, it
society,
doesn't
you
work
have to
today.
practice chat. I would agree. In this extreme community, in this case, you do. I would suggest most men be very cautious dealing with women because the policy and the society and the social environment is not conducive to men. So of course, I agree with you there. But what we're talking about to solve for that is not to try to socially shame men. Really, and like really, this is a dead issue because only like 20% of the men are having sex with the
That's
women.
why I keep saying
There's all, and that's in
men are
every
the
society.
virgins.
Men are always a minority of men always have most sexual access than the majority of men. That's in every society.
Hold on. But just because only a smaller percentage are participating in intercourse, it doesn't suggest that the other 80 or 90% aren't thinking the same whenever they actually get access to the vagina.
Well,
like I just stated, if you take 100, man, and that's just a conflated number just to represent percentages. If you actually take 100, man, and you send them into the room, how many of those guys are going to have intercourse?
And they're not wrong. You're saying they're wrong. Like naturally, they're not wrong.
I just asked you how many are actually going to follow through with it. I wasn't saying whether they were right or wrong.
All males of every species.
It's about what's reality, what's going to happen, and what are the results of what's going to happen.
The outcomes. Gatekeepers of that, and every species, women are gatekeepers of reproduction. So if it don't matter if 100 men want to fuck a woman, if she has the ability to allow that to happen, she has the exclusive right. And
nobody's disputing whether a woman has the ability to allow or disallow a man. We're speaking to brothers right now on the panel, and I'm saying is your sexual discipline or undiscipline can be your demise.
No, we're speaking in terms of the black community.
Well, see, the thing is, you keep bringing up black community as if we actually have a black community.
I can tell you right now, you indicted black men is the reason we got all these babies. That's what you said.
Nobody here is going to disagree with your premise that sex will ruin you as a man.
Correct.
Nobody is going to disagree with it. Now, the funny part is every time we have this conversation, we fail to ask the all-important question. How do you stop all males from having sex? Go.
First of all, I think you didn't put more context on whether you what is the whole purpose of stopping them or even allowing them. So, like, if you want men, if a man is married, what is the point of in context? Why would you want to stop a man who's married from having sex?
Why would you? I mean, what's the question here? Why would we disincentivize sex?
He said just stop men from having sex. Period. Like
he said, how do you stop it? You can't. You don't.
So basically, we're saying we're predisposed, and the way the basis of how you answer the question suggests that is the solution. It's actually stopping men from having sex.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're suggesting that we got men that are being sexually irresponsible.
When a term sexually discipline is inserted into the conversation, it doesn't mean that you have to halt completely what you're doing, the activity. It means having the right discernment about how you're doing it. That's where the discipline part comes in. Sexual is intercourse. Discipline is having some type of order and structure on the way you do it.
Yes, sir.
To protect yourself in the society that you represent.
Okay. We can agree on that. We can agree on sexual discipline. Black men should exercise their sexual discipline. That's not the argument. The argument to the claim you made is that the black community is fucked up or is not a community because all these kids out here that irresponsible black men are having.
No,
that's the premise.
That's not. I never said that. When I say there's no black community, I mean there is no there's no economy flowing in and out of the.
So you didn't blame the kid. You didn't blame all the kids on the black men.
I didn't blame. I didn't say they were the reason why there's no community.
No, you said
I never went into detail on why there's no black community at all.
You said the kids. You said all these.
I said, how do we expect a young man, when I was referring to John Morant, we're going to come to some type of standard or structure?
I was about to say,
as if there was a black community to point to get some type of guidance, a pillar of information.
Yeah, we need to get back to it.
We're going to come back on topic. So, Casino, I want you to answer the first question or the next question. What would be the appropriate punishment for John Morant?
I think the first step would be to suspend him for the entire season, next season.
Yep.
The second thing would be to cut his pay, and the money that they take should be given to an organization that has to do with maybe the violence that guns do, right? I also believe part of that punishment should be him doing some type of community service for maybe like, I don't know, 500 hours, going to different communities, working with individuals, perhaps like with gun violence, maybe going to some kind of reform where individuals that have done gun violence can really testify or submit their stories to try to dissuade individuals for not doing that. For him to also go inside some type of counseling, to renew his mind and renew his value system, for him to be able to take full accountability for what he's done. And also he needs to give a genuine public apology for his actions. That public apology should come from a place of humbleness, should come from a place of accountability, and also from a place of accountability. And I think that's, for me, that's where we start with those four things.
Okay.
Bruiser.
So I think suspending this man from games is stupid. One of the dumbest things you can do is as a owner of a team. First of all, if I'm the one doing the suspension, that means that I am the one who's responsible for the revenue that's generated from the arena and the team, the club, and the association as a whole. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fine this man and forfeit his pay, but I'm gonna force him to show up because I got ticket sales. I'm gonna force you to play. I'm gonna force you to play every freaking game that you can play, and you're not gonna get paid for it. That's the worst punishment you can have.
No, I was about to say that they can't do that.
Is having to play. Yeah, you can. Why you can't?
You can't do that.
You can fine him. You can fine a man $30-40 million.
There's no possible way.
There's a cap
to
on
play
it.
a game in the NBA without pay. You can be suspended without pay.
Well, I'm saying that if you look at mathematics,
literally define
depending
slavery,
on the,
you know that.
Hold on, y'all asked me what I would do. Y'all asked me what I would do, and I'm telling y'all.
Oh, okay.
True.
If you use basic
Continue.
math,
All right,
well,
got you.
actually, you might have to use advanced math to differentiate or truncate the numbers. So if you're actually paying this man $2 million or $250,000 a game or whatever the hell the number is, but you're fining him a hefty expense, it'll actually compensate for the amount of money you made within that year. So you're actually taking away money from his table, but he's still having to produce minutes on the floor. So in a sense, you are playing without being paid what you're owed. You get what I'm saying? In a sense. So I would most definitely do that apology. I think apology, because he's got an influence on a lot of young men out here that aspire to be just like himself. So that's perfect. That's pretty much all I would do, man. And I would create another. I would make him sign another contract, to protect ourselves as a league, as a club. I would force him, if he want to continue to play in the league, he has to sign another contract that he wouldn't participate in those activities again, where he's brandishing a firearm again.
The Bruiser is a slave owner, bro.
How is that a slave owner?
This dude said, "Don't pay him, make him play, and make him sign a new contract." God damn!
If he wants,
And with the public apology on top of it.
Make him sign a contract saying, "Hey, look, I'm not going to brandish a firearm." That way, I have something in writing
to hold him
that
accountable.
legally binds you.
I demand a trade on your ass, Bruiser.
That is.
You can demand a trade on you. He's got a contract. He's got a contract. He's going to either quit and not get paid, or he's going to have to serve the contract. And I don't know for sure this contract he's on is a player option. I would have to look into it, but I don't know if he's got an option on it.
I'm sorry. He has guaranteed almost $200 million guaranteed, and he lost the incentive for the extra 50, I think, for All-Star.
He also didn't make the all-time list, so he lost like 30 million from the all-time list.
Oh God, this dude's stupid. God damn. I would whoop my son. Golly,
because he was not all time, but all NBA. He was all NBA. That's an extra 30 million.
Yeah, I would whoop him. Goodness gracious, that's upsetting.
And that don't even require no minutes. That's just being selected.
All right, Mike. What would you think is the appropriate punishment for Ja Morant?
To be honest with you, I'm not even mad at Bruiser's levels of punishment. I don't know if they actually legally do all of that.
Slave owner number 2. Okay.
I like some of those consequences that he's trying to propose. I definitely would set up some form of mandatory counseling or therapy that he would have to go through. But I think it's important to actually really go through dissecting what he's been doing and really like analyze like what's going on. I think he does need to be suspended. I wouldn't say the whole year, but I would say at least about a good 60% of it. I also will fine him as well. I think doing some type of it's like what they did with Michael Vick, with the whole dog thing. He would have to partner with some type of gun violence program where he would have to literally do PR about how to properly be a firearm owner. He would have to go to schools and talk to kids about gun violence as well. And I would definitely renegotiate his contract to where it will put stipulations in how he conducts himself publicly to try to curve as best we can the decisions that he's making. That's how I feel like he needs to be punished.
Okay. All right.
I like that.
Yeah. Callus.
Yeah. I'll take if I'm looking at this realistically, he probably like top 5 point guards in the league. He our franchise player. If I'm Memphis, I'm definitely, like to Bruce's point, I'm gonna try to cost myself as least money as possible in this scenario. I'm gonna think about brand. I don't want my brand necessarily. I'm probably in Memphis, probably got a lot of gun lovers and shit in Memphis, so the team probably not gonna suffer too much brand wise. But as far as NBA trying to like a public facing image, we got to consider that. So we want to disincentivize the rest of our players from showing guns off. So I would definitely find them. I would definitely, I would make sure this the off season now. So I would make sure he feels it in his pockets. I'll probably suspend him for like the first 10 games or something. But it probably be like preseason games and shit. Because I'm definitely, like Bruiser said, I'm worried about my ticket sales and everybody want to see my franchise player. So I'm not gonna make him do too much because in real life, this is the NBA. Players got tremendous leverage nowadays. I don't want to risk losing Ja Morant. I don't really care as long as I would have us sit down with him and tell him his brand is at stake, and he gonna have to represent. He gonna have to represent himself in alignment with the brand that I'm trying to push. But I wouldn't push the issue too much. That's what I think the first time when he waved the gun. I don't think the organization could do too much because he's the franchise player and he could leave. He could say fuck that in any other team. I think being top 5 like he is at this point, he could leverage another team somewhere. So I wouldn't push it too much to alienate him or make him mad because I'm really worried about the money at the end of the day if I'm Memphis.
Listen, you're right.
That's how I would handle it.
You're right, but at these salaries now, so around Iverson time, last time we seen like this much. I don't know. Did anybody have this other than Gilbert Arenas and that whole thing? We haven't had this much like toxic street shit around the NBA. At this level of salary, you start doing stuff. The owners they've given too much actually in collective bargaining. So they do that on a sliding scale type of thing. Was like give it to them now because we're gonna get it back somehow on the back end. And 200 mil player that is up and down like that, erratic. I don't know that he's gonna have much of an available market. They're gonna be they're gonna be 2-year contracting his ass, that type of stuff. So he's gonna have to chill early.
Very short leashes. Very short leash.
Yeah, 200 mil, and they'd be like no all guaranteed, no trade clause, all type of stuff. So, all right, AP, what's the appropriate punishment for Ja Morant?
Okay, so first of all, from what I understand, he didn't break the law. What he did was break the NBA code of conduct. Correct? Am I understanding that correct, guys? And if that is correct,
yes.
Okay, so if that is correct, I would suspend him. It might be for 5 games max, maybe. But this is what I would do, and it would start at the beginning of next season. He would have 500 community service hours, um, likely at a detention center for kids or something like that. Until those 500 hours have been met, he would let's say he's making 100,000 a game. I don't know how much he's making a game. I would find him 20,000 a game until those community service hours were met. Now, and I heard some of you guys talk about the 2 words together, gun violence. Guns don't commit violence by themselves. It requires a person to do something, and I just don't I don't like getting into that sticky territory where we blame a gun when it was all Ja Morant, right, or anybody wielding a gun. But I would start a campaign, and if I were the NBA, especially if we're talking image, I'd start a campaign around like youth gun violence or violence with children with guns and gang violence or however you want to classify it, and I'd make him the face of it. That would be his apology. That would be him accepting the accountability for what he did wrong. And if he didn't want to do that, he could stay suspended indefinitely until he agreed to those terms, and I wouldn't release him of his contract. That means he's just sitting there, not getting paid, not playing basketball, not being able to even come into my gym to shoot a ball. The longer you sit idle, the less likely any other NBA team will look at you because I still have you under contract. And that's the way I would ride it out.
All right. Ikene.
Hold on, I got a question.
Oh,
Is Mike Link's Kyrie Irving father?
No, definitely. I know him from way back. That's definitely not Kyrie daddy. He hiding
He
a
look
bunch
like
of
Kyrie
money.
daddy right now.
I just caught that.
I was like,
that man look like Kyrie Irving daddy. Y'all seen Kyrie Irving daddy, man?
I'm almost afraid to ask a Nigerian how they gonna punish somebody. This might be too hot for YouTube. We might not be ready for this.
Lashes.
But go ahead, please. PG rated, please. Don't put Rice on the floor. Make him hold his hands up while you spank him. Like, please, none of the dirty secrets.
You mean me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta make it G-rated, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Please, PG.
No G.
Okay. Let me put it this way, right? I think if we start saying that that he shouldn't be suspended due to revenue, you got to ask Jewish people that question. You know what they did to Kanye West? They made him from billionaire to millionaire in a heartbeat. Black people always think about money first before credibility.
That's true.
We always think about money first before financial. But when they want to mess you up, they don't care how much. They don't care about your $1.3 trillion that you spend in the white community every year. They take you down right away. They don't care because they got to teach you a lesson.
Adidas shareholders did. They
got
care.
to put you. They got to put you where you belong. But even if they got to do that and take the heat for 1 or 2 years, they're going to do that. When you say you're going to punish somebody, that doesn't mean you're going to put them into a perpetual punishment, into abyss. They're not going to be put into abyss, but you just got to tell them that they shouldn't do this. And the only way to do that is to hit their pocketbook. Pocketbook is the only thing that makes a man listen. You can do whatever you want to do, but his pocketbook makes him listen. You know why? Because a man's strength lies in his pocket.
In his livelihood, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A woman's beauty is her face. She's a flower. She fades. But a man's beauty is his money. Show me a man that is ugly. If I show his pocket, the most beautiful woman will go for him. You can have your six pack, six whatever, but she will go for that rich man. And then she might hit you up from time to time. You're a side, he's the man. So we got to understand that to render that punishment, he has to be suspended. He has to go to youth and talk to youth about gun violence. He has every right to have that gun if he's licensed to, but he doesn't have the right to flash it because of his status in the community.
Yep.
NBA is not to make hood. NBA is to get hood out of the hood. That is why they say that people in sports have to have much higher standard than celebrities from Hollywood. Hollywood can do whatever, nobody's going to say anything. But once you're in the sport and you do whatever, you got to hear people talking because your standard or your placement in the society is far higher because they know where you're coming from. It used to be like 90%, 99% of black kids that play the NBA came out of the hood, right? Now it's like about 65% because those that came out of the hood, they lived exemplary lifestyles. Like Michael Jordan, what's his name? Corey. That's this current Corey's dad. Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. Most of them, they live that exemplary life. But when they start having kids, guess what they did? Their kids didn't have to come out from the hood. That was why the hood NBA went from 99% to now about roughly 70%. And it's coming down every 5 years. It's coming down. Very soon, you're not going to have kids coming from the hood anymore. But those that are coming from the hood, or those that have never been to the hood, or those that are in affluent neighborhood, they all have to be held in high standard. Because you know what? We still have kids coming out of the hood. So it's not a free card for you to come out of a two-parent household and then you want to have street credit or street cred. Now you got to take the whole NBA back. No, you can't do that. It has to be suspended. He has to go and do the community training by teaching kids how to be responsible and have morals. That's what I don't want to say too much before I start going off, but I'll put it right there. PG-13.
So I want to say something real quick. This dude, by the end of his contract, will make $540,000 per game. So when I said 20, I meant like 120 per game, and that would be split with however the players union have part of it set up, and the other half would go to a charitable organization.
Yeah, but it's a cap on that. The players union got the NBA players sitting real pretty. It's a cap on fines, and they can't. I was just looking at fines.
Yeah, see, I just looked that up, and the NFL has a cap, but from kind of what I was reading, the NBA is not necessarily a cap, but the union will fight for its players.
Yeah, I think it's
violation. Here's the thing: whenever you got a cap like that, I think the NBA needs to reconstruct the laws around those caps, especially given the light of so much freaking gun violence and people getting I don't want to say the word, deleted by gun violence on a daily basis. There needs to be some exception to caps whenever it comes to carrying a firearm and brandishing a fire. Like, listen, man, you're doing this with a gun, and yesterday somebody just probably went and deleted some people on some mass shooting level. Like, there needs to be some scrutiny towards that. There needs to be an exception on these laws with this NBA Players Association that like just comes down on players with firearms and being reckless. I would start there first before I even give a punishment out, so that this punishment.
They traditionally are. They pretty like Gilbert Arenas had that gun situation. It was a lot less. It wasn't social media based, but they came down pretty hard on him. And they're coming down pretty hard. Once they find out about Josh waving it, they're coming down pretty hard.
Can you imagine, like, look with his reach and how many millions of people look at him as a fan? Like, how much of the percentage of that influence actually have relatives that's been lost by a mass shooter or gun violence?
Let's be honest.
As a probability, given the number of people he reaching, to wake up and see that video and be like, damn, what? But I don't even like this dude no more.
I mean, this is a bigger issue. I don't like because I think we starting to get to a point where we almost like blaming Ja for like America's gun culture. This is a gun culture crazy society, and a lot of people love guns. And Ja, technically, he didn't buy. This is really bad for optics' sake. You know what I'm saying? It's
well, I didn't say he was responsible for America's gun culture.
But America's gun culture is a thing. So him being curtailed, what is that going to do to America's gun culture? I mean, let's be honest.
I'm not trying to rectify America's gun culture. I'm telling you what it looks like from perception.
Well, yeah, I mean, John Morant definitely has a reach, but John Morant, the kids being influenced by guns ain't John Morant's fault. It ain't really John Morant.
Well, I'm not stating that it's his brandishing and weapon has influenced kids to pick up guns. Right. I'm saying that if you look at this video and you look at the amount of influence he have on millions of people, like what are the chances of a portion of those people that he has inspired has a relative or even haven't been part of recent gun violence in America? Like, how does that look? Like, how does that look like to wake up and see that on TV?
But on the other side, 50%
you're wearing a John Morant jersey and your sister was deleted at a school.
But half of the country probably sees that and see no problem with him brandishing firearms because we got a gun culture. So how do you juggle that? How do we establish how we reconcile both of those things? We are gun culture, but John Morant's wrong for brandishing guns. Maybe he is wrong. Maybe he is influencing kids. But okay, stop, John Morant. But we got a gun culture. So
there's a difference between what John Morant's doing and a regular person who, like Trigger Mike, is going out to a range and shooting at a range. Whenever you're doing this right here, like what is the results? What is the outcome of that? What are you? You got to understand. Image is everything.
About firearms, I'm not a regular person. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying. When you look at, hold on.
They don't call me Trigger Mike for nothing.
Well, when you look at Trigger Mike and you look at him on the range, you look at the intent about what he's trying to portray, his image. Like what is the representation of him shooting at those targets? And then you look at John Morant pulling out a gun. And doing this right here and all that. What is the representation of that? As far as a person that looks at it as far as an image that represents a stereotype or a type of discrimination. Like what do we see? Like what does the average person in America see whenever somebody does that? You got to take into account of that.
It'd be a huge difference if John Morant was in like his gun room in his house with guns behind him and he was listening to trap music and waving it in his gun room with like ammo and his custom gun collection. Would that be would that change the entire
on social media?
No.
Yes, he was on social media and his gun.
No, actually be worse.
The perception is still the perception.
Perception.
Right.
If John Morant was out at a range like Trigger Mike, then that would be different. If he was in Kevlar and he was shooting with an instructor and they were actually calculating points and proficiency on hitting the target.
Wouldn't that be glorifying guns though?
No, that would. But see, the thing is, the intent behind it would be different. The context behind what the activity that's taking place in the video would be totally different. Actually, could go off as actually teaching gun safety. Having eye goggles, protection, body armor, stuff like that, and shooting at a target in a safe. You're using a weapon in a safe place. But actually, riding down the highway, down the interstate, pumping music and hanging out with your friends, doing that with a gun going around. Who knows if it's loaded? I don't even know if his finger was on the trigger. Like who's to say that? How can you say that that's a representation of a safe environment?
I agree. Obviously, a training environment would be the best case scenario if we want to showcase guns to the world. But we know there's a large percentage of people that do recreationally use guns. They wave them around. There's white people on the internet waving their gun around, shooting it, bragging about it. What is really, and then what Ja's in a car waving it, listening to
the difference is Ja has rules to follow.
Yes, he's held to a higher standard.
Well, I guess like brand rules, optic rules. It's not really moral, right? This is not like a moral
Well, the
argument.
rules that are in place actually make it intersect with morality as far as on the
Correct.
NBA population.
In what way? So I mean, I think I'm.
Well, you got a representation of a brand. You don't want to promote that as your brand as an NBA. We have our players out here brandishing firearms.
Well, he has his individual brand. He does influence or has a response.
Yeah, but when you sign a contract with an organization, you have
Yeah.
to consider the brand of the.
You do
It's a
sometimes
hierarchy.
unless you're the franchise player, like Allen Iverson said, "Fuck y'all, I don't got to practice."
And then what happened to his career?
And then what happened?
Well, I mean, he didn't win a ring, but Allen Iverson still.
And he got traded too.
He had leverage.
Mm-hmm.
He got traded until he got traded out of the league.
But that didn't happen immediately, though. He kind of floundered in Philly for a while, but he got to do what he wanted. I mean, we know this. Let's be honest.
But if you go here and sit down and have an interview with Allen Iverson and ask him, is there anything that you could change about your career?
Of course.
I guarantee you.
Of course. But the reality
the kids
is,
today, he would say, look, don't do what I did.
Yeah, don't do what I did. Yeah.
But I mean, the reason this is the second time Ja Morant got caught. Obviously, the organization stepped in the first time. But he's the franchise player. We all been to high school. How does the fucking star running back can't be checked by the principal of the high school? So let's be honest. This is what's going on with Ja. The NBA can only do so much. We can fine him. He's got his own personal brand. I'm arguing that technically he probably not really alienating that many Americans. Really, we like guns.
Tell you one thing: whenever you have an owner that don't have the same skin color of you,
yeah,
you need to be very, very aware and very cautious of how you move.
But that
when these dudes, when these white men decide, that they don't, when they fed up, when these white folks decide they fed up and they done with your shit, I'm telling you, this shit can get real ugly.
If people stop coming to games, they will do something. I doubt it. As long as they give a fuck about it.
I done read history books and all these other stories. White folks will burn their own damn money up to make sure that they got the word. They will destroy their own country.
Well, yeah, sometimes, but more times
portions of their own damn race to get a point across.
You're seeing white people error on the side of profit before anything. They will employ niggas.
What's going on, fantasy all girl?
They get money. So let's not.
Telling you, and that's what black people mess up in, man. Petting the cat.
Let me get my answer to this because I'm thinking
petting damn cat.
So, other than the slave ownership that Bruiser and I think Mike were talking about, to make the dude play with no pay. Go ahead and break your damn ankle on this court for no goddamn play at all. All right, but I would definitely suspend him for the whole year. So I think I said something wrong on because I am I'm an affiliate of the USCCA, and so I got to know all the laws, and the laws are real weird. So he was. I use the term brandishing. Brandishing is showing your firearm, and yes, technically he was brandishing, but he's in a isolated compartment, so it's not doing it to like threaten somebody, and that's the context in which we use the term brandishing. So technically he was brandishing, but legally he was not brandishing. Only certain states have laws against brandishing, but what really happens is you will get crucified for doing it depending on the perception of the people that report you. That's really what I'm trying to say. There are tons of people, they will make a brandishing law to keep that in check, because the one thing that is the law, and it's in most constitutional carry states. Texas is one, but a year before Texas did it in 2021, it was Tennessee that did it. So you have to have a gun holstered. That's the law. So, nobody's really going to say, well, we didn't see it ourselves. It is on video. It is in an isolated compartment. But no matter how you look at it, we should not be promoting irresponsible gun ownership or gun use among anybody. So firearm instructors was going crazy. Like, what's wrong with this dude? That is how people get shot. Okay. I am a firearms instructor. I know other firearms instructors. Trigger discipline is real.
I was a firearm instructor when I was in the military.
They're listening to music. They drinking. One day, he just going to have a bow. Shoot somebody right in their head. Right there.
They call it a negligent discharge.
Exactly. So it's like, you could pretend to have all this trigger discipline, and for some reason, these dudes like to play with loaded guns. Some reason. They don't think, let me just take one out the head, so just in case. No, they love to play with loaded guns. So I'm saying it's irresponsible all across the board. Suspend him. If you want to do him a favor, suspend him for the entire year.
What's up with the boss chick? You got boss chick in here. Where does that come? I've been waiting on that.
You would take that loss trigger?
Fantasy Island came right in time. So that's right after this.
You tell me you would take that loss trigger? You would take that year loss? Because I'm not coming to see no Memphis games if y'all not playing. Straight up.
No, trigger.
No. So listen. Remember.
Hold on. Just make them sign. Just make them during the 82 games. Make them come to the gym and sign pictures and take pictures like Chris Brown. I guarantee that whole stadium be full the whole year.
Without pay, you cannot make them do.
Think about it, AP.
You suspend them from all team activities. Here's the
So you would take that.
Hey, y'all, hold on, y'all. Here's what y'all not really understanding though. Here's what y'all not really understanding. The league
in uniform.
So outside of the team, no individual team is worth more than the league. So the league has an image that since David Stern, it told you it wasn't messing with this. Okay, it told you. Iverson couldn't do. They started a whole dress code just because the dude was dressing like a thug. Now we got a dude on camera acting like one. They are not going to let that slide.
I'm telling
you.
So
the league has an image to protect in general, and no one.
Tory Lanez just went down for a gun. Come on, man. This one thing about a black man with a gun and being reckless, boy. United States don't take too kind to that. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry to say. Well, go ahead, Fantasy. I mean,
in fact, you said it, Bruiser. It's like read the room. Know where you at. This is the one thing immigrants that come in this country know. They look around and be like, okay, I know where I'm at. They be locking
Tory Lanez is an immigrant. He is not a U.S. citizen. He's Canadian.
Damn right. Well, he's a fucking rapper. We not.
Yeah, we would have knew better.
Anybody used him as a reference. Y'all literally just used him.
No, I didn't use him as a reference.
Nobody would have shot
read the room.
Calabasas.
People read the room. I know where I'm at. This is actually a very good thing that Bruiser said. It's almost like I know I'm black. I see the way they be treating other people my color. I ain't gonna be lumped in with these things. Like literally, I've been saying that my whole life since I was yay-high. I knew that for some reason they got something against these people. So when they say immigrants are, you know how people say immigrants are trying to disassociate themselves from black people.
Yeah,
I don't think it's black people in general, because here's the thing I always say: I've never seen my father treat any black person like a respectful black person with a family, none of that was equal to him, bad. Like literally treated him like his brother.
You said it earlier, Trigger Mike. It was two types of black people.
But I'm saying it's always the people that are like show degenerate behavior, that have lack of respect and all that type of. Those are the people he fire off on. But guess who do that shit too? Other black people. They hate niggas. They hate that shit.
Yep.
So that's why I'm like, you're not seeing them trying to disassociate themselves from black people in general. It's just the degeneracy. Because even the people that are impoverished in these countries have respect for their elders, for other people's property. It's only here that somehow poor people are entitled as fuck. Only in America.
Oh, yeah.
To just do crazy shit. But let me get these super chats read, and then we will move on to the next topic. Fantasy Island Girl, you're gonna go first on this one. Mr. Rich, marriage, politics, and sports, $5. Ja has to be suspended, and we need to stop conflating this with his right to own a gun. If he were at a shooting range targets, there would be no argument. Shooting targets, rather. Marriage, politics, and sports. Ja is not bigger than the NBA. His personal brand is what the NBA gave him. Black folks need to stop coddling this. I don't know what the acronym stands for, but appreciate that, Mr. Rich. Come up if you got time. Sure, we about to get into this. I'm glad we got a woman on the panel. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. We got some people that don't usually come on in the daytime that we got in the nighttime. So I'm lucky to have everybody here. Thank y'all for coming through. I want to preface this before I ask this question. This next question is, I was watching a clip yesterday and I couldn't find it. There was a dude basically on a panel basically saying, we don't want boss chicks. And he got so much pushback. But the people that responded to him negatively, they didn't understand the context of what we, popular culture, understand to be a boss chick. All right. So Fantasy Island, I'm gonna go to you first. All right. What is a boss chick? Please define that for me in your own words.
I honestly can't define what popular culture would consider a boss chick outside of her having her own job, like running a corporation or something, having businesses, having cars, having just control. Basically, a boss chick is like an alpha male, but in a female form. That's what I would think of as a boss chick.
What is that? I'm joking. Go ahead. Alpha,
Yeah, I don't believe in
female.
alpha
All right.
females.
Who else got some on this?
I
Anybody
know.
can go. What is a boss chick to you in your own
I
interpretation?
don't listen. When I think of a boss chick, I would think of a woman who owns and controls her own lifestyle. She's financially stable without the needs of any man, so to speak. I don't know if that's what the way they're determining it, but that's just what it sounds like to me. That she's able to get what she wants. She's able to bring in enough of revenue to sustain her own lifestyle, and she's doing it well. And she don't feel like there's any persuasion that could, talk her off of that status or whatever. She's got the status behind it. She's got a plethora of women following behind her. She's got credibility, credentials that further amplify her status. I mean, that's all I can think of. And in 2023, in today's society, it's highly likely that you'll run into them, especially from a black woman, given their ability to climb the corporate ladder and get degrees at a high rate.
You said it's highly likely that you're going to run into them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I call them swans.
All right, let me get the Urban Dictionary right here. So, it's funny. Urban Dictionary literally has defined every term that we use. But
good
boss chick, a real woman that's got her money right and is ahead of the game. She knows how to hold her own and never ever lets anyone talk down on her. And wherever she goes, she's well respected. She's an independent female. And anything she wants in life, she achieves. She always aims high and reaches for greater things. Her standards are high and never lowers them for any man. Her style is classy and sophisticated, and always got her hair and nails on point. No bitch can compare to a real boss chick.
Yeah.
So now I used to love Urban Dictionaries.
Yeah, no. Let me translate that for you.
Now this is the Wikipedia.
Sounds pretty
Somebody else
accurate.
wrote
That
that.
sounds like what Bruiser said.
And when you translate that, that's into she's basically a narcissist, a neoliberal consumer, hyper individualist who's hell bent on, and she demonstrates a pseudo masculinity, hence the boss and the alpha correlations that we hear people describe them with. Pseudo masculine. She performs a pseudo masculinity of hyper individualism and confidence and consumerism and basically narcissism. She thinks she like Bruiser described. She thinks she doesn't need anybody. She's great. She's accomplished. She's credentialed, as he put it. Yeah, that's what a modern boss chick is, I'd say.
She basically takes away one of the key components of what a man can do, which is can provide a certain lifestyle, right? If she can provide a certain lifestyle for herself, then that already cripples a man in and itself because she doesn't need him for specific things, right? Her mindset is one of selfishness and selflessness. The way that she conducts herself is, at the highest, she's kind of, grandiose. She has Christian Dior bags and Louboutins. She has like the best of the best. Again, solidifying that she can do those things on her own without another man, doing those things for her. She basically takes those things away from a covering of a man. However, she does need that masculinity that men provide. She cannot go without that, even if it's for a small time or short time with a hookup or someone else. She still needs that masculinity for a man or from a man. So that she can't escape from.
Which is a contradiction.
What cripples a man? You said
for a woman,
krypton, man.
for a woman, well, again, it's the lifestyle, right? Women have the assumption that when they get with a man, that her life is going to improve for the better, and that consists of a certain lifestyle that had, she's seen, that she wants, and all women kind of gravitate to that. If you're not of a certain caliber of a man, right, and you can't provide that lifestyle for her, then your options are pretty low. If she can provide that lifestyle on her own, she has more freedom and more independence without being under the covering of a man. So that's what makes her a little bit a boss chick.
Yeah, she removes the utility of it.
Do you know what? Do you know?
Yeah.
What if I told you that the woman that's, even though they're a boss chick, like, even though that they go for after the lifestyle, they're not inclined to give up their ability or their fertility or their ability to bring life into the world. They're not willing to do that at the expense of not still being able to get their babies.
But that's a minority.
No, I looked at the stats
say.
as a majority.
The majority
Even
of
though
boss
they're-
chicks want families and kids. That's what you're saying.
All women, most of the women
women want.
they still want to have
most
their
women still
children.
want families
The
and
fact
kids.
that men, we
Stats
have
don't
men.
reflect it though.
The
You
fact
said
that
the
we still
stats
have
don't
men
reflect
that's willing to be
They
able to
don't.
go.
No.
The fact that we still have men that's willing to still give these women kids, it further it pretty
my
much
God.
promotes on it indirectly. It does. It
Rich, we
indirectly.
already established that's a false premise, bro.
I
How
didn't
do we
make this
establish
up.
that?
It didn't come from me.
I don't think you were here yet, Fantasy. I think we established that it's
I
a
didn't
false
establish
premise.
that as a false premise. That's what you're
Well, you
claiming.
disagree, but I don't know if you can even
I didn't disagree
stand
nor
on it.
agree. I just told you what the stats was and what
So
how society.
So do you disagree with the premise that women are exclusively in charge of reproduction? So you can't say that these men are having children, like you just said, or do
When you say
disagree?
reproduction, and you're talking about once it gets inside of their womb and or ovaries are going to
Don't
work to
Once it's a
don't you
problem,
realize that
it's not a problem for men having sex
I'll
with
agree
women.
to- I'll-
Obviously,
I'll
sperm
it's
agree.
going
needed.
in there is part of reproduction. So you're
So
both
Yes.
until you
contributing
can
to
show
reproduction.
exactly, and that's what I was
But
saying. Until
does
you can
she have
show me
exclusive
a
right over that,
definition that has something the term reproduction associated that eliminates
show
the
you
man,
Griffles.
the male sperm.
Hey, Trigger, can you
can't
look
even
up
get
Briffel's
abortion
law? Can you look
in
up
some
Briffel's
certain
law and just read us the
certain
definition?
states.
Because it's a law of nature. It's not my opinion. I mean, this is a fact. I mean,
So what are
just-
you stating? What are you stating? What is your
he's
stance?
Trigger Mike. If he's looking it up, he'll
Okay.
read the definition and then we'll
Okay.
settle.
Griffles law. Damn, I used to know how to spell Griffles.
No, it's Briffles with a B. Briffles.
Oh, that's what I'm.
Briffles. Yeah.
Griffles. Woo. Okay, Briffles.
Why you got that face?
I know, yo, his face is to be
God,
something
yeah,
else, but I'm just trying to keep it together. I'm like, yo, Trigger on some, he be on some
Right.
other shit.
Griffles law. That's just say Griffles, bro.
You can't find it?
Nah,
It's
you gonna have to
It's
spell
like,
that in the
it's
back
like
channel.
Briffles. It's like Briffles. Like Briffles.
Oh,
Like Brie faults, like BRI faults, I think.
For the sake of the show and for the sake
that'll
of
establish the
continue the
premise.
conversation.
All right.
He
So-
found it.
Damn, Briffles law maintains that the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family, where the female can derive no benefit from the association with the male. No such association takes place.
Exclusive
Okay,
rights over
so
reproduction.
I'm glad you brought the definition. It said determine the conditions. I'm not talking about
Exactly.
the conditions of a child or the conditions of wherever.
No, it didn't. You misunderstand it. It said exclusive rights over reproduction. That's a simple way to put it, bro. It just said it. Exclusive. The female chooses who will reproduce. It's exclusive.
Okay, so I listen. I get once you insert your sperm in there, that the
She has
decision
to
on
let
whether
you enter her. Outside of rape,
Hold on,
she
let
has
me
to let you
finish
insert.
my-
She has to let you.
I'm a very intelligent man. I can really understand what's going on here.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, I understand that once you insert your sperm into this woman's womb, whether or not she's going to decide to keep the child or abort the child is up to her.
No,
Exclusive.
it's up to her. It's up to her to let you get into her womb in the first place, bro.
Okay, well that too. Well, what I'm saying is it's up to you to either wear a condom or either have sex with this woman, period. Unless
No,
you
it's
actually
not. It's up to her to have sex with you. You can't have sex with her. You don't get to choose that unless you do some grape, right?
okay.
What? No,
Okay,
that doesn't make any sense. You both consent to sex. I don't understand why you guys do this. That's a lie.
I don't do
Every
that.
time y'all try to make this
What?
statement, it is a lie.
No matter
There
how
is
much
not
I
one person
consent.
that
Hey, look,
there is
fantasy
not
island
one
girl, I
person that
found a
agrees
hole
and
in
the other
that a
person that
while ago.
disagrees, and then
So
now they're
women
having
don't have
sex.
control over
They
whether or not
both
sex happens?
no, they both have control over whether or not they have sex.
No,
And
they
you
I've
guys
never
tried
seen a
to
woman put
you guys
Hold
tried
on,
a
to
y'all. We
woman
don't
never
like
put a
this time.
let
spell
me
on me
just
and
land my
decided.
plane. You guys like to take away the accountability from you choosing to have sex with somebody else. Sex is a partner sport. So you are both
A
having
partner
sex.
sport.
So I
The
don't
game can't
understand
start without
why.
the woman's
Yes,
permission,
so I don't
bro.
understand why. It doesn't
The
matter
game
when
doesn't
how
start.
this game starts. It
Yes,
doesn't
it
matter how that
does.
is a lie.
If we
It
can't
doesn't
play
matter.
the game,
That is a lie.
and
The
if you
game
have
won't even start
control
until
over it,
you approach her for sex.
and she
You
has to
approach her for
accept.
sex.
Plenty
So
men
why are you
approach
trying
for
to
sex.
act like
Hold on
there is
real
an equal
quick.
responsibility on both parties? It doesn't
Plenty
make any sense.
men approach for sex every day. They don't get it.
It
They
doesn't
do that
matter.
And
all
women
day.
turn down
It
men
doesn't
every day.
matter.
The
It
ones that
doesn't
they
matter.
turn
Because
Here's
that
the
they don't turn down, they
rights
both
over it.
agree to
Listen,
sex.
hold on.
If it was bipartisan, you couldn't turn me down, could you? If it was
It
both of us that
doesn't matter.
instigated
No,
it.
what you're saying is ridiculous. When we decide that we're going to have sex with each other,
When
we turn
we
down men every day.
No, when
The
you
ones we
decide.
decide to have sex with want to have
y'all,
sex with us
y'all
also.
moving the whole conversation off of, to a
Hold on,
point where
y'all.
y'all arguing
Because men
outside
never
of the
want to
whole
take
point.
accountability for this.
Fantasy
This
Island girl,
consent every time.
Fantasy Island girl, if you just stay on the point,
yourself right
We established
now.
hold on. If you just stay on the point,
Ethan.
if you just stay on and stand on the point where the man still has the, even if you submit to it, it's a form of submission and domination. The man is dominating you in this scenario.
No, he's not. That's
If a woman open up her legs and open up and allow you to do it, have your way, that is a form of her submitting to you. And when you insert to her, that's a form of domination.
But
so
correct.
whenever a woman,
the whole situation, bro.
Hold on, let me finish my point. If you just stand on that Fantasy Island girl, you kill this whole conversation. Because even if a woman submits to me and say, hey, look, you can have your way, you can have sex with me, I still reserve the right and serve the choice on whether I want to go and insert my dick in her.
But
she don't have a
instigate it.
She has to offer. She can instigate it. She can put some water on it. She can put some whipped cream and strawberries on that motherfucker. At the end of the day, I still got to make the determination and the decision whether I want to probe her or not.
So you're
and that whether also additionally on whether I want to do it without protection, without a condom, and actually insert my seed.
Hold on, y'all. This is where the conversation keeps getting circular.
Yeah,
Bruiser, you just
killed. It's a false premise. We can't go along with the false premise, bro.
Because what you're saying is, if men are the soccer players, we're the strikers, we're the forwards, and women are the goalies. You're basically saying a goalie is literally going to move out of the way and say, "You can score in my goal," and that's a good goalie. Do we celebrate?
She's not a goalie. You're trying to make it seem like she doesn't want you to score. If you're having sex with her, she wants you to score. You're on the same team. That's what I don't want.
Hold on.
When she doesn't want you to score,
if you use soccer, that's sexual assault. If you kick the soccer ball into the nets when she's trying to protect her vagina and it goes in there, that's called sexual assault.
Not really talking. Did somebody make an account called Fantasy Island Girls Boobs? Did they do that?
Yes, they did.
Hold on for the break. It took my attention like, wait, what? What? All right. Wait, no, they didn't thumbnail. They thumbnailed it.
Yes.
No, trigger. A better analogy for your soccer analogy is really that the women are actually the stadium owners of the soccer field. If they allow who actually has access at all to ever play anything.
And the people have to show up to play. They come here to play. They choose to play there.
But if soccer field is closed, what the
we
fuck
had to
can
go
people
to
do?
soccer just to
what
get
can
a
all
point?
the men do? The men can want to play soccer all they want. But if the soccer
it don't
closed,
make sense, sir.
no, it makes perfect sense.
This is
hell bent on making responsible reproduction men's responsibility.
Let me ask the next question so we can dive in.
Okay, let me.
I'm sorry, Ethan, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the ideology behind this. Let me put it.
Let me fix your mic real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're borging hard, fam.
I fixed it. I'll get it in the back.
Got all the expensive equipment. It sounds like that. That is crazy.
Sorry about that, guys. Okay, check this out, right? This is how it plays between a man and a woman.
a man initiates sex, a woman has to accept it.
Period.
Meaning that when a man sees a woman,
doesn't make any sense.
He's going to be like, oh, I want her. But she also has to reciprocate that I accept you. By her doing that, now she has given the authority to the man for the man to take over her. So sex, yes, is initiated by a man, but it has to be accepted by a woman. That is why whenever a woman gets pregnant, the blame is on her instead of the man, because she's the one that accepted him. I like it. It's very confusing. I
That doesn't
understand.
make any
But
sense at
guess what?
all, Kine.
I know.
The way you
I
just
know it
explained it is
doesn't.
two people
Guess
wanting
what?
to have sex.
I know it doesn't. Guess what? I know it doesn't, but it's nature. That's how nature does it. It doesn't
You know
make
what I'm
sense
gonna
to
tell
you.
my sons?
But guess what?
It makes sense though.
It's the way nature makes it. And that's why in every culture, check this out. In every culture except the West, I understand you live in the West, which is more
Except
of
black
a
folks.
Ghana-centric society. In every
Exactly.
culture apart from the West, a woman always take the blame, and the reason why is because she has to accept him.
Exactly.
She has the power to decline the sex.
Yes.
Exactly.
Even though he chooses
How is this
her.
a confusing
She has
concept?
the
I don't
power.
understand.
Sex,
Hold on.
But
Fantasy,
guess
hold on.
what?
This is,
It's because
let me
women make
piggyback
sense.
off that point.
Come on, that's why men decide.
So remember, the
Let's-
market
I don't
sets the
want
rate.
this test.
The
I don't
market
want
sets
this.
the rate.
I understand.
Hold on,
I
Fantasy.
understand how you
The
feel, but
market sets
it
the
is
rate.
what
So
it
remember,
is.
where is a woman's value? Not in the men, not only in the men that want her. Her ultimate value is the amount of men
That
that
she
want to
accepts.
hit and can't hit. That is the value of a woman. So when we're talking
The
about
less demand, the
sex,
more the value.
exactly, men can want you all they want, but if they can't get you, that's how you get the commitment, and then ultimately let that
Trigger
man
Mike.
have
What
sex.
is that? No, but I understand. We're not
Mhm.
talking about the men that don't want you. We just are. Okay, never mind.
Well, where,
I
this is
understand.
where y'all
let's
messed
just
up
let it
at.
go.
Y'all
Let's
brought
just
it.
have-
Y'all brought
let's
it
just
down.
have-
Y'all
let's just
brought it
have-
down to
we're gonna
sex,
go-
and we were talking
all right,
about
one mic.
we were talking about getting a woman pregnant. When I started my premises, and I asked them what cripples a man, I wasn't talking about having intercourse. I'm talking about actually creating children. That's why I said whenever they go after their lifestyles and their careers, they're not going to sacrifice fertility and being able to bring life into this world. But at some one point, for some reason, we just stopped it at just having intercourse. I listen, I'm not denying or disputing whether a woman has to say, hey, yeah, you can have sex. I'm talking about the fact that a man, we're men, we have majority males on here, and we can't sit here and understand the fact that we have control on who we give our seed to. We can decide whether we want to protect our seed or we want to give it out recklessly. That was my whole point. And the fact, and I see Kasim get it. And the fact that we're willing to give it out recklessly because we don't have any sexual discipline.
We don't have
Women are going to go and climb the corporate ladder,
a man
go
can't
after their
give out
own
his seed
lifestyles,
recklessly.
and they're going to come back and get their babies because they know it's some suckers or some simps that's just going to give it up without any
Another
demands.
false premise: men can't give out their seed recklessly, bro. What are you talking? We just established that women
Oh
have
my
to
God,
accept
bro!
it.
I see men
There's
giving
no
their
such thing
seed
as a
out
man
recklessly.
giving out seed recklessly.
These men
The women
on
are
highlights
getting
saying
accountability
freaking
booster, and it's pretty sad.
Luke,
That
let me
doesn't
get a
make any
thumbs up.
sense.
Carlos,
Compassionate.
Carlos,
How
right?
does that not make
Man
sense?
give
Doesn't
up
make
their,
sense because
in the,
you are
in the
choosing
US.
to
I
ejaculate
gotta
into
put it
Every
this
women.
way.
What are
man
you
would give
talking
out
about?
seed.
Let me use.
All right,
Let me
one
use.
mic.
giving
Y'all,
out
one
his
mic.
seed.
One mic.
Excuse me. Let me use two scenarios for you guys. Let me use two scenarios.
We
In
just
the
operating
US,
on two
right?
different
In the
premises.
US,
that's all.
right? Men give up sex
But you're-
easily. Give up their seeds easily. Let me tell you guys what I
Easily.
did because of the culture that I was coming from. When I first came into this country, I never had sex with any woman without condom. You know why? Because every woman that I was dealing with was not worthy enough of having my child.
Thank you.
Woo!
Until I met my current wife. She was the first woman in America that I took off my condom. That took 11 years.
So let me
Because
Praise
that
be to my
moment
boy,
I
man.
agreed that moment,
let me
right?
ask you this though. Let
I
me ask you
knew
this.
she was worthy enough
Let-
of having my seed.
Let me ask you
Thank
this.
you,
Ken.
brother.
You were in Nigeria. Ikene, you were in Nigeria. So you're not going to tell me that in
No. I'm talking about when I came to America. I came to this country.
I know.
No,
I know,
I
but
came
you
to
were
this. No, give me 1 minute. I came to this country 2002. I never took off condom until 2011, 10, 11.
No, I understand that. I'm saying
learn that,
in Nigeria, you lived in Nigeria for a time. In Nigeria,
Yes.
do the women allow you men to drop off seed recklessly in them? Is that a thing?
Okay, no, the women wouldn't really say. Okay, let me tell you this: the women wouldn't really say if they will not allow you because they've already choose you to have sex with them. But the thing is that the men know the consequences of them having kids.
Of course,
because the man will suffer for it.
But notice
the
the
man
difference.
will bear the consequences. The woman also will bear the blame. The man bears the consequences.
And Keeney, you don't even live in the United States.
Man, we done
you
said his
hold
name
on.
97 different ways on this.
My
show.
bad, whatever
Yeah,
your
I
name
know,
is.
right?
You don't even live in the United States, but you were able to see from the outside how dangerous it is to gamble with your seed, and you took the right measures to prevent that. We have brothers in the United States right now today still reckless with their seed. Not even if they had examples, so many examples on how not to do it and how dangerous it is,
in
and
Nigeria,
how crippling it is for you to go ahead and not protect your seed, and we still out here just sipping ourselves away, bro. We got a lot of
they hold women responsible for reproduction in his society that he comes from.
And that's the reason why, and that's why women don't submit to these. That's why they just deviating from black men, because we have black men out here that can't even take responsibility from the shit that come out of our dick. We can't even say, hey, look, I'm gonna put a cap on this motherfucker.
It's a red
and
hand.
I'm not giving it just to any woman.
It's a red
Until
hand.
black men are able to do that, we can't, and we want to rely. We want to point the finger.
Bruiser, listen.
I disagree.
This
sexual
is,
discipline, bro.
All right, you know what? This is how I'm gonna say it. This is the arrogance of black men.
Exactly.
That's what it is. So not only do I listen, Bruiser, I understand what you're saying. Naturally, nobody's ever going to disagree that men need to be responsible. Right. But what we're trying to do is talk about dick discipline. Y'all know my ultimate viewpoint on that. Dick discipline does not exist. It doesn't. Fathers
just told you about dick discipline.
Hold on.
Wait,
y'all.
We both. You got two people out here that just use dick discipline.
Context.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
It's an illusion. Consequences exist. Fathers exist, and they stand in your way. Right? Morality exists. And hold on. Then to top it all off, chaste women exist that want more from you and require commitment before sex.
In every society except the West.
Literally, courtship, dating is literally a man counting down the days until he gets to hit that box.
But why are you acting like dick discipline does not exist? I'm not arguing that all those other things exist.
Okay, let me make
hold on.
I did not say that.
No, I'm talking about Trigger Mike.
Hold on, let me just say this, right? Fantasy Island Girl.
Yeah.
Everybody, I was about to say everybody knows your breast. No, everybody. Everybody likes your breast. They like the tops you wear. There's somebody in the chat that's literally spanking their monkey every time you come on here, right? So this is what dick discipline is. This is what dick discipline is.
You'll be surprised.
A dude that has lusted over you because he's watched you on TV, you hitting that dude up in his DM, telling you to come over, tell him to come over, and you getting undressed and him being like, you know what? I can't do it. I want to go on a date first. That is what dick discipline would actually have. That's what would have to happen. How many men do you think?
Hold on.
Even women have to make sure we don't put ourselves in that situation with men that we're very attracted to.
Here's a way to
very attracted to you, and we're trying to practice
right.
You know,
chastity.
We're going to make sure that we don't bring you back to our house because you're very attractive, and we're going to have sex more than likely.
That's the benefit.
Listen, I'm about to put this whole
discipline. It takes discipline to make sure you don't put yourself in those.
I'm gonna put this whole dick discipline thing to bed right here, real quick. It's gonna take me 5 seconds.
Okay.
Every man on this panel, I beat they beat before, right? Raise your hand.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, who hasn't?
What's wrong with you?
Okay, you got shame. I understand. Everybody got shame. They got shame.
Of course, we have.
So
my hand
this is how you know you. This is how you put the dick discipline thing to bed. And I'm talking about the seed, the exit, and the penis. So when you whack your meat, you get ready to let that joint go. You point that motherfucker away from you, right? How many of them motherfuckers y'all wetting that motherfucker? I know you're not accidentally hitting yourself in the eye. You pointing that thing away from you, right?
Hit the what are you talking about all this?
I know,
You
right?
pointing your hold
Landon.
on, listen. You how many of y'all who whack they meat point meat whenever they get ready to bust to a safe place or into
God
a
did that. I'm
pile
glad it
or
froze up.
somewhere
We
where
didn't
it's
hear you. You
sanitary,
froze.
You froze. God did
where
that.
it don't get on your shirt or it don't get on your pants leg or it don't get on your
Okay,
hand.
we got you. We aim.
When you can do that,
Pictures like what the
when you have the mentality to be able to do that and steer that, you can't use Dick Dixon as an excuse because you know where your nut going.
But what I
Yeah,
was
but
trying to say earlier, this is what I was trying to say. I was trying to tell what I was saying was this: it's not that men are dick discipline, or I was dick discipline. I said I was seed discipline.
You were what? Sexist?
Seed.
Say that again. We got to put that in the back chat. What was
Seed discipline.
So you practice
not
semen
dick
retention.
discipline. Seed discipline.
Okay, seed
Yeah,
discipline.
you just don't
Which
pass
means
that
I didn't
around.
want to give my child to any woman because there was no.
Thank you. That's my point.
None of them.
So
was
like
worthy enough.
it's coming down to this: in a society where you're not teaching the women to be chaste, you have to teach the men to be chaste, and you have to teach the men seed discipline. That's
No,
the
we both
predicament
are
we're in.
supposed to be chaste. What is
No,
No,
why
we
are
don't.
you
The men don't need
saying
to be
that?
chased.
I agree.
The men don't
You
need
are
to be
supposed to be
I
chaste until
agree.
you decide that she is your wife.
No, fellas. So not only do I agree with fantasy, the reason why I say most cultures just want to abolish the sex before marriage is because the same way I said that a woman wants to have your baby and will encourage you to have unprotected sex so she can feel a sense of ownership over you, especially if you're highly sought after by other women. Men, you don't want. Listen, let me just take off my glasses for this. I don't want to have protected sex with a woman I love. The feeling that you get, you want to own her body too, and the way
That's
you
right.
do that is to inseminate her ass. You don't want to
That's right.
just have say, oh, that's good sex. Let me smack off in the condom. That feeling you get of ownership where you like, I love it. You want to inseminate her
That's
ass
part of the
right
And
bonding
that's when they
ritual.
say, I want you to
Hey,
have my
can I say
baby.
something?
natural.
I want you
That's
to have my
100%
baby.
natural.
They're saying it
Ain't no
all while
seed
they're about
discipline.
to put the baby seed in you. They're saying these
Basically,
things.
you
Hey,
impregnated.
You wildin'.
Black
Not
people
the one.
and look,
I'm
listen.
the no
Fantasy,
pull out
you
man.
wildin'.
They
Black
are.
I'm
people,
They're
nature's.
saying,
I'm nature's child.
I want you
Okay?
to have my baby. That's what they're
black
saying.
I'm
we
nature's
can't,
child.
black people can't have these relationship discussions until we establish a premise. If we're going to operate by the premise that both people, men and women, are responsible for reproduction, that's a premise, perfectly acceptable. Or we can operate by the premise the whole fucking world is operated by since the dawn of civilization, where women
Can I
are put
say
in
something right
charge
quick?
and responsible for reproduction. And if we're gonna have to pick one, because we having these flip-floppy
already
weird
picked.
arguments. Yeah,
Well, listen, we're not going to all agree. Trying to get Americans to all agree on something is damn near impossible. So we're not going to get that. So
Well,
What I'm gonna say
have
is
the
we
majority
all
argument.
brainwashed as a
Would you
race
rather
of
have
people.
but I'm just saying
All
you
of
can
us
have the majority
brainwashed.
argument
You feel me?
of what the majority people think. Is it women's responsibility or both?
Right.
Mhm.
Well, we have to
But
settle on one as a
I
society, as a
haven't heard a
community.
woman
We
that
got to
said
settle
it's
on
only
one.
women's responsibility.
Yeah,
I
because
haven't
y'all
heard
don't
that
want to
yet.
take responsibility for it. I get it. Y'all trying to duck responsibility
No,
for all the
you
kids.
don't want to take. Women
I'm a
always
plug
say
for
that
this.
they
What
are
we
part
need to
of
do is come
blame.
together as a
Men try
people.
to distance themselves
That's
from
what we
the
need to
all
do,
the
man.
from the appropriate
Okay, say they are
appropriate
say
responsibility they both have.
no. We're just trying
Alan
to.
girl, Alan
Men
girl
are
is two
men are trying to
different.
operate.
It's two different things. The man faces the consequences. The woman is held responsible. You see, that's what happens when a child is produced. The man faces the consequences of having a child because he has to raise him.
But us as
The
American citizens, bro, we done been brainwashed. The whole black race have been brainwashed, bro.
No, it's
So
not that the
so we
black race.
can't
It's not.
we can't fault each other on what's going on. We all been brainwashed.
I think that's an American thing. I don't think it's
that's an American thing.
No, it's not. I mean, shit. It's us. You
The child
feel me?
support, the
Yeah,
child
guess
support
what?
that a man
When I
pays
went
is
to
the
Dubai, guess what they
consequences of
called
his
me
slave.
an American. They called me an
Yeah.
American when I went to Dubai. You
That's
feel me?
Fam,
They asked me what's my nationality, and I couldn't even
because
tell
you're
them.
a foreigner over there.
right. Fam, you said brainwash. What do you mean by we're brainwashed? Put context to it.
400 years. Why you think the black man hate the black man, bro? You understand what I'm saying? We kill each other every day, bro. Like
It's
I'm a
definitely
registered
cultural.
gun owner. I did 4 years. Hold on, listen. I did 4 years in the Marines. You feel me? So So when I wake up with my gun, bro, I don't think about no white man killing me, bro. You feel me?
Shit, very sad.
You
Very
understand what
sad.
I'm saying? I gotta be on point for niggas, bro. My own kind. You feel me? And that's sad, bro. Like we all
That is
brainwashed,
very
bro.
true.
Shit going on with Russia, China, and Russia making deals, and all us still doing this dumb shit, bro. We would never take our rightful place on the throne if we don't come together, bro. As a
100%.
people, bro.
You know what we need to come together. Before I read these super chats, you know what we need. We have gotten too comfortable. We are creatures of our own comfort. Okay, so
Yes.
we need
Facts.
war. We need catastrophe. And I know it sounds so crazy. I know I sound like an
That's
agent of
just like
chaos.
a man. Just
But
like a
no, but
man. We need war. We need
Fantasy Island
war.
girl.
But then they'll
If-
say men wage
unless
war over
we
women.
want
But this
Jesus
is the
to come
man.
back,
We need
hold on.
war.
Listen, the metric
Men
I'm
are
using for
men
this,
are meant to
hold on,
fight
hold on.
wars. Go ahead.
The
Go
metric
ahead,
I'm using for this is
Then
the
don't
fact
blame
that
women.
women do not respect respectable men now. That's why I'm like, yo, set all this shit on fire.
How many
Because we
people
gotta
stop acting like
disrespect
you don't.
Bruiser? How many?
Hey,
I'm not-
I ain't
I'm
even
not-
gonna lie,
Very
bro.
I'm talking about us.
I
Bruiser's gotten
never give up on
disrespected
my
by
black
black
queens,
women.
bro.
Towards
Because
Bruiser,
I
yes.
love them black women. Nigga, my mama
Oh.
black. You feel me? So I never give up on black queens, bro. We all
Alright.
brainwashed. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Alright.
We both brainwashed as a race of people. The black man brainwashed and the black woman is.
I think that black.
They
I think
took the
that
black
black.
man out the house, bro. They took the black man out the house, son in the prison, introduced crack, all that
queen,
shit, bro.
hey, Luke, that black
And
queen
Lucky
thinking, I
Doe.
think is part of the brainwashing.
And Luke Doe. That's that how you go by it, Luke Doe? Is that how
Luke.
you pronounce it? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm trying to make sure I
Luke
say
Doe.
your name right.
Yeah,
Luke Doe, right?
Yeah.
So you understand that the black man was ripped from the nuclear family is causing the destruction. We got to come back together. And the way we come back together is we got to bring back love and peace between black men and black women so we can reestablish a community, so we can have a mutual plane.
You
and have
100%
something together.
right, bro.
And that's the reason why I
Very
promote
right.
marriage, and that's the reason why I actually do the things I do, because
Shit,
I
I'm married,
recognize.
bro. Hey, I'm 30 years old now, bro. I've been married for 6 years, bro.
There
You
we
know
go.
what I'm saying? I ain't saying the shit peaches and cream. You feel me? But shit, I love my wife, brother. You feel me? And we ride or die for each other, bro.
And that's the reason why I get on these platforms and I try to figure out a solution on how we can bring love back between men and women, period, because it's our children that are growing up and deviating and becoming, violent to one another. Like you just said, when you wake up and you go out,
it's because of the traps that were set in place for black men, like redlining. When they shut all the factories down in the 70s.
I know.
They introduced crack into the neighborhood. You feel me?
Right.
Shit,
So
when
the
we
only
was
way
on,
we can,
I'm gonna
only
tell
way
you,
we can reverse
shit,
that
how hate came about when the house nigga syndrome. You feel me? The light skinned nigga in the house, and then the nigga in the field, like, let's run, and then the light skinned nigga not like, no, we got it good with Mouse. You feel me? So he like shit, we gonna stay. You feel? But that caused generations of hate. You understand what I'm saying? That's why the black man hate a black man to this day, bro. Like, I'm half Mexican, bro. Like, nigga went to Texas, bro, and them Mexican people, bro, they show way more fucking love than black people, bro.
Hey,
like
let me get
way
these
more
super chats read.
together, bro.
Maybe
You
that's
feel
a
me?
male.
Them people
That is true.
stick
Let me
together,
get
bro.
these super chats read, y'all. The AP, the accountability partner, $5. Great time slot. TM, I appreciate the dialogue. You know you got it, homie. Always welcome. Raw B Cheeks. This is the funniest name since Dig Big. Raw B Cheeks, $2. Cover yourself up. You know who you are, Bruiser. That's funny. All right. Marriage, politics, and sports. Mr. Rich, $10. In all 50 states on the local and federal level that women control access to sex. Anything else is a criminal act. Bruiser, you are conflating issues. Deborah Leone, appreciate the love. $5. People do not unite, coalesce around skin color. That's impossible. In 2023, people unite around common values. Bring your ass to the suburbs where I live, and that is 100% true. This is why when people be like, they don't like black people, I be like, dude, I'm surrounded by white people, and they call me the mayor. They call me the mayor.
Black people are always trying to invalidate your blackness just off of your
they call
inability
me the
to
mayor.
Exactly. Your inability to relate to their upbringing. It's like, if
It's
you didn't
because
grow up
I'm the
the
best
way I
father
did,
on
you're
the
not
block.
black. If you
I was
don't
like,
speak
can't
the way I
nobody
do, you're not
outdo.
black. If
Yeah,
you don't
Nah,
I'm
it's
like,
understand
never
I'm the
black
that.
best
culture,
It,
you're
it,
not
nigga on
it's
the
black.
never
block.
that, bro. A white person can't understand a black man's struggle. That's why I understand.
I don't know,
I don't
man.
understand
That's
how
kind of
black
blackity
men.
black, bro.
You
Where
you
you
say
go?
what? No,
Wait,
no, on
who's?
some real shit though. I don't
Oh,
understand.
Luke. Okay, I'm like, where Luke? Okay, I thought that
Yeah,
was
yeah, I'm here. I'm here,
I
brother.
got you. I got you. No
But
doubt. I
no,
thought
no.
that
What
was
I'm trying to say
Cali. My
is,
bad.
a white person can never understand our struggle, bro. You feel me? Like
I
shit. We
mean,
gotta teach our
that's
sons. Hold on,
evident.
listen. We
That's
gotta teach
evident.
our sons how to go out the door and pay attention to police. The white person don't gotta do that, bro.
All right, so I got a question. We're gonna start with the ladies. Let me get the ladies in on this one. D. Lauren, we're gonna start with you. You know what? I was gonna ask the men one. Why do women wanna be boss chicks? That is the question on the floor. Go ahead, you got the floor.
I'm not quite sure on that one. I mean, I guess in the terms of what you guys have described as a boss chick, some of that would be forced. You're in a forced situation to do so.
Okay. So I've heard that a lot. Now,
Yeah.
I've heard that a lot, but then I live in Houston, Texas, so I live around a bunch of Mexicans, and Mexican men make less than black men, and I don't see them necessarily. They don't have the same mindset about this particular boss chick thing that black women have, even though their men don't have as much money. Can y'all explain
They
that to me?
women don't have the same mindset though. They women take care of their men.
Their women are I don't
You
want to be
feel me?
offensive. I don't
But
mean to be
I'm not
offensive.
trying to
However,
down my
their
sisters,
women
All
aren't
right,
as
but
all right,
like I said,
educated.
I
one
done
mic,
saw
D.
both
Lauren. Then
sides.
I'm gonna let you. D. Lauren first, and I'm gonna let you
They
respond,
women
Luke.
take care
Though,
of
go
their men.
ahead, D. Lauren.
Their women aren't as educated as black women, to be quite honest with you.
Mm. So, all right, that's a good segue. So, does education equal independence from a man?
No, not necessarily.
I
All right.
think there is a
You
correlation
you
into the
give your
more
allegiance,
education you have.
you give your allegiance and your loyalty to who you want to give it to. That has no bearing on, whether or not the bills is paid. You choose to stay where you want to go at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Fantasy Island girl. Why do women want to be boss chicks?
I think women want to be boss chicks because their moms explain that they need to be better than them. They need to go get their educations. They want more for them. They push them when they have their ideas of, I want to start a nail salon, or I want to start a beauty shop, or whatever they want to start. Their family backs them. They support their move, their decision. Even if they don't financially support them, when they do get their business, they're right there to say, "Oh, I'm so proud of you. You're doing it." Blah 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 blah. So this is the programming from childhood to adulthood. Don't be like mommy. Don't be struggling like I am. Do better. Go to school. Make sure you have your own money. Don't depend on a man for anything. These things are things that I think these women were putting into their children because of the struggle they experienced when they
Okay.
were raising their kids.
I
So
like it.
just want better for them.
Nice. All right.
And my mother wasn't one that struggled. My mom's a nurse practitioner, and for
Oh, you
me,
didn't
it was
struggle.
no, I didn't struggle at
You didn't
all.
struggle.
So, with my mom being a nurse practitioner and everything, and my dad being an electrical engineer, I saw Black excellence. So in my case, it was, oh, we'll just follow the family footsteps.
You sound really familiar. Do I know you?
You might.
All right. Dirty folks, what's going on? This is your first time on the Trigger Mike show. Welcome.
I know, right? What's poppin', Pimpin'?
You might have came right at the
I
beginning.
never came. Bro, I didn't subscribe to Lapeef till like 45 minutes ago, bro. I ain't even gonna lie.
So he just called me a bold-faced lie. But you got the first. You got the
I
first.
mean, everybody know me
He's
like
like,
that.
nigga, you lying.
Nigga, you don't know me.
Nah,
Nigga, you don't know me.
Chicago really come and show my channel love like 3 days a week,
Nigga,
bro.
I don't know you. What you talking about?
I
You
know,
said
I know who you are, bro.
Chicago-rilla?
Nah, I know who you are. I know you are. Like, the whole Lapeef thing from Chicago, bro. I'm a Chicago dude. So they all be like,
That's
yo, Dirty, come on. And I'm like, I got you. But Facebook won't monetize me. They keep giving me flags. So I was like, I'll come when I get monetized. But I just realized I'll never get monetized. So I just popped up. What up, Chicago Rilla? How you feeling, G? Anyway, go ahead, repeat the question, bro.
Yeah. Why do women want to be boss chicks?
Because girls are dumb. Look, check this out.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh, here we go.
I'm just saying, girls don't know shit. They just do shit. Women want control. So to be a boss to them is to be in control. And I get it. That's their role. Women wanting to be a boss chick is not the problem because girls love titles, right? The problem is that black men see them as adults instead of perpetual adult-sized toddlers. So black
Okay,
men
Mr. Leclerc.
empower women instead of putting her in a position that she just has two choices. So she can choose to do one of two things. So she can have control and be a boss chick of one of those two things so the family can progress. So anything that women do, men allow. So if women want to be a boss chick, it's because black men allow it because we're the only men who don't train their toddlers. So I get it, you know.
All right. Ooh, I can smell the heat coming.
Absolutely
I can feel the heat coming through the screen.
Mm.
Woo! Fantasy had to go off cam like, this nigga. All right, look, no, Kasim, let's get you in there. Why do women want to be
But
boss?
hey, hurry up and get me in there, boy. I got some shit.
You got next, bro. You got next.
I got some shit.
I think Fantasy made some really good points in reference to why they want to be boss chicks because of the experiences that they had with those men. Those men really didn't do as much as providing and things like that. So they kind of figured like, hey, I don't want you to be in my situation. You know, as a mother wants to instill that instinct in their daughter to be better than what they are. They instill that. You know, where I work at, there's a lot of boss chicks. You know, I just happen to manage them, but I can see what they do in their private lives.
Hey,
And
not to cut y'all,
from
bro.
my experience,
Not even
from my
intimidate you,
experience,
bro.
what I have
It
seen is
sound like
that
you a simple
it's
song.
really a benefit. Come on, man, be quiet. From what I have experienced and what I have seen, it's a precursor from the experiences that they're dealing with from particular men, right? And from those experiences from those particular men, they realize that, hey, I'm not going to be able to do the certain things that I want to do in a lifestyle that I can do with this particular man. So I'm going to make sure that I provide that for myself to ensure that my own personal life, my own personal well-being is taken care of, just in case, you know, this guy here doesn't produce or he walks out on me.
Black families are kind of harder on girls than what they are for boys, though, especially academically and coming up, though. So
Yeah.
academics has always really been pushed on us, you know, and to be excellent, not necessarily from a place of trauma, just from a place of, girl, you need to be in school. Don't be worrying about no boys. They tell us that all the time coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I think both of
But
those.
why do they
statements are
tell
wrong.
you don't worry about them? Sorry, what were you saying, Dirty Folk?
I'm just saying, I think both of those statements are wrong. First of all, Sparkle, Lego got that from me. My whole channel is called Dirty Folks Daycare. They steal my Facebook posts and then they just got bigger channels and they steal my shit. Him, Donovan Sharp, fucking what's that gay ass nigga I don't like, Jason Black, all the niggas. But anyway, I think both statements are wrong. Women have horrible discernment. I have friends who are beautiful. They can have anybody. They get approached by doctors, lawyers, garbage men, big time dope dealers. Who do they deal with? A nigga from the projects, because they want control, so they feel like a boss chick. So it's not that mama wants her to do better because mom is in poverty because she didn't have better choices. It's just these girls are dumb.
We didn't say mom was in poverty and she.
As far as I'm saying, look, the fact that a 12-year-old boy has to figure out life decisions. At 12 years old, you have to figure out how you're gonna buy your mama a house. And she's 38 years old and she ain't figured it out because she ain't figured out how to suck the right dick and shut up. That is a woman being dumb problem.
You can't sit here and down black women like that.
Yeah, man, that's crazy as hell.
Hold on, we got to get everybody's.
Nigga, is your mama black, bro?
Y'all are
Like,
not
you
the
can't sit here and
majority.
down
You
black
do
women.
understand that.
I don't care about what you're saying.
Y'all are not the majority.
The reason that fathers give their daughters away is because
Hey, you dead ass wrong though.
Hold on, Luke. Though. Let him get
the
his
reason that
stuff
fathers
off.
give daughters away is because dads vet the boys that girls bring home to see if he's an eligible man. Absent of the dad, you have women who like the charm, but the charm has no substance. So because they have no discernment, what they call intuition is really hindsight because it's already over when they figure it out. They just don't, they end up in those situations that they wouldn't have to be in if they had proper guidance.
But see, that goes back
No,
to
that's not
no,
the problem.
that goes back to all these traps that were set for black people. We both brainwashed.
Explain why there's a white mate toe. Explain why there's an Asian mate toe. This is an American Western problem. This isn't just a black problem.
Bro, listen, bro. The Asians come over here and get grants, nigga. All the motherfucking Ukrainian people that just came over here and got big money, they don't give that shit to black people, bro.
They do give it to black people, but
they do give it to black people, bro.
A lot.
They give it to black people.
No, listen.
They also deny black people a lot.
Black
Look,
people
what
like
we're
that.
not
What I'm
gonna do
saying.
is
One
pretend
mic,
that.
one mic.
I'm saying, man.
One
Come
mic,
on,
yo.
man.
Black people like the dumbest.
If you a foreigner and you come over here,
I've been waiting for everybody. Let me talk, okay?
bro, they let 100,000 Ukrainians over here, but they sent all them Haitian people back, bro.
The housing reformation program and Urban League stole it. They gave $20 million.
Listen, bro, they let 100,000 Ukrainians. Look at this. They let 100,000 Ukrainians over here, but they sent all them Haitian people back when they crossed through Mexico.
Instead of your best and brightest is not an Asian problem. It's the fact that they make nostrils.
All right, y'all. Let's get Ikene in there. Why do women want to be boss chicks?
I gotta put it this way: what Dirty Folk just said right now is 100% correct. I was actually thinking, I was discussing the same thing with somebody a few days ago. Trigger Mike, I want you guys to to check this out. Even back home in Africa, as far back as 200-300 years ago, our women have always seek power.
Yeah.
Our grandfathers, our great-great-grandfathers stopped them because men did not allow that. When the prosperity preachers surfaced in Nigeria in the 70s and the 80s, guess what they did? They began to preach independent to those women because women give a lot of money to the church. As soon as those women have access to wealth, guess what? The same thing that is going on in African American community today is crippling into Nigeria slowly.
Yep.
So what they're doing is this. They are showing men, because of the money that they are getting now, that we don't need you. In fact, our women are saying today that relationship is partnership, that they don't have to submit to no man. Because of what? They got money and they get an education.
Yeah.
So some communities, when they obtain education, they empower their men. When a black woman, if you want to know the character of a black woman, put money in her hand, she would show you that she's a boss chick. No any other race that their women call themselves. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, Luke.
So when you look at it this way, no other race call themselves boss chick except our women. Our women are the only people that call themselves boss chick. And they've said it so many times that they don't need men. So what Dirty Folk just said right now, he's correct. And they do that for power.
Yep.
I know. Do you know one time I was with a girl? We were sitting down talking at a bar. 4 of us, she was interested in me. We spoke so much. And do you know what she said at the end of the day when she found out I'm a mechanical and aerospace engineer, that I have knowledge for so many things? She said to me, "You're too smart for me. I don't want you. Because I can't tell you what to do. You know too much. I want a man that I can control." And she's from Chicago. And she walked away.
Oh, there you go, bro. Don't date
She
Chicago.
walked away.
That's like saying she's from New York. Like,
no, it doesn't matter where she's from, and she's not the only one. When I was
matter where
when
she's from.
I was in Maryland, I had girls told me that. I just said this because it's the most recent. That was like 2011, 2010. I said that because it's the most recent. I've had throughout my stay in college, I had girls tell me the same thing. I can't deal with you because you're too smart for me. And the same girls, guess who they always deal with? Hood guys by the university. Guys from the hood.
Girls?
And these are girls that are mechanical engineers. These are
I
girls
think they
that
was
have
just
college,
being nice
but
to
they
Hey
you,
happen to
yo,
be
telling you
black
that,
hey
but
women.
that
yo.
wasn't the real
But
Yeah,
if
I
reason.
I
think that
Let
was a
me show
lie.
you. Let me show you
Saying
real
that,
quick. Yeah,
but it
I
wasn't
gotta
about
say this. I turned off my camera because I heard tires screeching outside, like, "Arr!" And I'm like, what the hell is somebody drag racing?
That patrol.
There's a lady across the street who's divorced. I'm pretty sure they're repossessing her goddamn car.
Oh shit.
So her husband got bread. I ain't seen the dude in about a year and a half. And yeah, like I'm looking like the dude is like trying to do something. I'm like, yo, like somebody didn't tell him to tow it. You see what I'm saying? Like, cause they would just put it in neutral or whatever, like the wheels locked up. I'm pretty sure she's getting her car repossessed. And that segues me into this women and boss chick thing. Because I think divorce and sometimes the way women handle relationships has a lot to do with it. I'm sitting here like, what the fuck? I even opened the blind, dude looking at me right in the face, like, oh shit, okay, it's not my car. All right. So what I think it is,
yeah.
go.
Hey
Oh, I'm
brother,
sorry. You
remember
weren't
you
done?
never
Go ahead.
asked
Yeah,
me the question
yeah.
either.
No, I haven't finished up.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
So you see what I'm saying, right? We know this. We should stop lying to ourselves. Our women have always seek power for generations. Even my grandfather told me that. My father told me the same thing. People that I knew have always told me that black women have always seek power.
Bro,
They've
So
always
where do we
seek
get our
power.
power? Where do we get our power, Ikine?
Guess what? No, as soon as who gave you the power, I will tell you easily who gave you
No,
the
where
power.
do we get it?
You
From
got
our
that
man,
power.
right?
From
No,
men,
you
from
didn't
men.
get it from your
From the
man
man.
because your
That's
man.
what
No,
I'm
your
No,
saying.
man.
Fantasy is
No.
right. She asked me, how do you pronounce your name,
No,
sir?
Ekene,
Ikine.
the men allowed it. They didn't give it to you. They
And they
allowed
gave
you
it to him. How do you pronounce your name, sir?
Ekene.
Ekene?
Yeah.
I don't want to mispronounce it because I like what you were saying. So
Yeah,
I don't want to
Ekene. Yeah,
disrespect
you got it
you.
right. Yeah.
Ekene? Okay, check
Ekene.
this out.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. I am dirty folks, right? Anybody from Chicago, they know what that means. Do you know how much bullshit I had to go through to be dirty folks? Because dirty folks is like white people calling you the N-word. If you folks, you will shoot somebody call you dirty folks, it's a slur. I had to convince people that I was represented right because I wanted to sell soap. Right? I wanted to sell soap. So I was like, yo, dirty folks, we're gonna sell soap. Girls love dirty folks because dirty folks is funny. He's aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Every once in a while I slap a girl. Girls like abuse.
What the fuck?
I'm just being honest.
You'll
This
be
is that
surprised.
Jay Prince shit.
Boy, hey
No.
boy,
Go
put
on,
your
go
hand on a woman in
somewhere.
front of me, boy. I
I
slap the
don't care
fuck out
about you. I'll beat you up too. Check this out. So here's the
Okay.
thing.
Hey, nigga, I'm 6'2", 230, nigga. You
I
can't
never
beat
girl
me up.
first. Girls are abusive. I
You
just
can't
don't.
beat me
I
up,
just
man.
don't let people hit on me. Girls
People
like
are abusive.
black girls like to date the killer, then slap the killer on the back of the head, and then send the killer to go kill her ex-boyfriend. Look,
Why
that
do you
girl's a
have all
toxic.
these hood crazy stories?
No.
He's telling you what is happening in the hood.
Look,
He's
this is
That
what
is
I'm
telling you
saying.
so. It's
shit happening.
this.
Things
No. This
That's
is
happening
what I'm
what
in the
you're
saying.
hood,
speaking
man.
on.
No, this
And you
is
keep
this is where I'm going with it.
generalizing.
No, this is where
Like
I'm going
that's
with it.
normal.
I see where you okay.
It's not normal for women, but I don't think women come in black. Anyway, this co-signs my African buddy. Bro, in real life, I have published 10 books, wrote 7, have a hygiene company. We started a professional penny pitching league. Bro, I do good commerce in real life. Once girls find out I can read above a 6th grade level and I don't have a parole officer, black girls don't like me.
Bro, you not finna sit here and down black women like that.
You're
Like they
not
dumb.
taking any
Every girl will
accountability
slip
for
your
your
section.
looks
up,
and
bro.
the way you speak and possibly your
Every girl's
behavior.
a slip your section.
And you're just assuming that it's because you're too good for them. No,
I don't think
it's
I'm too
probably
good
from your
for them. I'm
mouth.
too dumb.
It's
I'm
probably
not too
from
good for
your-
anybody.
it's probably just because we laugh at you at your jokes doesn't mean that we want you to be our
No,
man.
I mean,
You don't
look,
want
look.
necessarily a comedian to be our man.
Alan girl, look at it this
So it don't
way.
matter if you like me or not.
Speaking
Alan
to
girl,
the
you know,
Guys, they sleep with all y'all girls only have 3 boyfriends.
dirty
So
folks.
I
There is
don't
something
care
I
about
want to
that.
tell dirty
This is
folks. There's something I want to
delusion.
tell Alan girl. Alan girl, you might be a good girl, you might be the best of the best there, but one thing that we do see in the society is this: good girls don't see the dots that the bad girls do. You see the problem?
They don't see
Good
what?
good girls don't see the dirty things that the bad girls do. If you, as men, we're telling you what men come across. We as men come across the worst of the worst. I'm telling you for real. We've come across, especially when you have money, you come across a whole lot of bullshit people, bullshit women out there. Not every girl is bad. We have to stop generalizing. Not every girl is bad. There are very, very good girls out there. But I'm telling you this, right? The good girls are not common outside. They are
Really?
always inside. The good girls are not common. The bad girls are always in the streets. The bad ones are
Trigger Mike,
always
are
in the
you agreeing with this? Wait, can you unmute?
Trigger Mike, you're mute.
So I think we're forgetting that it's not good girls and bad girls. It's good girls, meaning good girls who are forthright, well-meaning, and service-oriented. Those are always very few and far between. You know why? Because there are very few for men as well. So what I'm really saying is there's a small group of husbands, small group of wives, and a bunch of people. There's some people figuring it out in the middle, and then there's bad. And so there's
The
definitely
majority are on the figuring it out and good side, right?
In
Is
this,
what you're
whoa. In this
No.
particular country, it is incentivized for girls to be bad. So I would actually say most girls are bad.
Most girls are
girls
bad.
are bad.
That's what I'm
It
trying
is
to tell you.
but it's because it's incentivized. Like literally, there are
They're
church
rewarded.
girls that are in like next to their family in church on Sunday on OnlyFans at night and getting slapped up like dirty folks was talking about by some dude their parents don't know nothing about. Like that life is incentivized.
But that's
to
not
these
the
women.
norm. Most girls aren't on OnlyFans.
You'll be surprised.
Most girls
A lot
aren't
of girls.
sexual.
You'll be surprised.
Most
You'll
girls
be
aren't
surprised.
overtly sexual.
You know what I don't
I'm
understand?
overtly sexual,
Hey,
but most
brother, you
women
never
in
asked me the
America.
question, though.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm wrong. I don't date women.
That's what
I
I'm
had
trying to
one
tell
girl.
you.
So you know what?
I had
You know
one
what? Hold on, y'all.
girl.
This is
So
important.
I
This
don't
is
know.
important. This is important. So I said this to I think my wife's best friend, and she was like, "Most girls aren't this. Most girls aren't that." I was like, "You know what?" I said, "You are a woman," because she said, "I'm a woman. I would know." I said, "No, actually, that's not true. You are a woman, but we experience women.
You experience
So
more
we
women.
have a viewpoint y'all could never
Never
And the one thing I
understand.
noticed is that we know parts of your best friends they would never show you. You see, simply because they're
And the same
ashamed.
thing go for y'all homeboys. These homeboys is not good men like y'all.
I'll believe you. I will
And we're
believe
not
you.
doubting you. We're not
I
doubting
will,
you.
I will believe you if you said
So
it. I
everyone's
absolutely
bad.
will.
That's the
No,
premise. Everyone's bad.
Y'all
The majority is
experience
bad.
women.
I believe
I
most
will
people are
100%
bad.
believe
No,
it.
Most people are
believe you.
bad.
I believe you, but here's the difference. Men have discernment enough to know bad guys from good. It's up to chat. I done said I wrote 10 books, I sell products, and they like, oh, you a clown. Because y'all don't understand marketing when I said this is part of the marketing. But y'all dumb. I understand. This is the thing.
Still a
Men know
comedian.
what men to avoid. If you say that those men over there are bad, men won't go over there. They'll be like, yo, I ain't dealing with them. I don't want to date a girl in the projects or the south side of Chicago or the north side of Detroit. I'm not going to go over there. Not my type of people. Women see themselves in every woman. Perfect example. I made a post one day on Facebook and it went viral as shit for some reason. And I said, there is no pink or green hair that's natural in mammals, not just humans, in mammals. So if you see pink or green hair, she's probably nuts. You know who got mad? Not the girls with pink or green hair, girls that were bald, afros, dreadlocks. They're like, that's a women expression. I gotta use the
So
word.
you bashing black women? Like, bro, I'm so tired of you, bro.
Women see
Is
the
your mama
worst
black,
in
nigga?
themselves in
Is
every
your mama
woman.
black, nigga?
Oh wow.
Luke,
Is
though,
your
are you
mama black,
trolling
nigga?
us?
Sensitive generation
Luke,
just
though,
in
are you
period
trolling us?
right now.
Every
No,
woman can
I'm
see
not
that
really
they
trolling. Like, I'm on some
it's
real
your
shit,
chest
bro.
I
and
like
Like,
shit.
it.
is his mama black, bro? For him to be sitting here down
Is
in
your
black
mama
people like that,
black
bro?
is like 2020, bro. We come on now. We way past
Nah,
the
nigga,
Most
this
people
shit
don't even like your mama, so
1992.
your
You
mama black
feel
is
me? This shit
1980s, really.
1992,
All
bro.
right, let
That
me
this
answer
shit.
let me give my answer to the question. So, why do women want to be boss chicks? It's because I think women want power. Somebody said it. They do. Women want power.
Amen.
And when you unfortunately what I've noticed, and now let me be real. I went to an HBCU, so I used to be a little bit of a simp. You do what
What
you
school you
can to
go
get
to, bro?
exactly. You do what you can to get some ass. It's a learning experience. You grow up and you learn as you go. But when I got into my more conservative ways and started listening to my upbringing, I realized women were lying to us this whole time. They masked their thirst for power with their need for equality. Y'all get what I'm saying? That's why it's
Yeah.
equality.
No.
That they pulled a fucking They pulled the biggest heist in history with that shit because they never wanted equality. They wanted to usurp this whole shit for themselves. Women
But
want
here's the thing.
absolute power, and their number one adversary standing in their way of absolute power is men.
But
So
power to do what? Because I want
Hold
to live a
on.
life of leisure. And power comes with responsibility.
Hold
I
on.
don't want to
Well,
be
Exactly.
hold
We
capable.
on,
get
I
our
don't
Didi.
want to
power
care
from
for
our
all the
Hold on,
souls.
by
Didi.
Shit.
Hold on.
proxy.
Oh, damn.
It's not
You,
our
you
power.
guys,
It's
Hey,
you
hold
guys
on.
are,
yours.
Hey,
I'm
you
he
doing
guys
never
my
are
best
asked
to
me the
have
crapping,
question
men.
though.
bro. You guys are
He
Oh, my
never
losing
bad,
asked
bro.
big
me the
time.
question
Luke,
though.
I'm gonna come to you next. My bad, bro. My bad. But let me say this. I don't think so. Didi, you said you want to live a life of leisure. You don't want power.
No, because power comes with
Great
responsibility.
power
I don't want
comes
to
I
be
with great
agree.
responsible for
responsibility.
nobody else
Yes.
except for me and my own happiness
All
and
right.
life
Exactly.
out to
So
do.
So our
let's
power
go
comes
over
from
what
having a good man
so
that
let's
takes
go
care of
over what
everything.
that means though. Let's go over what that means, ladies. So are you willing to give him sole authority over the home and the children? Let's start there. Number one.
If this is the man that I have chosen to be my headship, I'm trusting him with that. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
I'm not even gonna go through it and say y'all aren't like this. The average Western woman is not like this.
So you
Every
believe
single
they want
so
to
the
just be in
issue we have
charge.
now in today's society is if a woman wants to negotiate gender roles, you already got a problem on your hands. If a woman needs help with anything in a domestic capacity and she's trying to share it equally, you already got a problem on her hands. This is what women are complaining about today. Y'all know that, right?
No, that isn't a problem on your hands because
All right,
she
explain
is
it to me.
working.
Explain it.
She is
So
working, Trigger
here's
Mike.
my
So
qualm
she is
with that.
going to
Here's
need
my qualm.
help.
This is what
She's
I don't
going to need
understand.
help
It's
at
I
not a
don't
home
problem
because
with
understand
she is
how
submission.
gone.
It's a
Yeah.
problem with
Hey,
one thing
service.
wait,
that
most women are
confuses me
not
is this.
stay-at-home
Hold on,
moms.
let her finish and then Ikena, you go next.
Yeah, most women are not stay-at-home moms. So she is
That's true.
working for these 8 hours like you're working for these 8 hours. When she comes home, it's not like she had all day to clean up and do the dishes and cook food, clean up after that, get the kids ready. She hasn't had all day to do all these things, to prep all these things. So she is going to need more help if she's not a stay-at-home mom, and that's not unreasonable for her to expect from her husband. Right? Or
Submission
wrong?
is not a problem. Subservience
You
is.
lost us a little bit, but
As long
I
as
got
you
you.
I
know
lost
I
what's
y'all.
understand.
going on,
No,
it's cool.
You
but
lost us,
hold on,
but
dirty folks.
I know where
Dirty
you're
folks,
heading to.
calm down.
I know where you're heading
Dirty
to.
folks, calm down. YouTube got something against Sig on cam.
Smoking. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I ain't gonna smoke then.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. Let me put it this way for you, Alan girl. The thing is this. This is where the confusion is, and this is why we're always fighting amongst ourselves. The good girls always defend the bad ones.
Ooh.
You are part of those ones, those good girls. That's what you're telling us, right? You're part of those good girls. You're the one that this and that. But why are you defending the bad ones when we say this is our experience? You can't take away our experience from us. I can't take away your experience. That's what I would never do. But you shouldn't take away our experience because that is not our truth. That's the truth.
Ooh.
My experience is not my truth. It's the truth because it's my experience.
Yes.
Look.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
So then,
look at it
isn't
this
that
way.
the same for us?
That is the same
No,
thing
it's
for
not the
you.
same.
We're not doubting
Yeah.
your experience, but you doubting our experience. You debating our
Yes.
Yeah, you're
experience.
right. I am
We're not.
doubting it. You're
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You're right.
we're not debating your experience because we believe your experience. That experience that you just told us right now about yourself, we agree with you, but you're not agreeing with us. That's the bone of contention. And
Yeah.
then you see what I'm saying, right? So for the next thing that you said about what you said something about, I'm
She's
trying to
gonna need
recall.
help. She's gonna need
That
help because she's working like you're working
yeah,
all day.
look at it this way. The reason why family women work 40 hours a week,
Hey,
they work all this long shift, is not because men cannot afford what the house need. It's just that the woman wants a bigger lifestyle. Case in point, a house of 4, right, can survive on a 3,000 square foot, but she wants is 5,000 or 6,000.
You're
You see where the
advocating
No.
for
problem is.
struggle, love, and poverty, and that is
And
so
Oh,
sad.
It's not
oh, you
struggle
let
love.
me
get
It's
it,
finish.
just
Didi.
Let me
Don't
finish.
bring that shit in here.
I'm
Don't
sorry,
bring
but
struggle love
I
word
agree
in.
with
1,000
what
square
she's
foot
saying. I'm
houses
trying
are
to listen
regular
though
middle class
objectively
All right.
and
Let me
listen, but
All right.
it does
before
sound
That's
you
like
see
not.
the thing is
Too
this.
not
The
often.
thing
that
is
doesn't
this,
Hold
sound
on.
right?
realistic.
The thing
Y'all
is
know
this.
y'all done.
Whenever something is being said, that is how you guys always, our women always use argument. They go for shame, and they need to be right.
So
They
hold
first
on.
shame the person. They attack your culture. They attack your manhood. They attack your mama. They attack your country. You can never win argument. Rather, you cause chaos. But the best
She
way to
wasn't
win
attacking
argument
you.
is to present your best. And the best is when she comes home and she's tired, right?
Mhm.
She should first do the basic and get a rest. I am of the opinion that a man, if he's at home when the woman is at home, or if he's at home when the woman is out, just help her out a little bit. I wouldn't want to see my woman suffer. I wouldn't want to see that, right?
Exactly.
But she cannot tell me what to do.
So
And she shouldn't
hold on,
have
She can
y'all.
to.
ask me, she
Yes,
can
Hold
I
on,
ask
agree
y'all.
me
with
to
you.
do it, but she can't tell me to do it.
Hold on. Let's
I agree.
so you use the buzzword, Didi. Struggle love. Please
Struggle love,
explain
yeah.
to me. Yeah, please explain to me what that means. Put that in context for us.
Struggle love is staying through whatever impoverished conditions, even though you know better, but you just
Okay.
want to be loyal and a ride or
So
die.
let me give my ultimate rebuttal. Hopefully I can find
When
the
your
word.
children are in a
Somebody send
bad
me the
position,
infinity stones
but you
for
got
this
love.
shit because I need y'all to listen clearly. Black people especially have no choice, no other choice. You don't. Let me explain why. What y'all are calling struggle love is actually humble beginnings. And it's literally what 99% of couples do.
In their 20s,
Nobody,
right?
well, hold on. Nobody makes any money in their 20s. And what we
Exactly.
don't realize is with the median income that's actually on the lower side when you're 20, right? Oh, baby girl, what are you gotta go to bed? Daddy's screaming. You put on your robe? Okay. Come on. All right. You put on the all right. Damn, y'all take it away. I'm scared the shit out of me. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah.
Because even the Lord knew that you weren't supposed to be up here advocating for struggle
Nah,
love. You have
you
Struggle
can
women
love,
get away with that.
exactly.
Owens
Save
got
them,
We
baby
about to
women
get
girl.
this
Save them,
education
baby
right
girl.
now.
No. Here's the
humble,
thing.
such
Here's the thing.
malarkey.
Save them, baby girl.
This is the problem. The problem is my little African buddy whose name I can't pronounce keeps calling them our women. Women are
I
spoils
can't.
of war. Unless you win the war and she's fucking the logo, she's not your woman. If she's not a nation girl, she's not your woman. So that's the first problem. But in addition to that, I'm going to co-sign what you said. Men and women don't have the same experiences in dating because women experience the results of her decision. Men experience the dating market. It's totally different. That's why every woman can say that men date the wrong woman. Like every man in every city all around America is dating the same Keisha. It's not true. All y'all act like this. There's a reason that every man in every city can have the same story and we date all different women. The fact that y'all don't want to acknowledge that those women exist is because either because women hate each other so y'all don't talk to each other or because you're that woman. You can't tell me that you don't have a first cousin that's a stripper and another one who took the baby and moved to Texas on her boyfriend. Like
We're not saying they
everybody
don't
knows
exist. We're
this.
just
This
saying they're
is
minority.
common stories. Here's the real deal.
Y'all only talk about the really bad minority
Yeah, because
of
it's really
women.
bad experiences. That's why only
Yeah.
9%. No, listen. Only 9% of women under the age of 60, black women under the age of 60 are married. Only 9%.
Yep.
Okay.
That
1 in
means
10.
that 9 out of 10 women rejected 2 marriage proposals in our 20s so they can complain about there's no good man at 35. Y'all don't
Y'all
like
don't
it.
even live to 60. So what do you mean
What
here?
the hell is she talking
What does
about?
that have to do with anything, Didi? That doesn't even
Right.
If you're
mathematically
talking
add
about
up.
women
Explain
being
that.
married,
Explain
y'all
that.
should,
I
at the
didn't say
age
you
of
live to
60, about
60.
the percentage of women being married, then you need to take into account how
Wait, it's
many of the
already
men
cutting out.
are still alive. A lot of them are widows by that time.
What I
told you
said
it's not.
is only
What?
9% under the age of 60. I
Y'all
didn't
are
say the age
dying
of 60.
young, so 60.
Oh, y'all
So
are not
they're
about to
not
pass that.
married. They're
Y'all
not
just moved.
married.
Hold on.
She's saying they're not married because their
Listen,
husbands have
we have
passed
very
away.
few rules
Hey,
on the
Trigger Mike.
show.
Let me say this real quick. Do you remember when they used to tell us that we were all in jail? Now they say we're dying young.
Y'all dying young.
But before we used to be all in jail.
So
or we're gay, or we're all
my
yeah,
father
we're
didn't make
gay,
it
Oh,
to
we were
60.
gay.
I don't know why
we're in
they
We were
jail,
on
we're
the
dying
down
young.
low.
A lot of
It
people didn't
has
make
to
it
be
to
a
60.
reason that she has horrible
There's always
discernment.
going to be a reason that she's, and it's
Yeah,
always a
because girls
big
don't know how to.
reason.
Women are
Yeah,
only
there
as
are always going to
I
be
like girl.
outside.
Come
There
on
are
now.
always going to be reasons
You're my
why
friend. Why
women
would you
are
be coming?
single.
Why would you buy that kind
women
of?
don't like being at
Why?
above
Hold on,
6 grade
y'all.
level.
Why does him not living to 60, if that's even the stat, okay, have to do with you marrying him before you're 30, having
That's right.
children all the way up until 35, 40, living a productive life, having a mortgage paid off by the time he dies? So even that man that died at 60 could provide you the life you need and leave you set up to live the rest of your life. And the example he set makes that children take care of you in his absence. So
She's
why
not
does what
arguing
y'all
against
said
that.
about this 60-year-old thing have any weight on a man being there for you and you needed to be married to do so? Like, why does that have?
It's a good question.
Your man passing away would mean that you are no longer married.
No,
We all
that's not
die.
what
That's
that's
fine.
not what Trigger Mike is saying.
You are
Trigger Mike
now
is saying this
included
is
in
what
that
Trigger Mike is saying.
statistic.
That
You're
If
she
he's
now
not
was in
dying
her
at
statistic.
20s.
25,
She's
then
She
pointing
went
what?
out.
past her 20s. She never married him in her 20s.
Yeah.
So she had
True.
all her 20s to marry him. She never did. She had her
So
30s to marry him. She
Under
never
the
that's
did. Now
again.
pretense,
she's
So
complaining at
Didi,
her
under
60
the
that he was
assumption
dead.
we know each
that
other.
they
Hold
got
on.
a
So
proposal.
Didi,
You
we
said,
know
Didi?
each other. That's the equivalent of me being a goddamn fool when we was in school being like, Didi, will you marry me? And you be like, no, nigga, because you're going to die at 60. What?
No, that's not the
Well, I mean,
equivalent. What
I
she's
already knew
saying
your
is
daddy
that
had money, so I might would have
that
did it anyway.
stat. What she's saying is that statistic can also include the people that have passed away. It's not that they
No, it
weren't
does not.
chosen.
Did you hear
It's
what she
not that they
just said
had an
right
op.
now?
They
That
didn't have
she
an
knew
option
No.
that
at
Trigger
love.
Mike
Well,
dad
look,
had
listen,
money. She
'cause
would have
I
married him
understand
right
that
away.
girls.
Yeah, but
I understand girls have horrible communication skills. What I'm saying is your
Communicate
marriage rates
differently. We don't have
are
horrible
conflated
communication skills.
based on baby boomers, right? So when they say, even when they say that 54% of black men don't have kids, it's closer to 70, 75%
Why?
because they count baby boomers. When they say
Why?
that 26% of black women are married, they're counting baby boomers. When you go under the age of 60, only 9% of black women are married. When you go under the age of 60, almost
Yeah,
7
if
out
you
of 10
remove the
black men
baby
don't have
boomer,
kids.
if you remove the baby boomers, the number goes up significantly high.
Because boomers were weird people. What I am saying is, I have never met a cute girl. And fantasy girl, let me ask you, how many marriage proposals have you declined?
2. But I was
Exactly.
married.
Every girl declines 2 marriage
I
proposals.
still said yes to one. I was married, and I'm about to say yes to this next one. I will be married again. I'm not going to be dying alone. I always have a man.
She's
I'm going to
exceptional.
acquiesce. I'm going to do what my
Exceptional.
man says, and I'm going to always have a man.
Exceptional.
All right, so don't lie. So this is a good time to answer the question. Are you saying that definitively because you realize the mistakes you made before?
With my ex-husband, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Did it
have
have
to learn
anything
from
to do?
every relationship you're in if you want to get good at it, right?
I don't disagree.
It is so honorable for a woman to say that she made mistake from her. Not
it is.
every
It
woman
is.
says that. Not every. They will put that blame until they die. They will never accept it was
Okay,
it's so honorable.
I
Very
can count on maybe I'll do both hands the amount of women I've ever heard had a sincere, because we can say women apologize. I don't know too many men that have ever gotten a sincere apology from a woman. So I can probably count maybe 7 women that are ever like, I'm sorry. Like, like
we got to sing the whole song.
And the
And
thing
you
men
know
don't do
damn well I ain't
is
one of
that
them.
do not
I
let them get away with I'm sorry.
apologize.
Why are you sorry? My dad used to do that. Because you don't get that. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Why are you sorry? Why are you sorry? Like he wants to hear you recount the error of your ways in detail so you know what you did. In fact, one hand. one hand, I've never heard a woman apologize. Like, I mean, rarely ever have I heard it. So let's get Paulo
It's
in
funny
here.
that you say that, man, because I heard my dad say that to my mom a couple of times when she'd be bawling and crying, and he'd ask like, "Why are you crying? Like, what? Be specific about what you're crying about." I remember him saying that, and that really
Because
humbled
it's
her.
manipulation. You know they use that as
Yeah,
manipulation.
yeah,
What up?
it really humbled her
I
to
ain't even
listen to
gonna say
her
what I want to say.
and break down and explain. So yeah,
Yeah,
What a
you know
bitch.
what? I'm sorry. I
For me,
think
I'm
that
just I'm just
cowgirl
gonna
is
So
a
for me, I'll
manipulative.
walk
Fantasy
around
Everything's so
Island
saying,
is a
I will
pirate.
say you be
calculated.
all
Like
right.
people don't have emotions. They don't just cry because they're feeling overwhelmed. They're
No,
manipulative.
no.
Fantasy
Here's the
Island.
difference. Here's the
Fantasy Island.
difference.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
30 seconds.
No, here's the difference. Women are only faithful to her emotions and as loyal as her options. Y'all have
correct.
too many options and y'all have too many emotions. You go through 5 emotions a day. So for you to be faithful to your emotions means, yes, you do have emotions, but I don't care because I have to be stoic. I have to be static. I have to be the base. So I can't cry when you cry. I don't even understand why girls want men to tap into their sensitive side because he's going to kill you because sensitive men are dangerous men. They're a man who's stoic and lets you cry. I drink girls' tears. I season chicken with them. It makes the chicken more delicious. Because here's the
So
truth
you
of
got
the matter.
so you got the tears like a little bottle, like a little hot sauce. You just
No,
put the
I'm trying
tears,
to
the
tell
hot
you.
sauce.
I'm trying to tell you, it's like Lowry's. Look,
Hey, hand me that Keisha over there. The
look.
tears.
That's
So the
what's up.
only
Let me explain something to
moisture
you.
that you produce from women are tears.
Let me explain something to you. The best relationship is when your girl is always sad. And I'll explain to you why.
What's wrong with you?
I'm here to help. I'm here to help the men. I don't care about girls. Y'all ain't really useful with clothes on.
I
Look,
know you
I'm here to help the
driest
guys.
coochie
See,
ever.
the best thing is when your girl is sad. And I'll tell you why. When your girl is happy, everybody else is sad. When you're trying to happy wife, happy life her, you're sitting in front of the house for an hour, not wanting to go in the house because you don't want to hear her mouth. And the kids can't read. When she's sad, you happy as shit. You watching football with your friends. The kids can read. They going outside. Because everything makes girls mad. Because women are instant gratification. All of you have been boys before you were men. So all of you have mothers, right?
Indeed.
You know your job is to take out the garbage. If you're a boy, your job is to take out the garbage. You know you got to take out the garbage. In your mind, you're going to take out the garbage when you go outside. In your mom mind, she already had a conversation for 30 minutes about you not taking out the garbage, and the garbage got to go out right now. Not now, but right now. Instant.
You need to get a vasectomy right now.
I don't need to get a
Not now,
vasectomy.
but
I just
right
need to
now.
get black girls because black girls are
Please
useless
do
with
not
clothes on.
procreate.
But my point
That nigga
is,
sound, that nigga sound like he hate black women, man.
I don't hate black
Man,
women.
there
Black
you
women
go,
hate
Rick
black
Lowe.
women.
That's what you sound like.
All right,
I have a
30
I agree with Luke.
Let's get somebody else in there. Paulo.
You gotta
I have a
line
no,
me
but
up,
I have a
Sugar Mike.
question for.
Hold on, y'all.
I have a question for him, really quick.
Yeah.
When you said that, the important thing is to keep a woman unhappy.
No, I
Do
didn't
you
say
not
that.
realize? Well,
No, I
sad,
didn't say
right?
that.
Sad. Do you not realize that women will follow an emotion all the way through the end to see exactly where it gets them? So if they're in a sad state and they're going to follow that sad state, and you're not trying to get them to be in a better mood, do you not think that's going to have more conflict? Because that's what I've experienced. I've
I
experienced that
understand.
whenever my ex-wife I would come home and I would want to have some changes going on. The first thing that I had to do is I had to change her mood, right? Once I was able to change her mood and get her mood to a better place, then I would have more success in changing her mind to getting things done that I
First
exactly
of all,
need
things I'm
done.
going to change her mind. Let me explain something to you.
That's a hard job, ain't it?
My uncle
No,
told me something at 12 years
to
old that
change a woman's mood? Absolutely not.
no. My uncle told me something at 12 years old that I didn't grasp until I was 24. At 12 years old, out the blue, my uncle came to me. He said, only talk to girls that's smiling because you can keep a woman happy, but you can't make a woman happy. Her feelings is her feelings. If she's sad, that's on her, nigga. I'm not sad. I'm living my life. When she get around to changing her mood, she can come back. I'm not here chasing her mood. I'll be chasing forever. I'm static. I'm here.
As a
But you
responsible,
just said you keep her
So you
safe.
don't. So wait a minute. So
You
hold on for a
can
second,
help
Phantom.
change her mood.
Do you not as a man
no.
benefit from her femininity?
Okay, as grown individuals, we're not responsible for each other's moods.
But
We're
do you
responsible for
agree that
we,
you can help change someone's mood? Like,
no,
I know
like
that when I go in
as
a
a
room, I bring light and people usually brighten up when I'm there. That's
mm-mm.
usually what happens. I change
I know
moods.
why.
So what
I
you're
know why they
saying,
do.
Hey, I'm gonna say some real
and then
shit. My wife
usually
done kept me out a
even
lot of
in
trouble.
uniform, I just have that energy. I just got
Lot of
told
trouble.
today I
It's
seem
not
very
it's
approachable.
as mature adults.
I know why they brighten up.
It's
No.
as mature adults. It's not our job to control our spouse's emotion, how they feel.
No.
It's your
Nah,
as an
nah, it
adult.
is if you married, my nigga. You gotta
Goddamn,
be
Luke,
I'm
no.
I've
Luke,
been
no, you
you gotta
gotta
be
let
a
him
good
finish.
spouse,
Luke,
you
no, you
feel
gotta
me?
let him finish.
Hey, and you never asked me that question. I got bumped off, my nigga.
How did you get to the marriage? So
No,
you
you
didn't
no,
date her,
listen.
you
Hold
just
on,
met
let
her
him
and
finish.
married her. So all the way through the courting process, you never saw her side. Here's the thing: it's not the fact that you don't make an attempt, because women have the emotional maturity of toddlers. So if I had a child, I would want to see my child be happy. But if they not, then that's on them. Here's the thing: the most you can do is the best you can do. But I'll tell you this: nothing that women are really sad about, men should give a fuck about. And I'll explain to you why. Every man in here has dated a woman who has a job, I would assume. You can count on one finger, not even one hand, one finger, the time she came home from work with a story about her job that had to do with the duties of her job. She talks about everything at the water cooler. Her co-workers, them in traffic, everything else. You still don't know what she do for a living. You know she got a job. You don't even know what the fuck she do for a living. Whenever they're an employee handbook, you ain't heard none of that shit. All you hear is about
Hey,
it. And then
hey, I'm gonna tell you
what
a
she'll
lie.
tell
I'm
you
gonna
is,
tell you a lie, bro.
Now I'm finna
no, I ain't gonna
gaslight
lie.
you.
And then she'll tell
That
you
don't
something
happen.
Nah,
like,
you a
I
lie,
just
bro. Cause
solution.
my wife in the
Wait,
Navy, bro.
wait,
She
I
they
just
be
got one
honest with
solution.
a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
let you
straight
go.
women, bro.
I just got one
My
solution.
wife,
All right,
my
one
wife
mic,
come
one mic.
home all day and talk about
No,
parts she done
look,
fixed, bro.
look, I think you're a girl anyway. Look, then she'll come
He
to
talking
you
about he
with an
think I'm
easy
a girl. What?
solution.
Hey, boy,
When
this
you
shit
have a
easy,
solution,
boy.
what will your girl
Stop
say?
playing with that, boy.
I just
Stop
want you
playing
to
with that.
listen.
All right, y'all. We monopolizing. Let's get somebody else on the
That's
topic.
all let's say.
Paolo, you got the floor. Why do women want to be boss chicks?
All right. Women have been sold this idea that being a boss is going to give you independence and freedom. Which is exactly what it doesn't give you. It gives you more responsibilities. Yeah. And not only that, you're not built for it. And the reason why you're not built for it, because you won't go a prolonged period of time being that independent boss, whatever it is that title is. The second part to that is we as men are also reinforcing that idea. We're reinforcing that idea to the degree that we are upholding women's standards when it comes to men. My whole thing is this. Women has always adhered to the man's standard. Even mothers of eligible daughters would bring their daughter up in the sense of, you do not act this way because your father is this way. We uphold his image. Your standard is to uphold your father's image, so therefore you can attract a man who has the same level of principles and value as your father. That has been always the case for the longest time. I also say we should not give women the credibility of having standards. The reason why is because they will bend those standards for a certain particular man. They do it all the time. Men with wife beaters riding bikes, they will sleep with them on a case-by-case basis. So
That
those
doesn't
standards
change their
aren't
standards
truly
for
measurable in a sense.
Y'all know y'all be
What I
sleeping
do
with the
say
wife
is
beater
men
niggas.
That
should have
doesn't
standards
change
for
their standards for
themselves.
relationships, just like men sleeping with these women they don't want to have babies with.
Hold on,
Okay, I like
I'm
that.
about
I
to get
like
to
that.
that.
This
All
is
right,
the
hold on. Let him
thing.
finish.
Men
Let him
and
finish.
women don't have the same decision when it
Hold
comes
on.
Let
to
him finish his point. You already let him finish
Let
his
him finish,
point.
fam. Let him finish.
What I'm getting at is that men should have standards for themselves. I have a thing called principles. I've shared that with you. I call them the 3 tenets. And I hold the people, the men around my vicinity to that same level of standards. So this whole accountability thing comes back to me. So I know a lot of men would disagree with me in this regards, but we as men are upholding the unreasonable way that women are acting and behaving because we keep giving them credible stances on what their standards are. I don't give a shit what a woman's standard is. I give a shit about what my standard is. And if her father's involved, as he should, I give a shit about his standards. What are his standards?
Facts.
And is your daughter meeting that standards for whatever man that I should endeavor to be?
I have something to say. I have something. This is
How
what I
do
want to
you
say.
go about?
This is something that I want to say.
Hold on, we all trying to get in here.
Okay.
I
Hey,
think
but
Luke
Luke
Bell's
ain't
been
never
trying to
get
get
shit
in
out
here.
though.
Let's get DJ Vapors in there. What's going on, fam?
How you doing? How you doing? The Lapeef Network. How
I'm
you
good.
doing? Well, women want to be buff chicks because of the competition and the sexual dating market, as far as men creating the infrastructure and all that. I thought it was the women competing against other women, but in my analysis, it's the women competing against the men to plant their feet in the market to then furthermore compete, and without understanding the men's position and their stance on trying to provide and things like that. So it's a big thing with the competition in the dating world, I feel.
I agree with you, DJ. In
You
principle, not in
think
practice.
the competition is between the men and the women, not the women and the women.
No, I think the competition is between women and men and women and women. I don't think that men even know they're competing, because if they knew
Damn
they
sure
were
don't.
competing, they could crush a girl.
They damn sure don't know they're competing. That's a
So,
good point.
Really, you
that's
guys
the
are very
issue.
competitive.
Not with women. We don't see you in our view of competition.
No, we don't.
Okay, so you guys are saying because y'all underestimate your competition, you don't know you're competing.
Okay. Fantasy Island girl, listen. So I don't want to lay women low like women don't do shit. This is what I'm actually saying. Men aspire to be like other men. This is why everything that is male is considered to be unisex, and everything that is female is considered to be female. Because men only look up at other males they can look up to. We don't look down. This is why. The best woman can actually beat some men. The best man can beat all women and all men. So we only looking at the best man. Does that make sense?
You're only looking at the best man, so you don't
The
see
best.
the other men
We
as
only looking at the
competition.
best.
No, we do see other
Okay.
men as competition. We don't see
Only the
I see
best
women
man.
as
You only see
competition
the
'cause I
best
know
man
you
as
charge
competition. You don't pay attention to these other men that aren't like you don't pay attention to the guys
No,
that
we
are
don't
on
pay
your level.
attention to the
No.
we
You
don't
only
pay
pay
attention
attention
to
to
the
the
men.
guys that are
Yes.
above.
So
That's
I'll explain.
that's
Let
the
me
competition.
explain this. Let me explain this way. When you run track, they tell you look at the person that's in front of you, and you will run faster.
You'll run
Never look
faster.
behind, because if you look behind, you'll fall behind.
Or
You lose
besides,
But you're assuming that the women are all behind you.
Oh,
goodness.
Okay,
I'm just
my
trying to
last
understand where we are in this race.
if you let me finish. If you listen to what Trigger Mike just said, we don't look to women for competition. We look to men to competition. And so I begin to explain how we look at men in competition. We look at the leading man. We don't look at the man that's beside us or the man that's behind us. We look to the man that's in front of us. We don't run against women. Women run against men.
So let me say
Right.
this.
Are y'all talking about in
Fantasy,
work
I
positions,
think
or
I
you're
understand.
talking about in life?
No,
In
in
life.
life in
I'm
general.
trying to
Well, in
understand
all
where
things.
this analogy goes.
Hold on.
This analogy goes in
Applies
life
to
in
what?
general. This
Life in general.
analogy life in general, correct?
You guys think we're competing with you in life in general,
Yes.
and not
And
just
you're
work
Yes.
positions?
talking. You're saying,
Yes,
okay, let me
fantasy.
You're competing with me right now. You're
Y'all
trying to
all
compete with me
okay? So you
right
guys
now.
all believe that we're
But
competing with you
you
in
also
life.
let me say this though,
Yes.
Fantasy Island girl. Every time, so I understand what you're saying, because like I said, some women will bust their ass to make it to a level that is competitive with men. One of the reasons I stopped looking at women as like role models is because I realized their longevity factor is just not there. Every time I pick up some kind of female role model, the one thing all women are entitled to do, and y'all do religiously, is change your mind. I'll come in one day and be like, me and such were supposed to work on a project. She's so awesome. It was getting a little too hot for her. She quit. She just wanted to go home and stay with her kid. Excuse me? So I only trust the leadership of men because they're more like me. They're more dedicated like me. They have the longevity, all of that. So that's why we're naturally going to default. It's not even dig on women. This is why boys are suffering in single mother homes, because they're crying out. They need a male figure, a male role model, right? They can't take that example from the women. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
My
Like,
dad
you
said
act
something
like
very
there's not
powerful.
men in the community
And
and uncles and everybody else that y'all end up seeing just because
you
you
know
ain't
what?
got necessarily a
Every
good
So,
functioning man
wait, hold
needs
on,
a
hold on, y'all,
community.
hold on, y'all.
Wait, what
Didi,
did
you
you
said
say?
you said we're acting like there aren't other men in the community
Like,
for
you
the
act
boys
like
to
y'all don't
learn
be
from.
having uncles and other men in the community that
It's
you
not
look
enough.
to.
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
Although,
no,
enough.
you know,
no. It's
although
not
you
for
don't
them
have
because
a
they
daddy
don't
You
want
have,
to
cannot
teach.
and
replace a
can I
father in the
finish
house.
speaking?
No, no, no.
And at
Go
the
ahead.
end of the day, I
Go
know a
ahead.
lot of men that had fathers in the houses and still turned out not to be so great of people.
That can
That's
I mean,
exception to the rule.
at the
I
end
know
of the
a
day,
lot
nobody's
of them.
immune to life.
That's exception to the rule. Look,
Ain't
this
nobody immune to life.
my dad
Nobody's
gave
immune.
me my dad gave me 2 lessons about girls, and I'll never forget them. He gave me 2 lessons, and they served me well. When he first told me, you know how it's the red car thing. You never see a car like yours until you buy one, and then you see them everywhere. My dad gave me 2 pieces of advice, and then I saw it everywhere. Well, actually 3. He gave me 3. The third doesn't apply. I'll tell y'all, but it don't apply. I came to my dad at 18 years old. I say, Dad, I don't understand women. My dad says, yo, women ain't that difficult. You can understand women. But just realize that if you understand women, you won't understand anything else in life. So you need to make a decision. Do you want to understand women or do you want to understand life? And I said, Dad, I want to understand life. And he said, well, just understand all women are crazy. Find a crazy that work for you. The second thing that my dad told me that applies to this is women want to do what men do. Men don't want to do what women do. If you find 5 men doing something, you'll find a girl that want to do it too, because they got to come and fuck up your fun. But if you see a man doing what women do, he's gay.
Damn.
Or
That's
trans.
true. That's
And
true.
and the third thing my dad said that doesn't apply to this is women hate kids. They only like babies.
That's true too.
Do you know how
That's
worrisome
true
babies
too.
are? Babies
Yeah,
need
you.
nursing like every 2 hours. What do you mean
That's
here? I
true.
enjoy my daughter so
I've
much
never
more now
liked.
that she
Look,
can
I
is
have
older.
seen women beating their 12-year-old child in
Oh,
aisle 5 of
no,
Walmart
dirty
and see
folks.
another lady with a baby carriage
Dirty
and get
folks.
baby feet.
Let me drive that home
I've
though.
seen men
But y'all
beating
do
their sons
realize that
outside with
because
extension cords in front
like
of everyone.
women abuse children more than like single mothers abuse children more than single fathers do. So that's actually a
Because
true
there's
thing. Like,
more single mothers than single fathers.
no,
I
no,
hate.
no, no.
Don't do
What I
that.
mean in proportion. In proportion.
No, that isn't what it's
Yes.
saying. I looked at
Yes.
that stat. Okay, show me
What
the
I
stat where
mean
it's
is like
showing me in
1,000.
proportion.
What I mean, at random, take 1,000 single fathers and 1,000 single mothers. There will be more abuse, more ADHD, more all this type of stuff on the mother's side. But it's for reasons we've already
What
stated.
kind
It's
of abuse?
temperament,
Because if we talking about sexual abuse, it's gonna be more on y'all end.
physical abuse.
There's
On the
women
children.
out
Well,
here
let's
on
talk about
Facebook
sexual
right
abuse
now doing
because that's what y'all
videos
be
Let
doing.
me put
putting
it this
booty
way.
dances
Let
for
me put it
women.
this way,
Are you
guys.
Look,
serious?
hold on. Trey was a
Let me
cop. Yeah, I remember. Read it. All the abuse cases I worked were mothers. He was a cop.
let me
A
let me
cop
put it this
where?
way. Let me put
What
it
the?
this way. Let me
Never
put it
mind.
this way, guys.
You know they get down out there.
Women, right? I gotta tell you, if you look at the kids, if you look at boys from the age of 14 and above, there is something common with those boys from the age of 14. They always want to go stay with their dad. 14-year-old boys and older always want to stay with their dad because you know why? They can't. Their mom can't control them anymore because she has lost control. Everything she's been doing to him is different from what the dad does to him. The dad always treat him like a man with respect and teach him life, but the mom always want to put him down. That is why you see, treat him like a baby.
Coddle their sons. Everybody don't have these horrible ass moms, yo.
I
Everybody
coddle my son, so he said he put her down like
Listen. Because remember, ladies, hold on. You know these are teachable moments for the audience. They get a lot from the show. They tell me. So it's never really to make the mothers look horrible. But you know what it really is? Is that mothers are actually God damn. Did y'all see Mother's Day yesterday? The grocery store, the whole store was riddled with balloons. I had to buy my wife 2 flowers because I bought them flowers, and my kids said we wanted to pick the flowers, so we had to go get more flowers. $70 a bouquet. $70. That's how much people love and celebrate mothers. But do you know why mothers are the most celebrated person in the family? Do you want to guess, Didi or Fantasy Island Girl?
We're the most nurturing.
Because she's there.
Hell no, they're
No,
not nurturing.
because of fathers. That's why.
Right.
Only when a father is present does a mother's nurturing and all of this get played up. A mother, like fathers, make mothers who, like literally who they are. Without fathers, most mothers are hated.
They go
Let's
nuts.
be real.
I got a 26-year-old son and a 21-year-old daughter. And for years, I've always taught my son and my daughter how to honor your mother, not just on Mother's Day, but all year
Yep.
round.
Yep.
This is what when you look at family that are living, try to be holistic. Fathers will always teach their kids to respect their mom.
Mother.
Mhm.
And you
This
don't
is
think mothers
Let me
teach
add to
their
that,
kids to
John. Let
respect
me add to
you?
that. Let me add to that.
I didn't.
just
So hold
realized.
on one second, Trigger. Hold on
Go
one
ahead,
second,
John.
Trigger.
Go ahead.
Was it D just said that? D.
That was Fantasy Island Girl.
Okay, I'm sorry, Fantasy Island. One thing we gotta do in communication is when someone communicates something, let's not assume the negative or the opposite of what someone is saying. Because when I make my statement, you said the statement you made right after that was, rather than taking what I said, you begin to go into a defense mechanism saying you don't think mothers do that for their dad for the
No, it wasn't
dads.
a defense mechanism. I'm trying to understand what the point is. Like I
John
get
the Baptist. John the
the
Baptist.
leading up
The
to. I
point,
just
the
want to
point,
know
the
what the
point,
point.
John the
point,
Baptist.
the point,
Let me just interject.
Hold on
John
one
the
second. Hold
Baptist.
on. Hold on.
Glad to do that.
He can hold on one second. The reason why I made my statement was to give clarification to what Trigger was saying.
Mm-hmm.
I was adding
Okay.
to Trigger's point.
Okay.
I was listening to Trigger. I was adding context to what Trigger said about Mother's Day. I was giving more context.
Okay. I thought it was going to somewhere
This
else.
is
That's why I was like, okay, so
yeah
what
yeah.
is the
This is
No,
this
I
is
was
one thing
I
we
was
have to.
what
This is,
hold on. It can hold on. I was actually that's what I was trying to say in the conversation. I was listening to what Trigger said. I was adding to the
Mhm.
conversation. I wasn't trying to go anywhere different. I wasn't trying to be
Okay.
And to add what
controversial.
John said,
I,
here's the
I
thing.
want to say this to all of us and to the audience. When you speak to a woman, right, you have to understand that God created us different. Men are figurative. Women are literal.
No,
I will
I
tell you
think it's the
why.
other way around.
No. I will tell you why. I'll explain it.
I'm very literal.
When we speak as men, we might be like, oh man, there is a fat cow behind the truck. A woman will be like, fat cow behind the truck? Where is the
Where?
fat cow?
Where's the
But when
cow?
you, where's the
Exactly.
cow? But when you, what you mean as a man is that there is a fat girl behind the corner or at the corner.
And we
That's
looking
what
for a
she
No
cow.
means.
shit.
But she going to go
Okay,
looking
I
for
agree
the
with
fat
this.
cow while you are talking about a fat girl. You see what I'm saying? So
And
No,
they
I
are
don't.
literal.
I
We
don't.
are figurative.
to co-sign with John, and you're right, bro. To co-sign what John was saying, the number 2 job of a father is to protect his children from the mother.
Oh shit.
Because so even pushing the respect your mom thing isn't necessary if she's respectful. A father has to go back when the kids come to him and say, yo, mom tripping, and be like, yo, listen to your mother. But I got you. You know what I'm saying? I have friends, like, look, here's the thing. I ain't even gonna go into those stories. Here's the
Dog,
thing.
let me add
Women
to what
deal
you
with their
go ahead.
emotion immediately. And y'all instant
Yeah.
gratification creatures. So
Wait, what did you
immediately,
say? You cut out a little bit.
women deal off emotions immediately, and y'all instant
Okay.
gratification creatures. So when a father is present, most dads don't even whip their kids. They just give them the look, right? My dad gave me 2 whippings, and one of them I really deserved because I burned my sister's room up playing with fire. So men really aren't.
Yeah,
It
you
was so
deserve
bad.
more than a
Badass
whooping.
I was a
kid.
kid
Goddamn.
playing with
Fuck.
matches, man, and the match burnt me, and I threw it in the air, and it caught the
What's
curtains.
the
It was some
punishment
crazy
for
shit.
arson? Goddamn.
Damn, that's what's up.
But I earned that one. Like when I got he whipped my ass, and I deserved that one. To this day,
You
I'm like, yo,
did.
now I don't play with matches ever since, right? But
Hmm.
normally my dad would lecture me to death, and I hated the lectures more than I was like, just whip me, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
He didn't beat you enough.
men,
If we could
men
see
really
back from
aren't
how you
abusive
talk
like
back, he didn't beat you enough.
no, but men aren't abusive like that for the same reason most men don't beat women. Like men don't want to punch down. That's what we've been saying the whole time. Like
It's
to
a
beat
sign
a
of
child
weakness.
or to beat a woman,
It means you weak. Yeah, if you do it.
right? Men don't punch down, so they'll lecture you to death. They'll threaten you to death, but they'll never do anything. Most times when you see men beating children, it's because the woman promoted the fight. That I'm gonna tell your dad when he get home, and then he does what his girl asks him to
Oh
do.
my goodness, that's
Wait,
perfect.
wait,
The
wait,
segue
wait,
into the
wait, wait.
situation
Us
with
telling
John Morant.
you,
There was
us
the
telling you
situation
what
with John
happened.
Morant. Hold on,
Hold on.
Fancy. Hold on one
What
second. There
happened?
was the situation with John Morant and his mother called him to come confront the person working at the finish line when she could have just went to the manager, asked for the manager to settle the conflict. But instead she called John Morant to come down. He not even knowing the situation in totality, but going down there based off of her
Emotions.
letting them know like that's not right. That's not guidance. The
Professional
father,
fight promoters.
And she instead of calling the son, she should have called. If she gonna call him, she should have called her husband.
The husband, the manager, the police. Girls are professional fight promoters. A great day for a woman, especially a black woman, is the men that love her. One is dead, one's in jail, and she's with a third dude before the arraignment. And it has to be people they love. So it has to be her dad or her brother fighting her husband or boyfriend. It has to be
So
two men that she
degenerative.
loves fighting each other to prove they love for her. That's a great day. Now,
This is stupid.
it's just professional fight promoters. That's
This
what they do.
is all
But here's the caveat. Here's the caveat, because I know you're not
Good
going
night,
this
you
way,
guys.
but I know girls. Here's the thing. Why is it that women don't believe that men know women? Like we don't have sisters, neighbors,
because you keep referring to ghetto stuff.
neighbors,
That is
we don't
very
date them.
ghetto.
You're always referencing really ghetto things that we
I'm not
don't. We
never
keep
All
said
right.
telling you
ghetto
from
Let
the
me.
things.
first
Who has it?
reference that
Hold
we
on.
don't relate, and you
Wait a
keep
minute,
Let
screaming
guys.
me.
Hold
them.
on
Hold
for
on,
one
y'all.
second. One
Screaming them,
second.
and
One
we're just
second.
like,
I want to thank everybody on the panel. I got to like go to bed because I have to be at work in like 4 hours. But
Oh
this has been
damn.
very entertaining
I
and
can tell you
very
got
educational.
hypnotized with us. I can tell. But you always welcome, bro. You
Yeah,
always
I'll be back,
welcome,
you
bro.
guys.
Come through.
All right, continue the
good
conversation.
night,
God
you
bless.
guys.
All right.
Yeah.
I have to go to work tomorrow
I
too.
wanna ask, we're gonna start with a dude on this one. Let's see. DJ, we're gonna start with you. All right, good night, Fantasy. Oh, she gotta go to work too. Shit, probably in 4 hours. Welcome to Trigger. Oh, in fact, let's get these super chats read real quick. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Those of you just tuning in, I know all my UK people are up now. It's probably 7 a.m. over there. AP $5. Bring dirty folks back. He didn't tell one lie. I won't equate women to kids, but their discernment is suspect. AP again. Never mind. I'll take that last comment back. Ain't swinging on chicks. Cold blood Rottweilers $5. Since when has a 3,000 square foot home been struggled up? Dog, it's not. It's not. That was a bad. That was a bad example. John the Baptist 500. 500. I wish $5. Most people don't make money in their 40s. Did you mean? What did you mean by that?
You made a statement earlier that about the struggle love comment, and then most people that don't make money in their 20s. I was saying most people don't make money in their 40s.
Well, they're peaking. They're going on their way up. On their way
Well,
up, rather.
if you look at the average salary, I think there's well, not the average salary, but there we got this notion now that everybody makes $1 million.
Yeah, we do.
And most people in their 40s don't even make $100,000 a year.
They don't.
$100,000 a year.
They don't.
So I don't know where we get the notion that
Oh, it's
everybody
like less
making.
than 17% of people in general make that type of money. So
Correct.
everybody
Yeah.
capping. It's, AP again, $5. Never mind. Back on page, same page, dirty folks. Keep talking, my dude. AP again, $5. LOL. Kasim need to change his name to Sympology 101. All right. Yeah, we got new people coming up. All right, let's get the next one done. This is actually a good one before a closeout. Damn, where is it? Do men want boss chicks as wives? So I think they need to hear from the men on this one. Go ahead, anybody, jump in.
No, we do not.
I don't
Why
even
not?
want a girl to read past the third grade level, bro. I'm look,
Hey,
man.
I'm not with you on that one, dirty.
Now, here's the crazy part, because I keep hearing people talk about ghetto girls, doctors, lawyers, teachers. First of all, teachers are the dumbest girls. They wouldn't even have a job with all the answers written in the back of the book. You know what I'm saying? Nurse, like for black women to claim to be the most educated, for them to say that you only date with them, so you're saying the most educated are also ghetto. Like, and my whole thing is Tyler's gonna title. You see the logo on the back. Tyler's gonna title. Girls act like girls no matter what. It doesn't matter. The wisest thing a man told me, a guy told me one day, he said, man, and this is why I judge all women based on being women. He said the realest shit. He said the world will judge you based on your profession. They'll say you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, you're a garbage man, you're a drug dealer. He said the real character of a man is how he spends his free time. So if every Tuesday you bowl, you're a bowler that happens to work at a hotel to pay your bills. That was the realest talk I ever had. So when I listen to these girls talk about what's ghetto, what's not, they still act like girls. They're still argumentative with men. They're still disclaiming what men say they want from a woman. They're still devaluing men's experiences with women. Because I'm sure all of us have dated at least 10 women. If you ain't slept with them, you dated. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me that all the way through elementary school, high school, college, my work experience, my neighbors, my sisters, my cousins, I've never seen female behavior. Everything has to be ghetto in order to say, yo, this shit is dysfunctional.
Plus, what did we benefit out of it anyway? Like, we don't benefit anything. If the woman is the breadwinner and she's holding it down, she's not going to clean, she's not going to cook, she's not going to make sure the laundry's done. She's going to undermine you. She's going to put you on
think about how
blast.
crazy it is, bro. Think about what you said. Because I've seen girls, professional girls that they'll call ghetto because I say this, but they professional girls who be like, I'm so happy. Well, I gotta use a voice.
I'm so happy that the kids are with their daddy. So I ain't gotta cook.
Yo, what the?
Bro,
That was
look.
wild.
So
That was wild.
You gotta send me how you did that shit, guys.
Hey, so my whole thing is, I eat every day. I don't even fast. That's why I got fat. Look, I eat every day. Food is a daily event for me, and food is love. You can taste food and be like, yo, they cook this with love, or they put their foot in it. Same thing, right? Depending on where you at. Food is love. So you're telling me that you don't have to cook, you don't have to clean, you don't have to do laundry, you don't have to do shit if you don't have a man and kids. So that daily things that every single person's supposed to do, you don't have to do when you're single. Like, it's the mentality. The weirdest thing about black girls is how they see oppression. I have an analogy all the time that I use about secretaries. I say non-black women, regardless of race, except black girls, non-black women, every girl sleeps with the boss, right? Non-black girls sleep with the boss so they can get health insurance, get a promotion, get to take trips out of town with the boss, go to different conferences. Black girls sleep with the boss so they can get off an hour early. This is how they treat their relationships. Black girls can help you or they can sleep with you, but they won't do both. If you find somebody that does both, you better marry her. This girl can be doing your taxes for 3 years. If you take her out for tacos and let her suck you off, all of a sudden she can't count no more.
Damn, this is like free game. Like, y'all young dudes better be listening up.
They gotta
For
be
real,
listening.
for real. Listen,
So-
I would say, oh no, go ahead, dirty folks.
No, I'm saying so when they say, do I hate black women? I'm like, black women hate themselves, and I just mirror their energy. Because men are the arbiters of love. Women just reflect, project, or weaponize men's love. You hope that she reflects your love because if she reflects it, she reflected on your kids. And y'all see it all the time. Y'all saw Boys in the Hood and Men's Society. Y'all saw everything. Y'all see Crash. Y'all see when women don't like the daddy, how they treat the kid. Y'all know the favorite kid. You know what I'm saying? When your wife loves you, she loves your kids like she loves you. That's a reflection. What girls do now is they weaponize men's love. They weaponize your thirst. They weaponize your desire to be with them. They weaponize, you know what I'm saying? They take for granted food because food is love. Think about girls that say they don't want to cook, but the first thing they want you to do is take them on a date to a restaurant. So you want me to feed you, but you won't feed me back.
Damn, this is game. Like, when shit just makes sense, you know, when shit just click like, Damn,
So I don't hate y'all. I sleep with y'all. I just don't think y'all have value with clothes on. So my job is to get you naked so I can see what your value is.
Moment of silence. That shit is dope. I ain't gonna lie.
Couldn't
Bars,
say it
like
any
a
better.
The chat loving it. But let me say something about this. So, do men want boss chicks as wives? So, I had like a time before I married my wife, where I was trying to explain these things to her. And the weird part, I think someone said it a bit earlier. So many women that aren't these things try to associate themselves as these things just because it's popular. You know what I mean? My wife tried to call herself independent one, and I literally couldn't stop laughing. Like, she's like, well, I do for myself. Her little dainty ass. She tried to say it, and I was like, nah, you care too much. You too much of a nurturer. You care about your man. Unfortunately, you're not like that. I know it's cool to call yourself a boss chick and say all this stuff. She's actually a business owner too. That's the funniest part. Opened the first clinic of its type in the Houston area. She's actually a boss chick. But the fact that she followed my instructions and I told her very clearly, she's like, well, I want to get married. Yada, yada. I said, I want to do the same thing. But I said, you got to understand, this is very strategic because my dad was about to go choose me a wife. Now I was about to turn 30. He was like, keep playing if you want to. I'm going to choose. You either choose her or I'm going to choose her for you. I said, you have to be a wife first, a mother second, and a career woman third, in that order. And until I feel like you're making that promise, when I feel that, you will get that ring. I promise you. So naturally she did that. But the funniest thing is that men do not want boss chicks as wives because those three things I just named, y'all get them out of order. Y'all put career first, children second, husband third. Now, the question I have for women is, why would a man purposely deprioritize himself in his own goddamn house? Does that make sense? When you say boss chick, you are letting us know we are being deprioritized. The reason why I say that, and it's not that we don't want our women to have businesses, because we do. It's not that we don't want, except dirty folks. It's not that we don't want our women to be educated and smart, because we do. Because I want you to use that to help our children. I want you to use that to advance our position as a family. But what I believe we're having an issue with and what we're struggling with is that women don't know how to achieve in moderation. You go for that career. You're gonna forsake everything else in your life to make that shit happen. That's not cool. So that boss chick narrative is a scary narrative because you won't let it go. You don't realize this is the issue that most men are having in their homes. Yes, he wants you to work, but you don't realize that you can't be in competition with a single chick at the job. You got a husband, you got kids. So yeah, she can go for the vice president job today. You might have to go 2 years from now because you got responsibilities in your house. The women today are going to have a problem with that shit. Well, I want this today. You can't have it today because you got other responsibilities. You can't be that big of a boss today. Let the kids go to public school or some shit. So women will tell a man that he's holding a woman back for giving her a dose of reality that way, right? So I don't think women understand just the predicament they got themselves in with this boss chick narrative, but I want to hear y'all thoughts. Go ahead.
I want to sort of piggyback off this talk, Trigger Mike, in the sense of this is what I mean when we keep verifying women's decision. And I'll try and use some example. Anyone ever experienced telling a woman not to do something and she goes and do exactly what you told her not to do? Yeah. And that's what I mean when we say we don't want boss chicks. What most women will hear is, oh, okay, what's so wrong about it? Let me go and find out. That's right? Funny. I don't give a shit what is in your wallet as a woman as long as you're impressionable and that you can follow my instruction. If you're not getting on the program. That's all I care about. Whether you're a boss chick or a third grade dropout, whatever it is. If you're a woman, if you're feminine, attractive to me, and you can follow instruction, I'm going to choose you. So that's what I mean when I mentioned prior, is that we verify women's decision to go a certain direction, even when we say, don't go that direction. I understand it because I see my wife on a day-to-day basis. I tell her some stuff. Look, don't do that. And because I'm too busy, I go away and she goes and do it. And she comes back and, oh, okay, I shouldn't have done that. Prime example, last week, I said to her, don't take the kids to training. It's raining. One of you might get sick. I was busy doing some work. She went against it. She came back and she was out for the next 3 days. And the things that she croaked from bed was, I shouldn't have listened to you. Like, yeah, I gave you instruction. May not given you the reason, but I gave you clear instruction. So that's what I mean. I don't care whether you're boss chick or whatever you want to qualify yourself for. those standards are not my standards. My standards are mine. These are the principles. Can you follow the instruction that I give you? Can you adhere to what my values are? If you don't, let's walk away.
So my answer to the question is this: if you were born, let me say, after 1990, you're not looking. You are looking for a boss chick. If you're born in the 90s and after, you're probably looking for a boss chick. And as now that I'm getting older, one thing I'm starting to realize is this: I'm changing my I'm changing my message up to for younger generations because I realize I'm an old head now, as I've been told several times. And traditional stuff is not needed. It's not even wanted anymore. And so one of the things definitions I heard of
I
being
don't believe
crazy
that's
than
true.
say, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Go ahead, bro.
It's been said that if you're insane, one of the definitions of being insane, you keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And I'm starting to recognize now that traditional stuff is no longer working in today's society. It's not that it can't work. It's just that younger people, I've been told, as I keep hearing over and over again, they don't want it anymore. Either the women don't want it, and because the women don't want it, the men don't want it. And so therefore they're not looking for it. So I do believe as we get further into the future, men will look for boss chicks. I wouldn't recommend it, but I think they're gonna because I think the way society is moving, I'm only looking at the way society is moving, and I'm seeing how society is moving, and it's going to adapt. And so you're going to start, and the way I know it's going to adapt because you start to see more men turn into women and more women turn into men, and that's a sign of what's happening to relationships. And so what's happening is when you start getting these transformers, what's going to also start transforming is people roles and how they view relationships. Now, I'm not saying it's good for society. I'm just saying what's going to happen.
Okay.
And I land my plane there.
I couldn't
I
disagree
feel
more, but
like as men, oh my bad.
no,
No,
I
I
mean I
just
can
want to say
disagree
real
more.
quick.
Here's my thing.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
The fact that once you capitulate to terrorism, that's un-American, sir. When I tell people, look, women are only loyal to her employer. So the whole boss chick thing, even if she goes against her husband, she's not gonna go against her boss. So I better be a boss. I don't love a woman. I love this chair. Whatever girl sits in this ergonomic chair, that's who I love as long as she plays secretary. But it's at will employment. If she leaves, I love the next one. I'm tripping on the comments because they said that I'm toxic. Let me explain something to you. Number one, if I was toxic, you'll sleep with me because girls love toxic men. But besides that, though, there's no such thing as toxic masculinity.
No such thing.
Never in your life has somebody said, yo, you act like you the man. You saw that as an insult. But if they say you act like a girl, even girls will get mad. Only femininity is toxic. Only women can be toxic. There's universal toxic things, and then there's female toxic things. Everything that men do is righteous when he's standing in the square. I understand why he said what he said about the times changing, but what I'm telling you is any man who changes his nature for a woman is judging his manhood based on a woman, which is dumb because she had clothes on when you did it. There's nothing girls say with clothes on that matters.
So you're not anything you just said to disagree with what I just said.
I disagree with the premise that they should look for a boss chick. That is a black
No,
problem. That's
hold
not
on,
even
hold
a
on, hold on.
man problem.
You
That's a black
no,
problem.
it's actually no, it's not just black people. It's not just black women doing this. It's white women doing this. It's all natural. You gotta remember, cancer doesn't just stay in one local spot. Cancer spreads. It feeds off of healthy cells.
I get you. I
And so
understand
what
what
I
you're
and so
saying. I
and so
disagree.
what
I
I
didn't say you was wrong. I just said I disagree. Look, y'all running off the new normal. I'm running off natural law.
I don't disagree. Hold on. At the base of your argument, you and I don't even disagree at all. I moved the way you're talking about. What I'm recognizing is that my generation is far few between of my generation than as these younger generations coming up.
You'll be
Yeah.
surprised, bro.
Well, you know what,
See,
John? I would say
that's
this.
what I'm
I would
saying.
say
That's
this.
the
Let me say this real quick, Vapors, and then you gonna go. I'll disagree, John, just a little bit because you said they don't want it. They don't know what the fuck they want. That's the actual truth. They think they don't want it. All of these kids are gonna come crashing back. Have y'all not noticed that? That they don't actually dislike traditional norms. They want to make it a buffet. And then they're going to eventually come crashing into reality and real life and realize there's a reason things have been done a certain way since the beginning of eternity. These are the same people that are saying gender isn't a fact, that women is being a woman is subjective, right? They're going to come crashing into facts one day. So
I think
yeah, go ahead.
You're one thing I've been paying attention to is, and as I listen to these different panels talk, and I watch how people talk, and I watch how people interact, men and women, it is a 180-degree change. And so the thing about seeing the change is you have to talk about what's in front of you and not what was behind you. I know exactly what I went through and what I came through. But as I look forward and I look at this compass, the compass is not reading right. Y'all, the way society is moving now, it's not moving how it moved in the past. So my job my job as a man is to look and see the way the world is going and try to get it back on course. But what you have to feel realize is that there are some people fighting who don't want to get it back on course. Now there are some men who want to stay on course, some old traditional men that want to stay on course, some old traditional women that want to stay on course. But when I find out, the longer I live, younger generations don't want this thing on course.
That's not
The
true.
game is not. There are a lot of women right now who do not want to submit to men. There are a lot of women now who want to go to work. They want to make the money, and they want to. If they're going to submit to a man, they're only going to submit to a man. And I'm throwing
But
up
that's
air
what I'm
quotations.
saying.
I
That's
says,
my point.
hold on,
That
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me finish. As I throw up air quotations, they're only going to submit to a man who makes more money than them. What I'm trying to say to you is, most men in society don't make $100,000 a year. So if the game has changed to where they're only submitting to money now and not to the man, then you can't change what a woman's going to do because she's no longer looking at you as the man. She's looking at the money, as the man who makes more money than her as the man.
But that's not true
Trey,
because girls
Trey,
can't
Trey,
count.
that's not true. That's
No,
not
All
true,
right,
girls can't
Trey.
count, so
let's
it's
get
not true.
Vapors in there.
I said Trey, my
And then
bad.
he
John
can,
the Baptist, that's not true. The reason why I say that's not true is this, right? The reason why women are running off doing what they have to, what they want to do, is because two things: over medicated because they don't want to feel guilty for what they're doing, or they don't want to feel guilty, or subconsciously feel ashamed. So they suppress that shame through drugs, alcohol, or medication.
Are they
You
all
see what I'm
lying?
saying?
I give you that.
Then no, no, I'm
Hold on,
coming, I'm
hold on,
coming,
hold
I'm
on,
coming.
hold on, hold
Let
on,
me
hold on,
land. Let
Ikene.
me land. Let me land. Don't worry. I'll get. You're gonna tell me something soon. Then number two is because when they can't get the man that they want, right? They then settle for the man that comes at night that they don't want, just to pass by. Do you think women don't want to get married 100%? Every woman out there want to be married, but do you know what they do? Because they don't want to relinquish that power. You see that power that they
They
have?
want the benefits
They
without
don't
the
want to
marriage.
put
It's not.
they.
They don't want the
That's
marriage.
right. They
They want the
don't want
benefit.
to be under the control of a man. They want they want to be married, but they don't want to be told what to do. Like yesterday, I was having a conversation with some group of women. As soon as I said that they have to be under the control of a man, every woman on that panel went crazy.
But here's the thing. I agree with you. But here's the thing. That's because men don't put down penalty. Because
That's right.
They'll be dependent on a man at their job. They'll stay at the job that they hate, won't be 6 minutes late, but they'll be 2 hours late for what you tell them to do because you don't put down penalty. And I agree with you, but I'm saying there's a reason that they are loyal to their employer, but not their lover. Here's the thing. Nobody cares if because y'all talking about black women. Nobody cares. Look, black women, the marriage rate for black women has gone down 10% every decade for 70 years.
Damn.
Every decade. That's why we're at 9%. So if you talk 1950, it was 96%. In the 1960s, it was 80-some percent. 1970, 70-some percent. Y'all could do the math. Now we're at 9%. We're at a projected 2% marriage rate with a plus minus 2% by 2030. These girls don't want marriage because they don't like you. They like the sex, they like the entertainment. They don't see value in you because they don't see you as a winner. And that's fine. Win a war, a culture war, economic war, something. I'm with them on that because they not having babies, so they still sleeping with guys. So you know what I'm saying? They can say toxic whatever, and they still gonna sleep with you because they think toxic weenie is good, just like you think crazy girls got the best coochie. So I still score. It don't matter to me. My thing is, if you're going to man up, man up. There is no value. Okay, 2 examples. One, I remember one day, this is about 10 years ago. This boy got to be 22 years old now. He was 12 years old at the time. I'm at my friend's house on the 4th of July on the grill. I don't know why I'm on the grill at his house, but I'm on the grill. His 12-year-old son comes out and it's just me and him. He says, just random. When I grow up, I'm gonna date white girls. I look. He said, yeah. I said, why? He said, because all the black girls at school are mean to me, but the white girls are nice to me. I said, yo, did you tell your dad? He said, nah. I said, I think you should have this talk with your dad. My boy come out. I said, yo, tell your dad what he said. And he told his dad. And his dad said, why do you want to be with white girls? Your grandma's black, your mom's black, your sister's black. He said, yeah, I know. And my mom's mean, my grandma's mean, and my sister's mean. And these white girls are nice to me.
I had a homeboy that told me
you do know white men. You do know white men got a red pill too, right?
I understand that. But we're talking about customer service. We're talking about the same reason guys are getting passports. They're not getting passport to get sex. They're getting passport because they want better customer service. We all know that black women have the worst customer service. You've been to McDonald's. You've been to Home Depot. You know they got horrible customer service. They just want somebody to respect the fact that if you're going to spend your time, your intellectual property, and your money, that I at least feel good about my purchase. And they feel entitled instead of feeling appreciative. Because here's the thing. A woman that won't follow one man will have to listen to 4 men.
That's right.
So if you have a wife and your wife listens to you, you're the one man in her ear. If not, she got 4 men doing everything for her and she's taking all the credit and not naming that man. Because girls really don't know how to do nothing. You think girls really know about real estate? You know what I'm saying? Men teach women stuff because women have to be empowered. Men have the power, and black men give it away to women and empower women to not need him. It's the same thing they do to impress
Just
a woman.
say it, man. Just say it. Just say
So
what
when
you
I
want to
say I
say,
don't
man.
regret
We're
it,
better.
Y'all
We're
okay?
better.
So y'all
This is the point.
okay?
Like,
So
we're better.
one
We
thing.
need to say what they're thinking. Like, we are better. We control the narrative. This is the problem. They're controlling the narrative by projecting their fears on the other women. And this is the problem. Women are not getting called out for what they're doing. The other women are not, just like the men, or to mentor the men to grow up and be men. The women are not taking this position. It's just like when the single mothers, they when they have the boy, they want to leave the boy with the father. They want to drop him off because they don't know how to handle it. And it's another thing, the identity thing. Like, they're trying to undermine us every time with these narratives, like men ain't stepping up and all that. Women don't even have identity. Most of these women don't even have an identity by the time they reach their early 20s. Most men already know what they have an idea of what they're going to do, because we're thrown out into the life to perform and provide and step up. And their challenges, and every time with the Jedi mind tricks, it's not making sense.
You know what the weird thing about men not stepping up? Women count on men stepping up. Every season is stepdad season. They always looking for a mentor, a coach, a stepdad, somebody to help with their homework. Men always step up. When girls have to suffer the consequences of their decisions, then like education is a female sport. Now they want dads to come to the schools and talk to the students like we need more male teachers when they ostracize men for being teachers. Girls are just dumb. Look, the whole
I gotta ask y'all a question. I'm married. I ain't gotta worry about this. I'm already married. I've been married for 20, almost 28 years in a couple of months. Are the women you're looking to marry, are the women y'all dealing with, are most of them traditional, or most of them non-traditional?
Traditional.
They are most of women today are traditional.
Oh,
No,
today?
they're not traditional. They're modern. They're
they're not
modern
traditional.
as hell.
First of all, anybody
So,
married
I'm
2008 is
sorry.
out the game. And I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate you've been married 20 some odd years.
So
Anybody
the
that's
question,
married
so the question I'm asking you right now, are the women y'all dating or dealing with in society right now, the majority of them, are they modern or traditional?
they're comparative. This is what I mean.
Can you give
First
me
of
an
all,
answer? Can you
no,
give me an
I'm
answer?
talking about women in the chat.
They're modern, bro. They're
My
modern.
goodness.
Okay, so if they are modern, how do you think you'll get traditional results when they are moving more modern?
but then okay, this is why I say they're comparative. I understand why y'all say they're modern, and I lean toward that. This is why I say they're comparative. Women only do what other women do, right? It wasn't until somebody said they want a 6'6" man that all girls want tall guys, like all their baby daddies ain't 5'6".
Like all they baby dad. Oh, you took the words right out of my
You feel what I'm
This
saying?
is what I mean about women's standard ain't shit. When they
Right.
say all these standards
You
about
made your
666 or
point.
whatever, they
I don't.
choose to
Okay,
otherwise,
so
right?
I get y'all of these talking points, right? The talking points I agree with. Trust me, I live this. I know what you guys are talking about. I know how men move. I know what men supposed to do. I get that. I live in this. I grew up in this world. I know what this world's supposed to do. I know there's a masculine energy and a feminine energy. But if you look at what's actually happening now, they're
I'll tell you
becoming
what's
less.
actually happening.
There's way less feminine energy and way more masculine energy. And how come I know this? Because when I see women talk when I see women talk in real life, when I see women talk on panels, when I see women talk at work, or in different parts of society, they are not talking like women. They're not talking feminine anymore.
They are
And when I'm
masculine vaginal
and
men.
and
I'll give
and
you that.
and what else I'm starting noticing too is I'm starting to notice more men who talk feminine. I
That's the
see this.
problem.
A
I
whole
see.
lot
I
of
see.
men do talk feminine.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
That's
on.
a
Hold on.
high
Hold on.
cricket.
Hold on. I've been seeing this for a long time now, and every time I had a saying, and I say, men got to understand when y'all using feminine talking points, because I don't think a lot of men know when they're using feminine talking point. I said this for a very long time. People ignore me when I said it, but it's one of my favorite sayings because I notice a lot of men talking like women and a lot of women talking like men now, which is why I understand, which I've been saying for years. And I'm starting to wake up to the notion. I'm even starting to wake up to the notion that you guys are going to get what you're looking for.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Here's
sorry, the women. The society is not moving like it moved before. It's
here
different now.
JTP, check this out. I'm JTP, just check this out. You're right, because they're raised by women. One of the greatest things that I learned, because I'm the keep a nigga baby, right? Well, I ain't gonna say that. My parents married, but I'm 10 years younger than my siblings, right? I remember I was consciously remembering me being at 6 years old, listening to them talk to my sister when she's 14 and my cousins when they 17, 18. Talking about make sure you got money in your pocket to catch a cab and this, and make sure people. I remember the conversations they had with my sister and my female cousins. When my turn came, it's walking the outside of women, buy her flowers, carry a book bag. I was like, nah, ma, I want them same rules you gave my sister. I like them rules, them are sweet. When you have women raising boys, you have a bunch of 30-year-old women raising 10-year-old boys on 30-year-old woman standards, which is simp shit, right? That's why you got 12-year-old boys trying to buy their mama a house because their mama couldn't suck the right dick to get a man to buy a house, right?
God damn.
So
All right.
I
Go
understand
ahead.
why you're saying that. Here's why I say that they're comparative. If you get a woman, the same women you talking about, the same loud mouth, I need a 666. Those same women, when you come through in what girls call toxic, but it's really just being a guy, they get humble quick. All of a sudden, all your jokes is funny. They ready to go in the bathroom, whatever the case. They're trying to cuff you down because they're still girls. You're putting modern, what's it they call it, the new normal. You're putting the new normal versus the old natural. Natural law
But
will always win. Girls get
dirty folks.
a year and still. My niece said that. I got a niece that got a doctor's degree in some dumb shit, psychology, psychiatry, some shit. Some that you listen to people, but she still don't know how to shut up and suck a dick so she can get a boyfriend. Anyway, so she makes 80,000 a year, and she's looking for a man. She has specific things. She wants a man that's better than her. So she wants a man that with a doctorate degree to make at least 100,000 a year, drive a BMW, tall, handsome, and faithful. And I'm telling my niece, like, you can have some, but you can't have all. He might be faithful, but he be ugly. He might be fine,
Dirty
but he
folk,
ain't faithful.
dirty folk,
but dirty folks.
dirty folk. You are very. I ain't gonna lie. You're very insightful, very intelligent, and you are also very entertaining. And you couldn't be entertaining if you didn't know what you was talking about, and I would give you that.
Mhm.
But what I will say is this: a lot of what you're saying, not that it's not true.
I understand the
It's
side. I
it's
understand what you're
not.
saying. Talking about the tradition. What I'm saying is men create culture. When men decide to create that culture, men do it. Only
Mhm.
black men let women talk with clothes on. The reason
That's
that
right.
Mexican girls don't say nothing while they dudes out here pushing carts is because those men hold it down as a community. All the women like man
Check
boys.
this out, dirty
Do
folks.
you do
Check
you
this
do
out.
you
I
do
gotta
you
I
think
gotta
that
say this to you guys,
do you
right?
think there are more men like you? First of all, how old are you? How old are you?
No, I don't think there's a lot of men like me because I don't think there's a lot of men who don't care about how other people feel like I don't care.
How old are
Because
you?
I know no matter what, I'm still gonna sleep with girls, no matter how much they say I'm
How
toxic
old are
or
you?
I'm gonna say my
How
mama
old are
or
you?
whatever, I'm still gonna get mine, and I understand that. So I
Are you under 30?
nah, I'm over 30.
Okay. So now, do you think the men up under 30, do you think there are a lot of men that's under 30 like you?
Oh, they're simps,
No,
man.
but I have mentees. I got mentees that's 22 years old that's listening to everything I say and they
Okay,
question the land.
no, hold on. You got to follow what I'm saying. Do you think there are a lot of men under 30 like you?
No,
Okay. Now, how many? Even though you are although you're mentoring young men, how many men are you mentoring?
I don't know about 6, but this is what I
Six.
know. But
Okay.
listen
So
to what I'm
now,
about to say though. Listen to what I'm about to say. I'm gonna let you rock. What I do know is this: when I talk to, at one point I had 200. But right now I got 6 because I got rid of my boys club. I had 200. I for those in Chicago, I used to grab bucket boys. I started with 2 boys. At the end of 1 week, I had 60. By 3 weeks, I had 200. I wasn't able to feed them. They wanted, and I was like, yo, and nobody will help because nobody cares about black boys. They love girls, but they don't care about black boys.
Oh, that's the truth.
That's right. That's true.
So,
That's
so
true.
I
That's
lost a lot of boys because bread wasn't there. But this is what I learned from talking to them 200 boys and the six young men that I mentor right now. None of them really like their mothers. They have been in some of the most deleterious situations fucking with these single moms. Sexual abuse, um, goddamn it, abuse, just physical abuse, emotional abuse. A lot of them go to the service or they trying to find they looking for me to get money because they like, yo, I'm trying to get out my mama house at 16. Like there's a gap, and that's why I pay attention to girls in the chat. There's a gap between every child between the age of 12 and 18, even girls, that they'll say I hate my mom. But then
I
them
gotta put it.
girls
Let me say this, dirty
all
folks.
this
You know what you just said right now hit me really hard. You know why? I have never had any man in America said, I can't wait for my son or my daughter to turn 18 and get out of the house. I've always had women say that. Empty nester. Who says empty nester? The
Oh,
women.
damn.
Empty nester.
because they
They
don't
can't
like
wait for
children. They just like
they,
babies.
they, they can't wait for their kids to turn 18 to send them out of the house so she can bring men in. But men don't. I've never had any man since I've been in this country
Mama
said that
gotta
for
have a life
one
too.
day.
I'm gonna have a
I've
life.
never heard about that for one day. And guess what I want to tell you again? There is something I want to say. Men that are younger don't understand one thing: masculinity. Women respect masculinity. They they dance to masculinity. Whenever you show a woman that you're not interested in her and show her that you're not going to bend, she will bend every rule for you. Like I don't give a damn if you 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", and she's 6'1". If she says you're not bending, man, she will leave a 6'4" guy for you. I've seen that shit happen. Women respond to masculinity, but a lot of men out there don't know. I've seen my guys, they always say, "Oh, my wife this, my girlfriend." I'm like, shut the fuck up. Tell her you're not coming home. She will
Okay,
respect
so
that shit.
All
Put her
right.
in
we
her
do a lot.
place.
We do
She
a
We
lot
will
of
got to
talk.
get these
respect that
super
shit.
chats read, y'all. My man Jonathan Barronville says, "Tether Mike, play this for Dirty Folk." This is the last time I'm gonna call myself that shit on this show. All right, let me play this. Oh, this is the video of the goddamn it.
Oh my God, boy, you crazy. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Emma. Tell me the truth. You have a girlfriend? I'm not allowed to, that's it. I'm not allowed to have one until I'm 15. And you only date white girls. And your mama black as hell. No, Emma dumped me and I don't have another girlfriend. Okay, well, she white or black? Because I'm black. You got black, I'm black as hell. What you doing going to white girl? And his last girlfriend was white too. So you gonna have to go with a black girl. Okay. Why don't you like black girls? I do, but some be mean and not my type.
God, that boy got to be. That
That boy
boy's
about
not
6, 8,
6.
something like that.
Yeah, 5, 6 years old. If he can articulate that, that's very scary. That's very scary. I'm not gonna lie. But all right, y'all. Literally, I'm sitting here blinking off. I skipped dinner for my first night show, and now I got a hunger headache. But it was great fucking with y'all, man. Y'all always welcome on the Trigger Mike show. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll be back Wednesday.
I know you sleeping.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat
I
and I'm
never,
gonna sleep for like 4 hours.
I never heard you curse on live.
Yo,
Me? Nah, I've cursed.
I'm gonna let you eat, bro. I appreciate you letting me up, bro.
Hey, anytime, bro. Anytime. Y'all come through
Absolutely.
whenever
Thanks,
I'm
Trigger
on.
Mike.
I'll be glad to have y'all. All right, y'all. Good night, everybody. Hey, this was my first night show. We made it through. Hey, I might do a Trigger Mike late hours. This shit was kind of dope. I ain't gonna lie. This is me up, and I'm only tired because I've been sitting in one spot. I'm usually grading papers and doing some shit around this time, which I probably should have graded some discussion boards while we were on here. But this was such an interesting discussion. Thank y'all for coming up and rocking with me. Think I got all the super chats read. Thank you for your continued support. Go ahead and hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the network if you have not. The Lapeef Network is on its way to 100,000, so make sure you share this out. We got new content coming for y'all, man. It's about to be popping. The big dog, Lapeef, I'm talking to him about doing some things. Now that I'm working during the day, I might be doing some different shows at night. I'm going to let the panel come up that usually comes up. I'm going to let the chat send me questions to my Instagram. We're going to read those questions aloud. One of the shows is going to be called Something Questions. I ain't going to give the title out because people be biting my shit. But either way, I thank y'all. Anyway, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button on the way out for the YouTube algorithm. It's free, and I appreciate all your continued support. Your boy Trigger Mike is out for his first night show. We'll be back on Wednesday. Tomorrow night, we got King Talk. So make sure you come in, hit the bell for notifications so you can watch all of the hot fire we got for you on the Lapeef Network. Thank y'all so much. Have a good night. For my people in the UK, good morning, mate. All right, I'm out.